Here for Muscle Shoals and Florence, at least the tornadic part of this storm. Again, there's no tornado warning on this.
But it's coming.
It's coming. The tornado warning coming out for Muscle. There it is. See, it's turning to the right, so you need to be seeking shelter. What's going to happen, you're in the path of this storm, there's going to be a very, very distinct change from very large hail in Cherokee to an area just to the south where we have the tornado possible. And again, tornado warning just came out. This does include Florence and Muscle Shoals, and I've got the camera in the shoals pointed to the west. So Eric Burke here with us now. Let us know whenever you see anything down there worth mentioning. It's probably going to be about 5 more minutes or so as this approaches Sheffield, Tuscumbia, and Muscle Shoals here from the west. It's coming in pretty much due east, and that's the other change. We're starting to see the actual rotation in the mid-levels of the storm turn this entire storm, and that may increase the chance that we're going to see a tornado. So let's get down in here. I'm going to turn the loop off, and we're going to get down here just to the southern side of this storm. This is going to be just east of Allsboro. There's likely a very large wall cloud. There's a lot of storm chasers from across the country on this particular storm too, so I will tell you that. This is the lone supercell that's come out of Mississippi. This is what we've been concerned about most of the day here as we look at the shear rate here in this storm. Still, again, this is far away from the radar, and that's one of the challenges with these tornado warnings, as you very well know here across the shoals. But you need to be seeking shelter. A violent storm moving in, significant lightning here. You can see on the back edge here, and this is associated, co-located, so to speak, with the updraft in the back edge of the storm. So everything about this storm says it is severe, it is intense, and it is going to do damage. We're looking at hail damage, we're looking at lightning damage, we're looking at wind damage. On the outer edge of this storm, we probably have a really big shelf cloud coming in as well, and you're going to see this, the gust front approaching Muscle Shoals over time. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to spread the view out just a little bit, and I'm going to put a storm track on here for you and give you that heads up, and then we're going to go a little bit more street level. I'm going to track the beginning of the storm, the leading edge here, moving northeast. What do they got?
40 miles per hour.
I'll put it at 45 just to give you a heads up. This is the northern part of the storm. This is going to be the potential for hail, damaging winds associated with this gust front, and also that significant lightning that's moving in. So Florence, Sheffield, McFarland Park area, St. Florian around 4:47. Current time now is 4:32. But then we're looking at Killen around 5 o'clock, Lexington 5:11, Anderson 5:18, Leicester around 5:27, Mount Rosal 5:30, Minor Hill 5:30. Notice I didn't mention Tuscumbia in here. You're on the southern edge of this storm. So let's track the possible tornado here, and we're going to go almost due east with this. The possible tornado is going to be just south of Cherokee, and that is moving east as well. We'll put that at about 44 miles an hour, and that possible tornado tracking right into Muscle Shoals. So you need to be hunkering down. It's going to hit in about, let's see, it's right at 5 o'clock or so. So you've got about 30 minutes before this hits. But keep in mind, you could lose power before the tornado even gets there. So let me describe what's going to happen here if there's a tornado with this. You're going to get a lot of lightning. You're going to get that larger hail right here on the edge here from Muscle Shoals just to the north, and then it's going to get quiet here, and that's going to be back here where we have that rain-free base and just before the tornado. So it'll get really quiet, and then you'll actually hear the winds picking up, and that's how you know you're about to get hit by a tornado as it moves in. So once again, McFarland Park around 5 o'clock, Muscle Shoals 5 o'clock, Leeton 5:10, Joe Wheeler State Park down the road. Again, if someone's out here on Wilson Lake, they need to get off the water, and eventually Wheeler Lake, because this is tracking due east. This is a dangerous long track supercell storm. It has yet to form a tornado, but all indications are it could produce a tornado at any minute. Let's go over to meteorologist Eric Burke monitoring Weather Service chat as well.
Yeah, Brad, and they did have a photo from a storm chaser. This was just west of Cherokee. It did have a funnel on it. This is the lone supercell that we've been tracking here. Potential for golf ball or larger size hail. Even if we don't have that tornado developing, we're going to have some very strong winds with this storm. Great advice from Brad there, saying get off the water, and just the amount of electricity that this storm is producing, but now tracking east around 40 miles per hour right through Colbert County. Watching this very closely and talking about that right moving storm, and could have a bit of a boundary here, and as it moves right, we tend to see that rotation intensifying. We are watching that camera out in the shoals. What we're looking at right now, basically a wall of rain, probably some hail embedded in there too. So if we see anything happening on this camera in the shoals, obviously we will go right to it. But we've got a very dangerous storm here, potential of golf ball or larger size hail, very strong wind gust, a ton of cloud to ground lightning. Winds are going to start to pick up here, but storm chasers out there in northwest Alabama reporting a funnel there just west of Cherokee. And we'll go back to Brad watching that very closely.
I would pan that shoals camera just a little bit to the south, almost parallel the river, because I think we're looking right into this rain here, and the important part is right back there to the west. Let me take this lightning off. We're continuing to watch this hook echo. Again, we got that funnel out here on the southern edge, and most of the day we've been looking at these supercells. There's just something in the boundary layer that's keeping them from just maintaining and rotating the entire time. They kind of keep lapsing through as we go to the velocity here, indicating, yeah, we've got strong rotation here. This is south of Cherokee where the strong rotation is, but you're likely seeing significant hail in Cherokee right now. And I'll take the storm relative velocity. It's definitely rotating. So we have a rotating supercell with significant lightning out here, and the possibility of tornado could be imminent. As we get in closer here, let's go along Highway 72, take a closer look at the hail. And the hail's really going to show up as these purple areas. It's not as violent looking as it was earlier as far as the hail size goes, but these storms cycle through quite a bit. So Barton, you should be in your shelter. Large hail, high winds, a lot of lightning. Cherokee as well, but the area just to the south here is the area we're most concerned with for that possible tornado. I'm going to loop this. And I'm going to kind of draw a line on where the most likely, the entire the overshooting top and the overhang is really tilting. So this entire storm is rotating. This is a classic supercell, unfortunately. And as we go through time here, I'm going to draw this line where the most likely track is for the back edge here of this tornado. It's probably going to be tracking similar here. So just off to the south of Muscle Shoals, perhaps down towards Tuscumbia. You got Nitrate City down the road there as well. So the most dangerous part, I would say the most dangerous part of the storm is where the possible tornado is, but we've got significant lightning going on with this storm as well, and that large hail, a big impact as well. Severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side of this storm, so it's possible we could see this split just a little bit, and that would indicate large hail too. National Weather Service wind gusts at 35 just north of the rotation. The Cherokee sensors there reporting 35-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that's north of that rotation there. What we're seeing is farther to the south. But let's take I'm going to track this even farther east to give you guys, because I said we'd be giving you these extended storm tracks. So let's do that right now. Again, we'll do the leading edge of the storm here, which is arriving in Muscle Shoals now, and continuing out. The leading edge may go a little bit farther northeast, so I'll put this towards Athens. So we're talking right now, it's the gust front, the leading edge of this. The high winds are moving into the shoals, but the intense lightning is still about 10 minutes away. We're looking at Joe Wheeler State Park 505, Rogersville 508, Anderson 519, Lucy's Branch Marina at about 514, and Athens probably around 530 or so. So right now it is 438. So it's about an hour heads up here into Limestone County. And this is a typical track. You know, you go back to May of 1995 when we had the Anderson Hills tornado. And I don't want to bring up Anderson Hills, but I have to, because this is similar in nature. We had one lone supercell track east that day. Again, that was 1995, and it tracked from Florence all the way down Highway 72 towards Harvest and Monrovia. So I just want to put that in your mind right now as far as preparedness goes. Those are the most likely path here along Highway 72, maybe towards Cortland. So this is going to turn right occasionally, then it's going to go east and then northeast a bit as it fluctuates, as it continues down the road here. But let me track the possible tornado area of this storm over time as well. For some of you, you're going to be seeking shelter down the road. I mentioned that. If you're in a mobile home, If you're in this path, you need to be leaving. I'm going to give this a bigger heads up, like 50 mile per hour. So here we've got Lucy's Branch Marina. Again, this is going to be later than what I just showed you because this is the backside of the storm. Joe Wheeler State Park, Town Creek around 5:14, Rogersville 5:20, Lucy's Branch about 10 to 15 minutes after the initial gust front comes in, and then we're talking Coxie around 5:30, Lawson 5:34, and probably around 5:40 in Athens, and it could shift all the way to Decatur. So keep that in mind. That's the challenge when we present these extended storm tracks with these storms. On up the road in Tennessee, we've got a new tornado warning out for the Columbia area. If you know someone on I-65, really rough at the Columbia exit. That's moving east. Russellville, we still have thunderstorms developing to the south, but right now the biggest one is definitely the one here producing large hail. Waiting to get some actual reports of what the size hail is. Overall, we're just estimating the hail size based on what the Doppler radar shows, and it looks like the hail size is back again. So you get this rain-free base. The storm chasers are all on the southern side of this storm. The winds are probably increasing into this storm at about 45 to 55 miles per hour, and we've got the large hail just to the north of Highway 72. So what happens in this situation is you get the colder air from that hail and the heavy rain that kind of makes its way on the back side of the storm, and then you have that warm, moist, unstable air coming in from the south, and what that does is it creates this rotation. It creates an increased environment for the potential for a tornado developing within this storm. So we've got probably a funnel cloud or at least a mesocyclone. You got the wall cloud here south of Cherokee. Let's go in street level here. Again, heavy rain in Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and Tuscumbia right now. And Barton still looking at very large hail, especially out towards the industrial park on the north side of town. We'll get in street level there, and that's moving towards Woodland. The industrial park getting hit hard out here. Again, this is going to be Mulberry Creek Road, Mulberry Lane to the north, and then you get Pickwick Lake here on this side. So you get west of the shoals and it's Pickwick Lake, and that hail is moving towards Woodland, and it's probably going to end up south here of Central Heights, but I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of lightning going on in that area too, and probably some smaller hail. The biggest hail is on the way into Sheffield, so get ready. I'll put this into motion here. So very large hail, possibly moving into Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia. It's going to be close, especially on the south side of Florence with this storm as it continues to develop and move to the east. The back edge, what we're watching for is that debris, potential debris ball that may form here on the southern side, but we don't have any indication, at least radar based. I'm going to check the debris tracker here, correlation coefficient, the official word. Go back over here. Yeah, this is contaminated by hail most likely in that area. We would probably look for the area to be farther to the west. And what happens is the Doppler radar looks out there, and it's the dual pole aspect is able to tell if there's debris in the air or if it's just raindrops, and in some cases just hail. Shear rate still not really peaking out here. Most of it's in the mid-levels, so most of the rotation is going on in the mid-levels of the storm, and that's what's producing the large hail as we look at it. And again, back to the radar. It's tightening up a little bit. You get this reflectivity gradient, we call it, and that's where you see the difference between that low reflectivity, the echo here, the green, and then the purple color here. So that's a real tight gradient, which indicates a really strong updraft going in there, and that's what's producing that very large hail. The sky probably appears a little bit green as well. What happens is as the sunlight goes through the top of the storm, it's just like a prism. If you've ever had a prism in your window where you get the colors that go out, what large hail does is it changes the sky color to green. So that's called the mean green, and it's probably getting greener out here, especially if you're looking to the south. I think that's Hawk Pride Mountain area. Let's get down here. We got White House Springs, Crooked Oak. Crooked Oak, you're all right. You probably got a really good view of this storm here as it's just off to your northwest, and it's about to cross. Let's get up here towards Barton. Tornadic circulation's just south of Barton. We get over here on Highway 247 and Red Rock Road. So 247 and Red Rock Road. We've got a lot of rural areas out here, so again, reports may come in late if we get them. Again, I want to show you who's in the path of some of this. We got homes sometimes, but this is getting closer and closer to a higher population over here. Tuscumbia, you get to the south side of Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals, just to the north of White House Springs there. Again, very dangerous storm here, very electrical, large hail within this storm, and the potential. When you get large hail, that means that updraft strong enough to produce a really strong downdraft. In some cases, you get a 60-mile-per-hour microburst in the middle of all of this, or downburst. Lightning down just a little bit, but we still have so much lightning out there. Down towards Russellville, we're still watching this storm. If this storm were to get bigger, it may choke off this other storm here to the north. So over time, we're going to continue to see this move to the east. There's really nothing to stop it as we look farther out. And up to west of Fayetteville, we still have just a little bit of heavy rain there. But right now, intense storm in Florence as we speak. Eric?
Yeah, just keeping an eye on that camera out in northwest Alabama, and it's getting now obstructed by the heavy rainfall, probably some hail in there too. Starting to see some raindrops actually showing up, just kind of obstructing our view. But Weather Service adjusted the warning now for the hail size. We're down to 1.25 inches. Now that is still substantial, severe hail that can cause damage to not only vehicles, but siding and also the roofs of your home. So this is a serious storm that we're tracking here. Getting some reports from the Cherokee area again. These were sustained winds as that storm was moving through. Could be either outflow or actually the inflow feeding that supercell storm. Those were confirmed around 40 to 50 miles per hour sustained. The hail core on this is shrinking a bit. If we look at that here, it's going to show up as a purple color. It wasn't as large as what it was, but it's right there in that area. Surprised that hail core is not actually displaced a little bit to the north here, but still a very electrical storm that we're tracking right now. Moving through Colbert County, this is moving right around 40 miles per hour to the east. And if you're in Florence, Muscle Shoals, this is now the heart of the evening commute. So these people, they've got not only hail to deal with, very strong winds. That's going to lead to poor visibility. The tornado warning will continue. Now the hail size estimated there around 1.75 inches for maximum size hail. But this is really going to pack a punch as it moves toward the Leeton area, eventually Uintown Creek. And we'll see if this continues that east northeasterly track. It was moving a little bit harder east southeast when it crossed over the state line. Now we're seeing more due east with this, but watching all areas of rotation. And if you want to go out to the Shoals camera there, just showing you the very, very heavy rainfall that we're seeing. It's hard to kind of see exactly anything popping up. There were lower cloud bases, probably that wall cloud where that funnel was potentially spotted near Cherokee by those confirmed spotters out there. But right now, just watching for the hail threat and some very strong winds out there in parts of Lauderdale as well as Colbert County.
All right, good. It's good so far. No damage reports, but again, it's over a fairly rural area out there, and we're going to start to get more reports as this moves into the shoals. So definitely going to get some lightning strikes on homes, some trees struck by lightning, and some large hail, as you mentioned, Eric, down to golf ball size hail, but that still does damage. You're still going to need a new roof if you get hit with golf ball size hail as this storm moves through. I'm going to turn the lightning off again. It just obstructs the view here of anything. We continue to see, again, the back edge is unorganized. That's good, but it continues to kind of cycle through. The heart of the storm right now is from Sheffield just to the west, and that's where the hail is really going to start to pick up. So we're looking at quarter to golf ball size hail on the west side of Sheffield. It's going to be County Road 205 and River Drive, right over just as you get just to the west of McFarland Park. And there's the latest guidance here. This is moving, but large hail moving into Sheffield and Tuscumbia and up towards McFarland Park as we speak. Again, this is going to do some damage. There's a lot of lightning associated with this area as well. Again, just covering the screen here with lightning strikes, and the lightning only picks up as you get to the heart of the updraft of this thunderstorm. So back here where you get all this lightning, it's just going up and it's rotating, and then it's throwing the hail out as you get ahead of it here towards Sheffield. And it's that back edge of the storm that we continue to watch to see if this turns and we start to get more rotation with this. Sometimes these storms go on for an hour without even producing a tornado. They just get on that cusp of rotation, and it's possible the downdraft in the storm is dominating the updraft, so to speak. So that whole cycle is keeping it from forming. Storm relative velocity here Again, you see the heart of the rotation here. This is a very healthy storm though, so it's not going to die anytime soon. So you've got all this rotation going on inside the storm that's causing all this lightning, very intense lightning. And this could lead to damaging wind gusts too. We haven't talked a lot about that, but as these storms kind of cycle through, you get these big gushes of wind and tremendous lightning. And I would say the hail size is probably increasing based on this velocity signature here. So what happens is you get this updraft that gets so strong, the hailstones start falling, but they get caught in the updraft and they keep going back up into the storm and they go down. So every time those hailstones go up through the super cooled water in the top of the thunderstorm, it gets a new coating of water and then it freezes. And it's at some point it gets too heavy to be supported by the updraft, and that's where you get the large hail that starts falling all the way to the ground. So that's what's going on in this storm right now. Again, very dangerous looking updraft with this storm, very significant lightning, and there's our increase in the hail. And that hail is going right towards McFarland Park. It's going right towards Florence, the entire area of the shoals. Very large hail swath here. It's on the west side of town right now. This is County Road 204. Turn the loop off. So very large hail. Let's see if there's any houses getting hit with this. I'm going to turn this off so we can go down here and just, again, this is why we may not get some of these reports. You see the very rural area out here, but that's greatly going to change as this moves to the east. So it's getting ready. Again, it's going across fairly rural area, so that's why, you know, we're not, someone might be saying, well, if there's large hail, why aren't you reporting it? Because right now there may not be anybody out there that's seeing that large hail except, say, a storm spotter. So this is going to continue to move towards McFarland Park and the Singing River Bridge, all those areas along Wilson Lake as it moves in. And again, I urge you, if you've got someone out on the lake, they need to get now Wheeler Lake. I would get off of Wheeler Lake, especially out here towards Rogersville, because that's where this storm is going. Regardless of whether we get a tornado from this storm, we've got significant hail and there's a tremendous amount of lightning going on with this storm. I'm going to back out, take a view of what's going on elsewhere. That storm continues to move towards Columbia. New storm here north of Fayetteville. That one's going to probably stay north of you in Fayetteville. South of Russellville. One other thing that's going on here is we're starting to see more thunderstorms developing around here. So this is good news because that kind of interrupts this whole process. When you get these individual storms, they're out there, they take control of all the elements out there, the instability, the wind shear. But when you start to add other areas of rain, it interrupts the process of forming the tornado. So hopefully that will continue to be the case. Not seeing a whole lot back here near Boonville, but I will get farther west out there towards Memphis in just a second. Any one of these storms could flare up here. And it usually takes about 20 minutes to go from an area like this to a severe thunderstorm. So again, just a 20-minute heads up with that one. So again, I don't think that's going to be the case where it does it. Still looking at a bit of a split here as you go from just east of Memphis down to the south. But we're starting to see this comma head Boeing segment here within this line here. So again, this is probably 2 hours down the road following this supercell thunderstorm coming into the western part of the state. We'll have to watch out for straight line winds and embedded tornadoes within that. Well, let's get back down here into this storm and give you an update. Again, very intense. You may be losing power in Florence right now due to the lightning, the high wind coming through.
Getting a viewer report there in Sheffield. Initially dime-size hail, now up to quarter size.
All right.
So we are finally getting some of those reports in the area, right where Brad is showing that darkest color, moving right over you in Sheffield.
Yeah, so we got quarters. We're going to have quarters. It's probably going to get larger. I'd say we're going to get golf ball size hail very soon. Did you relay that?
About to do that.
Okay.
Just got a photo of golf ball. That was originally in Cherokee, so that was right when it crossed over the state line too. So that was when we started the coverage, saying potential for baseball size hail. Now they were reporting golf balls there, confirmed though.
Yeah, golf ball size hail moving into the city of Muscle Shoals, get Sheffield. Very, very large hail here right over the Tennessee River and Pickwick Lake. Let's loop that and see if that's going into Florence itself. It's going to be real close here. I think McFarland Park's probably going to have boats damaged by large hail. Again, golf ball size hail or larger possible now with that storm. And that hail core will continue to track to the east. let's give you another here's a heads up here on this. I got to get it just right to do this storm track. So I'm going to track this large hail. It's pretty much in Sheffield on the north side of Muscle Shoals now, and it's moving east. We'll go 37 miles an hour. So again, this is going to be near Coxie if this holds together, and everything indicates this storm itself is likely going to hold together. We haven't talked tornado a lot. I don't think we have a tornado right now. We definitely know it because there's a lot of storm spotters, because this is the biggest storm over Mississippi earlier today. And you know, the storm spotters get attracted to the biggest storm of the day. And this is it so far. Lucy's Branch Marina, large hail, perhaps golf ball or larger, possible right around 5:40. It is currently 4:55. So this is about an hour away. May get there a little bit sooner. I would probably put that time closer to about 5:30. Same thing, Joe Wheeler State Park, probably 5:10, 5:15, and the hail size is getting larger in this storm as we speak. So Coxie around 5:45, and it looks like this is going to continue to go real close to Brooks High School, probably just south of there, and we'll continue to move right down Highway 72 and eventually into Athens. But we're seeing more and more storms developing behind here. So hopefully this is going to be a good sign here. We're going to kind of choke this inflow off of this storm because it's not moving incredibly fast as it continues to move to the east. We'll see what happens. This area of rain is likely going to be absorbed to the north into this storm. I'm looking at this picture here real quick. Yeah, golf ball, that Cherokee area.
And that same viewer that reported the quarter-size hail saying much larger now, potentially close to baseball-size hail. Again,
Really?
That's Sheffield, too.
Sheffield, baseball-size hail, potentially.
Not too eager to go take a photo at the moment,
You don't want
obviously.
to go outside in that. Again, possibly baseball-size hail now moving. And that's shifting north to Florence, by the way. We're seeing a shift here. This is the potential baseball-size hail right here. This is going right. That's not what you guys need, is it? Very large hail, potentially up to baseball size hail coming down County Road 2. Going to be real close to McFarland Park, and we've got Court Street, we got downtown Florence right in the path of this. Again, this is going to do a lot of damage. This is going to be a very expensive storm for the city of Florence the way it looks right now. A lot of hail. It's going to be through the downtown area. It's going to parallel the river. Not good at all. Again, you got Huntsville Road up here. Let's get into street level here. So as you come on in, we've got Court Street, East Tennessee Street. You got UNA just north of here. It's going to be real close for you at UNA for this large hail. Again, we're getting reports at least golf ball maybe getting high as tennis ball to baseball size hail, and that's never a good sign. The hail itself is just off here to the west, at least the largest hail. So you're going to start off with probably quarter to dime size hail, and then it's going to increase to golf ball, and then may increase to baseball size hail as it moves in. So we've got, let me turn this off. So this is where we start to run into the heavy population out here. Again, all of these areas threatened with large hail. This is out West College Street. A lot of homes, a lot of businesses. You're probably going to smell, if you've got pine trees in your yard, you're going to hear the loud roar, and that's all the hailstones hitting the rooftops. It's not the tornado in this case here, and you may smell pine. What happens is these hailstones will strip those pine trees, and all you smell is pine out there from the large hail that's falling. We've got a baseball, we got a softball sports complex out here. That's where that storm is right now, producing large hail. So again, man, that is some serious hail going on in that storm, and it's now picking up as we go in here towards Riverview Drive, Marengo Drive, Harris Street. It's going to go right up West Tennessee Street, right into downtown Florence. So again, dangerous hailstorm here, and a lot of lightning going on with that as well. Let's check in on Muscle Shoals. You kind of missed out on the largest hail. It's up here to the north. We've seen an overall shift to the north with this. Looks like they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning for this. So we're starting to see the supercell, especially the back end characteristics of this, where we have the mesocyclone, we've had the funnel clouds reported. It's fairly unorganized, so there's some good news there, but we still have a tremendous storm here bearing down on the shoals as we speak. And we take a look at the lightning. I'm going to expand that out just a little bit here. Lightning's picking up here in this storm too, so we're going to have to watch this one. The southernmost storm is usually the most intense storm, so we may see this storm get shut off with the storms to the south. Hopefully that'll be the case before it moves towards Joe Wheeler State Park, out towards Coxsey and Athens. That's the current path it is on. They've extended the severe thunderstorm warning into central Limestone County, and if your weather radio went off in Madison, the city of Madison, or even Madison County, it's for the western part of Madison County, out here towards Harvest and Monrovia. So we'll be watching this storm as it tracks to the east. I don't see this storm accelerating or outrunning the storms that are to the south, so we're probably going to continue to see storms develop here south and move off to the east-northeast. So let me put this into motion. Again, some of you probably losing power in the city of Florence and all of the shoals now. Hail size picking up with this storm here. This is another one that's coming in right behind that storm. West of Crooked Oak, get down here, Highway 247, Winchester Road. Again, this is out here in Colbert and parts of Franklin County. And that storm's intensifying fairly quickly. See that lightning really picking up there, Eric?
Yep.
Yeah, so this storm is intensifying quickly, and it may move northeast as this storm's moving east. So very busy right now here on the radar. This is coming out of Franklin County. This is northeast of Red Bay, but this storm's going to come northeast. And I don't know if I just think that the instability here is going to stay because it's so warm and it's so muggy. Early spring pattern, we would probably see this kind of storm kind of kill the environment and keep us from seeing more severe storms. But the fact that this storm here is going to be feeding in on that untapped area down to the south is a bit concerning out there. I'm going to go farther west here, give you an update on these storms approaching from the west. This one looks like it's falling apart a bit. That's good news. So good news there, but still looking at that split. So it may not be just a widespread swath of high wind coming through after all, but we'll watch it. Getting north of Fayetteville, this storm here is getting stronger. This is moving up towards Shelbyville, and it continues to move to Shelbyville. This is moving away from you, by the way, in Fayetteville. And that storm that produced the tornado in Waterloo around noon continues on here, moving up into the high country there, into the Appalachians of in eastern Tennessee. So as we come back home here, get back into these storms, let's take a closer look here at what's going on, and we'll probably see more and more reports. Again, this is why I can't check Facebook when I'm on the air, so I don't have any way to know. So I get a lot of reports. People send information in, but I just don't see it till after the event sometimes. This storm is losing its the low end circulation. It's still rotating. I think the hail size may be going down a bit.
You could just see, based on how it looks on the radar, it's kind of lost that quintessential kidney bean shape too. But if we want to go really quick to our Wilson Dam camera in northwest Alabama, this is what it's going to look like. And if you look very closely, those raindrops on the screen going from the right side of your screen to the left side, it's almost going strictly horizontal, not so much from the clouds to the ground, but more sideways rain, very poor visibility. The dam is out there, and if you look at the bottom of the screen, those trees, you can see that wind really starting to move through. So hail reports continue to trickle in. I know we've got our Aria Pons out in northwest Alabama as she's reporting. I can't remember which police station she was outside, but reporting a ton of hail in that Quad Cities area too. The lightning counter has been consistent with this. A lot of cloudy ground lightning continuing. And we're getting reports now confirmed, earlier reports from Cherokee there of that large hail around golf ball size too. So this is in the evening commute. People are out on the roadways, unfortunately, and just dealing with a real mess. The rainfall itself, on top of the hail threat, of course, and the wind and the lightning, just going to lead to poor visibility. We are tracking a few cells now popping up. There's one right along 43 in between Russellville and Phil Campbell. That is not severe. And then the one Brad was just showing you here over Rock Creek heading toward Crooked Oak, starting to see an uptick in lightning. That's usually an indication of these storms strengthening. But if you just look at the original supercell that we had, it doesn't have that shape that is concerning, but still potential of some very strong winds with with this frequent cloud ground lightning, and we've talked a lot about that hail threat. So this is now going to track east of the Quad Cities now and continue to head out toward eventually Rodersville. We'll be talking about you with that hail threat depending on how this is moving, but the Leeton area, ton of lightning headed your way, very poor visibility, along with Town Creek kind of on the southern edge of this. And we'll know in a few scans here exactly where this is going to move here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think overall the atmosphere's kind of resetting here. If some of our producers in the back can check out some of those ALDOT cams, we got a lot of cameras here in and around the shoals that might be able to show some of that hail and also other vantage points from that. So if you can check those out.
American Red Cross reporting in Cherokee golf ball size hail.
Yeah, that was about 30 minutes ago or so. Again, this storm is now northeast of Florence. Is that a current report? I don't think
Current.
it's. I don't know.
No, I think that was the original one.
Before 5.
Just before 5? Mm-hmm. Huh. Let's get down in here and take a closer look at this.
And as you said, severe thunderstorm warning now for northwest Madison County in effect until 6.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that large a hail verifying on radar, but again, we'll continue to monitor that. But all these storms back here to the west are helping out. We'll probably see some reorganization of this storm here in Florence as it moves to the east. I want to do a quick loop here and see, visually what's going on with these storms. This storm continues to move to the northeast. And the storms to the west, they're moving northeast as well. So everything kind of moving in tandem here. And at some point, we're going to see this storm either weaken and the storms to the south of it get stronger, or you can also have this rain-cooled air pushed out from this storm as if it dies and interrupt these storms to the south as well. But we continue to monitor the threat for large hail, damaging winds, and a possible tornado with this storm. The new warning does not, do they have a tornado possible with this severe thunderstorm warning at all? I'm wondering.
Let me get to it. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Okay. What continues to kind of move east now, the shoals, I think the threat, at least for the hail, is over here. The hail is moving away, but it's moving right over the lake. The worst of the hail is now right over the lake. It's going to end up just south of Killen unless it kind of shifts to the north a little bit. That large hail's right on Huntsville Road and tracking almost due east right over the lake. And maybe it'll dump most of the hail over the lake. That would be the best thing out of all this, wouldn't it? It just continues to move towards Aqua Vista, and we're looking at eventually Killen, Rodersville, possible hail, large hail. May want to get the car in the garage, take those actions if needed. But overall, lightning and hail have been the biggest impact with this storm here as it continues to track to the east. Lightning's picking up on that southwest storm too, so we're really gonna have to watch that over time. I think it may actually end up being stronger over time than it is right now for sure. Storms continue to lift off to the northeast here in southern middle Tennessee. Let me do an extended storm track here on this storm. Move this out just a little bit. And we're going to do the leading edge of this storm as it's basically moving right down Highway 72, almost due east, and may drop a little southeast. And we'll put this right at 44 miles an hour. So here's our next list of names here. We've got Joe Wheeler State Park at 510, Rogersville 513, Lucy's Branch Marina 520. What we're tracking here is not a tornado. We're tracking the potential for damaging straight line winds and large hail. Quarter, maybe golf ball size hail. I think the hail size, as Eric was mentioning, is probably down a little bit. Coxie 522, Mount Roswell 530, Lawson around 538. Then we've got Athens at 540, Elkmont 543, Tanner at 545, the Magnolia Springs subdivision, and then towards Legacy Elementary out there in western Madison County just before 6 o'clock. Capshaw 555, Harvest 557, Sparkman High School, Anderson Hills area, that'll be 6 o'clock this evening. And the Cliff Farm area on the west side of Madison on Highway 72, that would be around 6 o'clock. So maybe know someone going out for dinner. A lot of restaurants busy with graduation ceremonies going on. The Cliff Farm area around 6 o'clock. The potential's there for damaging winds A lot of lightning and large hail, not necessarily tornado. Eric?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to let that initial tornado warning expire. That's for Lauderdale and Colbert County, where we were tracking that rotation right out of the gate. There is that new severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes until 5:45 now. Brad just put the storm track on that for you folks in Rogersville, as well as a good portion of Limestone County, including the city of Athens, all along I-65 there in Limestone County. The wording on this is for potential for quarter hail, which is severe, and of course 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It looks like the tornado possible tag has been left off this, as still monitoring trends, of course, on the radar, but we're now looking at that tornado warning that prompted our coverage initially, or we were actually on before that. That is going to be allowed to expire there for Lauderdale and Colbert County. But this is still a very, very strong storm. Straight line wind damage, potential for large hail, a ton of cloud and ground lightning with this too. No new reports coming in at the moment, and that's usually a good sign here, but a tornado watch continues for the rest of the evening for all counties of ours in Middle Tennessee as well as North Alabama.
Yeah, they do have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of this warning. It does include the shoals again. So you can see that's that storm on 247 we've been watching just off to the southwest. So I'll take a closer look back here to the west. Notice the lightning, and we're going to have to watch this for rotation as well on the backside. Look at all the lightning here. This storm is rapidly intensifying. This is going to impact the shoals again, it looks like. So let me turn the lightning off. And we've got large hail now. This is going to be along 247 as you get south of Barton, almost due south of Barton. New storm coming in. And what we'll watch, we're going to have to watch for rotation developing in this part of the storm here. So we'll watch that. This storm's moving into Sheffield and Muscle Shoals, unfortunately. Another storm coming in from the west. So this is what we meant by have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. You may be without power now. You may be watching us on your phone. Make sure your phone is charged as we are streaming this coverage. And again, some of these towers can be taken out by lightning. Again, a lot of things can go wrong when you're dealing with a higher end severe weather threat as we go through the day. That storm continues to move east of Florence. We'll have another storm track on that for you in Athens and western Madison County coming up in just a few minutes. But the new storm that's getting our interest here and concern is this storm that's starting to rotate in the mid-levels along Highway 247. This is just south of the track of the previous one. I'm going to turn the radar back on here. And this is down here as we get in closer. This is Wagon Mountain Road, it looks like. Real small text there. I don't have my glasses on for that one. But overall, this storm is intensifying. We're starting to see the potential for large hail within that storm. And eventually we could see damaging winds and a possibility there's a tornado down the road. So again, not saying there's one now. It would probably take 10, 15 minutes or so for that to start to show up. But that's definitely something we will keep an eye on. It looks like we've got a new discussion here from the Storm Prediction Center. It looks like something farther south. One or more watches likely issued for parts. So again, down towards south for Birmingham area, Tuscaloosa area, they're likely going to get a tornado watch coming up here pretty soon. That from the Storm Prediction Center. But two nasty thunderstorms over here in the northwest corner of the state. We continue to monitor both of them. No additional development. You notice how this storm's moving more northeast and this one's moving to the east. So we'll see what happens if this can clear, because this is probably choking off the inflow into this storm, but it's still surviving somewhat. Let's expand this view, see what's going on out here to the west. Still not much action here as far as this line filling in. We do expect that at some point in time for this entire line to start moving through, or we'll get an additional line of storms to develop out ahead of that, which is what some of the model guidance was actually showing earlier today. So let's get back down here. Again, no tornado warnings in effect right now. That one has expired. Yeah, I believe it's still showing up here, but I think they expired that warning.
Correct.
So let's take a look at the lightning here. Boy, still a tremendous amount of lightning with this storm. Put the 202 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. So again, probably looking at a lot of hail damage, roof damage, probably lightning striking trees, things like that with this storm. That continues. It's moving towards Rogersville. And at some point, the back edge, if we still have that mesocyclone down there, we could see a water spout, something like that, as this approaches Lucy's Branch. So we'll have to watch that.
and it almost looks like the area near Leeton, if you want to maybe use the shear tool, and on that tail end there, the signature seems to be a little bit more concerning, also matching up with the area showing the most rotation right over Leeton there, outside of that now expired tornado warning that stays on your screen. But just that's the area. North of there would be the threat for large hail too. No new reports coming in, but just kind of what we're watching there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we could get a tornado here with this. Again, this is near Leeton. Again, this is moving, going to be close to Town Creek. This is what the signatures have looked like. That tornado that you guys had in Tuscumbia looked a lot like this. Mm-hmm. The problem is the radar beam, and Jeff Denoyers was talking about this earlier, the radar beam hits these storms pretty high in the shoals, and that's why you can get missed with these tornadoes. Again, I would probably seek shelter, at least get in the hallway north of Leeton for possible tornado with this storm. This is going to be south of Ford City. Again, a fairly rural area out here. I turn the radar off. But we've got, again, the area I'm talking about is roughly right in here, south of 2nd Street. Again, Shaw Road. Let me circle that. Right along 6th Street. Again, not a lot of houses out here, but again, concerned that there may be a spin-up tornado, something like that, or damaging winds within this storm here as it's moving through. Because we've seen signatures like this in the past that have produced those spin-up tornadoes. So just want to give you a heads up on that. No tornado warning at this time, but boy, that entire area is showing signs of rotation. Again, this is just to the east of Leeton. We've got winds going this way, and south of Ford City, you've got winds going that way. Way up in the air. Keep in mind, that's way up in the air and hard for the Doppler radar because the Doppler radar can't see all the way to the ground. Let's see if we got a debris signature at all. That's probably contaminated a little bit, I would imagine. Take a look at shear rate again, picking up a little bit. As it gets closer to the high top radar, we're going to be looking straight on at it, perpendicular actually, instead of looking straight up and down. It's always hard to see the radar when the storm's moving from west to east and the radar's looking north-south. It's really hard to pick up that rotation sometimes. That's another issue we have out in the shoals. But when the storm approaches the high top radar, it's moving towards it, and it's able to get the towards and away direction a lot better than we're seeing right now. So again, that's another challenge here in this area. But let's see what this says. Okay, here's the automatic storm track. I'll stop this here. The Barron Tornado Index is at a 5. That's the BTI you see down here. Hail size, it says 3 inches in diameter. I think that may be 3 inches, but melting as it falls. So we've got Lucy's Branch at 541. Coxie 545, Anderson 545. We're starting to see this getting stronger, Eric. Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like those storms that were to the south and maybe Franklin County, not cutting it off anymore so much, so it's getting that straight south wind. And if you've been outside at all today, you know it feels quite uncomfortable and gross with the high humidity, warm temperatures, and we've got that south wind. That's just a steady breeze, just continuing to feed these storms, and it looks like
hail
it's
size increasing, definitely.
Yep.
And it's getting that structure back. So this is cycling through here. We've got large hail again now, probably larger than golf ball, right along River Road, just south of Wilson Lake here. We got River Road. I think we've got Industrial Park over here, maybe. Let me double check that. No, we just got rural area here. But again, these communities getting large hail right now as we go right down River Road. This area right here. This is Whirlwind Lane, large hail in this subdivision there, and it's going to continue to move to the east. But again, a lot of farmland here as well, but then you've got some of these lake homes here on Wilson Lake as you get in this cove near Point Road. You've got large hail on the way, get ready. The storm producing a lot of lightning as well. The rain is picking up in these areas. It's heavy rain, but there's the hail just off to the west in the purple, right along River Road and right even over the lake. But again, this is the heaviest weather is just south of Killen. The storm continues to move to the east, northeast, actually almost due east as we speak now. Again, this is moving into Limestone County. It's going to be impacting Coxie here pretty soon. I'm going to switch the radar source actually to see how good a view that High Top has on this right now, because it's probably just as far away as Columbus Air Force Base. Yeah, so we're starting to get a better view here. And that area near Leeton, boy, this is still a really dangerous storm, everyone.
And they've upped the hail on that to 2 inches now.
2-inch hail. So what we're seeing here is the storm transfer from one radar coverage to the next, and that's why we're going to start to get better data out of this storm. So we got some really strong rotation in the mid levels. That's what's increasing the hail size, and that's happening just northeast of Leeton. Going to be close here in Rogersville. Lucy's Branch Marina, get ready, coming in with some hail. North side of Cortland. Let's check the shear rate. Yeah, this is the first time today we've seen the shear rate get stronger. So this storm is cycling, it's getting stronger. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with another tornado warning with this particular storm here.
Hey Brad, remember the outdoor siren is out at Upper Snake Road there at Pleasant Grove.
Yeah.
So that would be something to note in Limestone County.
Yeah, so again, have multiple ways. Weather radio is probably going to be your best bet right now, and our 48 First Alert weather app. The thing is, your alert now, the weather radio works great. It's best at night when you're asleep. But our 48 First Alert weather app, the WIA alert, will probably kick in as well. If you're within this polygon, you get those warnings. If you're, say, Ardmore, you're not getting those warnings on your phone as of right now, and you may be wondering why. It's because you're not in the warned path, and that's the difference between weather radio and even weather sirens for that information. A weather siren is going to sound for most areas for the county. But Huntsville, they have it set up to where they can just sound it for the areas in the polygon as well. And that helps with the false alarm rate. But this storm here continues to bear down. The lightning is really increasing again. So I've got our camera in Athens pointed west, but it's probably still just a little bit too far to the west to give you a good track there. Let's do the storm track again. I'm going to do the leading edge of the storm first here. And we're going to go east. Going to put it at about, we're going to go east, putting this into Huntsville. We're going to go about, I'd say about 42 miles an hour. A lot more towns showing up here. We got Coxie. It's the leading edge is moving in now. Athens 539, Tanner 541. That's going to be out by Buc-ee's as well on I-65, just for a reference point there. Capshaw 554, Magnolia Springs subdivision over there in western parts of Madison County. That's going to be 555. Cliff Farm at 557. Harvest 558. The Foxfield subdivision in Madison, that's going to be around 6 o'clock in the evening. Sparkman High School, 6 o'clock. Mill Creek Elementary, Sparkman High around 6 o'clock. The City of Madison, 6:04. Mid-City around 6:06. And the Bridge Street area on the west side of Huntsville around 6:08. It's currently 5:22. So again, this remains a dangerous storm with the hail and lightning and the potential for damaging straight line winds. And over time, we could still see a tornado form. And I mentioned earlier, this takes the same track as that 1995 storm that I don't believe it produced a tornado in the Shoals, but it had a tornado warning from the Shoals all the way to Anderson Hills. So that's why we're watching this closely for you here, especially out in the Harvest Monrovia area. Let me turn this lightning off. And again, there's more lightning coming back into the Shoals, probably some hail with that. But as Eric mentioned, as this storm back here to the west kind of clears out, what we're going to see, there we go. Good. Thought my mouse was going out on me again.
We've been doing good today.
Yeah, we have. Back here towards Florence, there's pretty much a boundary kind of set up here. That's going to lift to the north and may allow this storm to get stronger as it moves towards Athens, Harvest, Monrovia, Madison, Hazel Green, up here on the north side, up towards the Alabama A&M by about 6:30 this evening. We turn the lightning off here. Yeah, this is definitely not looking good. We've got probably have a significant wall cloud here near Town Creek. And looking to the north, Cortland, storm chasers are probably all on Highway 72 right now, I can tell you that. So again, we're going to get a good view of what's going on with the storm. Very heavy rain in Rogersville, Coxie, but the hail, as we zoom in closer, Very large hail just south of Joe Wheeler State Park, and as you go across the river, you're looking at County Road 150. County Road 150 basically snakes through there just on the south side of the lake. I'm going to turn this radar off again so we can kind of see what's being impacted here. You can see quite a bit of farmland in here, rural area. So it's critical to look at some of these areas because you're wondering why we may not be getting reports, and it's because there's nobody out there, and there's not as many people out there to report it. But you get in a little bit closer here, especially as you get into some of these lake homes on the edge of the lake, you're going to see more of those reports. And I believe this is going to be, let's see, this is the old paper mill, the hypersonic weapon area, the plant out here. I think that's what that is there. Yeah. So again, that area is going to be impacted with large hail, and then we've got Lucy's Branch Marina down the road. So we've got very heavy rain in Coxie. We've got this area of the largest hail probably just on the south side of Rogersville. And we've got a lot of homes in this area here as you go from Joe Wheeler State Park into Rogersville, down here towards the tip as you get towards the lake. A lot of nice homes in that area, and the large hail coming into Joe Wheeler State Park. And we've got the Elk River right here. You drive over the Elk River here on alternate 72. Actually, that's Highway 72. You get alternate 72 south. Again, Coxie, large hail coming in, and we're still looking at a storm that continues to try to rotate all the way around. So what we would need for this to be producing a tornado, at least the look here on radar, is we would likely have to see this back edge wrap completely around like this, and so far we don't see that, and that's good. But the storm just continues to get a little bit better organized as it cycles through, and we're starting to see a little bit more rotation on the back edge of the storm now, not just in the mid levels of this storm. We'll go to storm relative velocity. Man, you can, yeah, this is a really dangerous storm. Even though we don't have a tornado warning for it, this is as bad as a severe thunderstorm warning usually gets here. Shear rate increasing and shear track. Let me go debris here real quick. Not seeing anything right now. Yeah, I think it's hail contaminated.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more
much hail
photos from viewers, most of them in the Quad City area, just kind of 3 or 4 hailstones in their palm, about golf ball size. Getting news from my news director, thousands without power now in parts of Lauderdale County. And this is where we have the multiple ways to receive warnings. We actually have some hail video from our Aria Ponds earlier. This is off Seminary Street, and that's some hail, small compared to some of the reports that we've gotten across the area too, but really a nasty storm. And if you are in the Quad Cities, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Florence, you guys are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Your hail size potentially up to quarter size, maybe winds up to 60 miles per hour, still a ton of lightning. And if you happen to lose power, multiple ways to receive warnings. 48 weather app, a great tool to have. But Brad tracking the strongest storm right now, that initial supercell. This is the storm that produced the much larger hail, potentially ping pong ball size or larger. Viewer report potentially close to baseball size. Obviously, we welcome all of your photos and video. Just please do so safely. You could send them over to us on social media, as well as send them to the newsroom. But tornado watch continues, and we're watching this cell right now. Probably some larger hail right now along 72, potentially out to the Rogersville area. But if you just look closely, that rotation right now is going to be right along 101, just east of it actually, and toward the Town Creek, North
Let's
Portland
go back
area.
to that Muscle Shoals storm. We're starting to get rotation southwest of Muscle Shoals, north of Littleville. We may get a tornado out of that one.
Yeah, so that would be tracking kind of east-northeasterly. So again, Leeton, you guys just had a close call, but also now Muscle Shoals. Yeah, that rotation.
Yeah, I would seek shelter in Muscle Shoals right now. Possible tornado developing southwest of you. We're watching that. This is a different radar perspective. Let me go ahead and change it to the Columbus Air Force Base, and we can see signs of a area rotation developing.
And it does have that kind of hook feature there just northwest of Littleville. You see it now when he...
Right there. So again, I would seek shelter in Muscle Shoals and Tuscumbia. Possible tornado developing, seeing it on radar. Again, there's no warning out for it, but it's this area right here, and we've got large hail, strong updraft on the north side, and storm relative velocity is going to show that area. It's rotating. So we've got this area rotating just southwest of Tuscumbia. It's moving northeast. So again, I would seek shelter for a possible tornado within this thunderstorm here. Again, you're warned for a severe thunderstorm warning, but I think there's probably a rotation, maybe a spin-up tornado going on here just southwest of Muscle Shoals. That's why, you got to look. There's so much wind shear out there. These things change quite quickly. So we've got the large hail here just south of Highway 72, but then you get this area, this appendage down here that would indicate we may have a quick spin-up tornado developing in that area. And for reasons I mentioned earlier, this is pretty high above the ground as far as the radar is concerned out here in this part of the shoals, just because the terrain, as the radar gets higher above the ground, it doesn't see as much. So I think we've got this definite low-level circulation here within this storm coming into Sheffield. Let's see the lightning, see if we get a lightning jump. Yeah, there's a big lightning jump here too. So another indication we may have a tornado again forming southwest of Muscle Shoals. All this lightning here, some of you may be without power, so you may want to let somebody know because the weather radio may not work as well. We continue to watch this develop here, moving east, northeast into, again, moving into Tuscumbia, Sheffield, and Muscle Shoals. You guys have often plagued with lack of warning on some of these storms, so that's why I'm giving you this heads up. I think there may be a tornado forming within this line of storms, this storm here as it comes in. Let's see what else we got here. Storm relative velocity. Yeah, shear rate. Yeah, see how that shear rate just peaked?
Never want to see the maroon there, especially where that's located
that is
too.
Strong. Yeah, right. This is right over White House Springs. We have a possible tornado near New Cut Road, and this is moving very close to Highway 72 and Highway 43, the intersection where you've got the McDonald's in this area. A lot of you may stop here on your way to gas up on your way to Memphis if you're heading through this area. That's where this possible tornado is going to be moving through as we go through time. And double check the velocity here, radar. And I'm going to back out. I'm going to loop this for you as well so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this whole area here on the back edge starting to show signs of rotation. This is going to move, if it holds together. I'm going to track this right here. It's moving a little bit slower. So we got Killen around 6 o'clock, Lexington 6:18, Anderson 6:22. Again, that's far north here. That's your heads up. But what we have is that possible tornado may be developing with the lightning increasing here just on the south side of Muscle Shoals. It's going to be just west of Leeton. But again, here's Highway 43. Here's Highway 72. And that's where we're concerned with a possible spin-up tornado developing on the back edge of this storm right here. I'm going to take a look at the debris signature, see if we got anything there.
Didn't see anything a second ago.
Yeah. Shear rate, see if that's increasing. Yeah, it's persistent. See how it's very consistent here with that. So we've got a lot of rotation, at least in the upper levels, and that can translate to the ground as we've seen in the past. So watching that very, very closely. Again, I would be seeking shelter here in Muscle Shoals.
You almost get that donut hole right there.
Yeah, you almost get that donut hole. Again, that we'll see if that maintains. But again, you've got a supercell thunderstorm. It's basically embedded.
They're going to put in a new severe thunderstorm warning right in that whole area.
Okay, yeah, might have tornado possible with that. So let's go back to this other storm. Again, I would be seeking shelter here in Muscle Shoals for at least the next 15 minutes. You have a history of storms like this. That you may not necessarily get that warning. We're giving you that warning now that we may have damage from this storm coming in. Maybe tornado damage, maybe straight line wind damage, a lot of lightning coming back in here, and the hail threats going back up as well. So let's go back to the high top radar and see what we're getting from that. Man, that's just a mess over here as you get near Rogersville. This storm continues to move east. Large hail just south of Rogersville right now. that continues to move towards Athens. Look how fast this little cell here is moving northeast. That just gives you the idea of the wind shear. So you've got this upper level wind coming in from the southwest, but this storm is moving due east. So there's a lot of wind shear going on out here. And north of Cortland, it's almost like this storm slowed down a little bit as it moves to the east. It's just slowly churning and rotating as it moves east.
Which isn't good, because that means all the hail is falling right now between Rogersville and North Cortland. If you take max 2 full really quick, and we'll let Brad get back to it, but using our radar estimated hail size here, this is falling in between the 2 populated areas of Rogersville and the Cortland Town Creek area. But when you're looking at an estimate of 2.6 inches, that tennis ball size hail, I think, is 2 3/4 inches. So tennis balls 2.5, 2 3/4 would be baseball. So we're right there, and that hail core has remained parked right between Rogersville and North Cortland in kind of that
That has
messy
got to
area.
be very loud too.
Oh, for sure.
Ben Luna just reporting that their auxiliary radar is showing significant rotation south of Tuscumbia. So they're picking up on what we're picking up on as well.
Exactly, yep.
Again, that's real concerning there in that area, and that's why we want to make sure we're giving you that warning. There's no tornado warning for Sheffield and Muscle Shoals, but you need to be seeking shelter because there could be a tornado forming in that storm now. This storm here, it just kind of teeters on the threat for a tornado. I think the fact it's moving east may be impacting some of that. That storm out west in the Shoals is actually now tracking to the northeast, so that storm environment's just a little bit different, but it just continues to hail. Lucy's Branch, it's coming. We've been talking about you for a while. Joe Wheeler State Park, large hail going on through there right now. Again, that type of large hail can shred pine trees, so you may hear that, you may smell that, I should say, and you're going to hear just a rumble. It's just that awful sound when you hear that. I'm going to check this velocity again real quick. Most of it's still confined in the mid-levels with that storm. And let's get back over here to Muscle Shoals. I'm going to switch radars.
Right over Spring Valley, White House Springs, using the dropper tool, getting about 70, 75 miles per hour.
I would say there's a tornado here. I think there's a tornado here. You get this donut hole. It's a persistent donut hole. Again, it doesn't have a real good reflection on the velocity, but the fact that up the road with their auxiliary radar, they're seeing strong rotation here leads me to believe there's something going on in this storm. But again, there's that sheer track. So I would stay in your shelter here, especially on the east side and south side of Muscle Shoals. We got 3 Mile Lane here. Looks like Gargis Lane, just north of Spring Valley, as you mentioned, Three House Springs. And this is moving probably just north of Leeton. It's going to be probably end up just east of Killen near Brooks High School over here, east of Killen. But intense lightning, large hail, and a possible tornado with the storm on the south side of Muscle Shoals, just now probably crossing Highway 72 in that area there. I'm going to kind of reset the view here and see what's going on farther out to the west. Getting more tornado warnings coming out near Oxford. But
they just put one out there for what we were watching.
Tornado warning?
Yep.
Tornado warning now for the over there in the Shoals. We'll get to that in just a second. We've been talking about it for a while. But this is lining up almost exactly with what the model guidance was showing earlier today. So again, this is that window of supercell thunderstorms that we've been concerned with. Now we have 2 of them, and we got that tornado warning out in Muscle Shoals. And Leeton, you are included in this tornado warning. Let me turn the lightning off. This storm is basically moving right behind the other one. So we've got Leeton, seek shelter there, also southeast side of Muscle Shoals. Florence, this is going to stay just off to your south, so you're not included in the warning. Your sirens are probably sounding. Same thing as Sheffield, but it's the south side of Muscle Shoals as you go over towards Leeton that we're most concerned with, and eventually Town Creek. So you need to be seeking shelter in Leeton and Town Creek for a storm, another supercell storm that basically has been developing while we've been on air. And the secondary one continues to be a concern, especially near Athens. We'll probably get a good view of this on our Decatur camera right now, that storm that's now crossing Wheeler Lake. We're going to get into this. Again, you should be seeking shelter out there, Muscle Shoals to the east with that new tornado warned storm. The strong storm continues, severe storm continues to basically plow through Coxie and Athens. And as we take a closer look, it still has not turned around to where it looks like it's producing a tornado, but we may actually get a water. This is going to move just north of our camera here over time and move into Tanner and again towards Bucky's on I-65, that area there. There's probably storm spotters that are parked right there waiting for that to move in. Just a tremendous amount of hail. I wonder if we've got accumulating hail. We probably do.
Spotter says golf ball size hail in Rogersville. It's that same area where the hail core has just been parked, right there between Rogersville, Town Creek.
It's just moving right along the highway.
And then west of Leeton, you might want to look at that again. That's that new tornado warning that just came out. This is your second one of the evening here, but that rotation getting a bit tighter. Lightning has been persistent too.
And that's the southernmost storm, so you're going to have to watch it even closer. But yeah, again, there's a possible tornado here west of Leeton, kind of where it branches off. And you can go farther south down into Coleman County through Moulton, or you can go east towards Decatur. So that's the area of concern there near Leeton, just to the west there. I think it looked a little bit worse earlier when we had the
donut hole.
Hole. So what's likely going to happen here over the next 20 minutes, this storm's going to maintain producing hail into Athens and eventually into East Limestone. And this storm may intensify over here southeast of Muscle Shoals. But it is going to have to interact with what's out here. It's already been laid down, basically. Put the lightning back on. But significant lightning with both of the storms. The larger hail is definitely with the Coxie storm right now. And that's just been a long track supercell. But it has not produced a tornado. So far, we have not had reports of a tornado with this storm. There's a tremendous amount of lightning. The warning does not include your Limestone County. Your siren's probably sounded because this tornado warning actually extends into Limestone County. You've got one storm in progress now, and the storm to the west of you is the one that's been warned for the tornado warning. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. The storm right now does not show signs of producing a tornado. It's just really producing a lot of hail and a significant amount of lightning. Let's go ahead and put another storm track on here. We'll extend this. I'm going to track the large hail with this storm, and it pretty much begins west of Athens, and it's moving east. We'll put it at about 42 miles an hour. So large hail, you can expect that at Athens around 5:52. So that's about 15-20 minutes from now. And then we're talking Tanner, 5:53, Capshaw, 6:06, Magnolia Springs, 6:07, Cliff Farm, 6:09. Now keep in mind, all these areas are not going to see large hail, but this is kind of what we're focusing in on as we go down the road. Harvest, Monrovia, 6:11. Sparkman High School area, out towards Anderson Hills, around 6:13. Again, mainly large hail, a lot of lightning. Mid-City, 6:18, Meridianville, 6:25, Moores Mill, 6:29, Ryland, 6:32. That's going to be out by Eric, Casa de Eric out there near Ryland.
That's it.
Maysville, 6:38. So once again, this is tracking almost due east. The tail end of this is probably going to be moving into downtown Huntsville. So the tail end of it is the area that's rotating every now and then, but the large hail aspect of it is right on Highway 72. It's right over the Elk River as we speak. Let me take a look at High Top here. Switch that up, get a better view. They both look nasty.
And there's nothing south of there. It's just untapped.
Yeah, here's the problem, is you're going to have this rain here absorbed by this storm. And then this is going to be free to unleash and potentially produce a tornado. So while we've been on the air, it hasn't produced a tornado yet, but it's going to get into an atmosphere more favorable. Here's the other thing that happens is you've got the mountainous areas here, and we've been doing there's been a lot of research done, even at UAH on this boundary layer. So even Capshaw Mountain has an impact out here. So you're going to see the winds kind of get funneled in here into the Huntsville metro area. And this can have an impact as they interact with that low, and they're not really tall mountains, but they do have an impact on the low-level boundary area. So we're going to have to watch this really closely as this moves into Huntsville, as it may increase the low-level shear and environment to produce a tornado. And I keep going back to 1995 with the Anderson Hills tornado, where that storm tracked similar in May, and it produced an EF4, actually F4 tornado at the time. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen here. I'm just saying we have to really watch it, because Capshaw Mountain does some weird things out here in Harvest and Monrovia. And we saw that April 27th, where it looked like it was headed just about 2 miles south of where it did, and it ended up shifting to the north. So I don't want to scare anybody, but that's what we're watching here. The threat of severe weather continues, and right now we're mainly dealing with large hail and the potential for damaging winds. But once this area of rain in green here lifts to the north, as Jeff was mentioning, there's nothing south of here to stop this. And we could also see new development farther south. So everything's developing along a boundary. And you know, I showed those helicity tracks on social media, and it was consistently showing helicity tracks through this same area. Right through, eventually it'll be Madison and then Huntsville. At almost this exact time, that HRRR model has been on fire today. It predicted the Waterloo tornado earlier today. I just hope this continues to maintain and not get any worse. I would rather it just completely fall apart, but we'll have to watch. Again, it's not over yet. The storm just continues to kind of teeter-totter between maintaining. It's definitely maintaining the severe weather status, as heavy rain is now moving into Athens. You want to check our Athens camera?
Yeah, got to put it pointing right west, right over I-65 right now in Athens. It's at the 72 overpass there. And what we're looking at is just going to be a wall of heavy rain, but also that embedded hail. And we're getting a lot more reports of any hail report coming in is not your pea-size, dime-size hail. No, all the hail reports coming in from earlier out west toward the Quad Cities, large.
Baseball now, Wheeler
baseball,
Dam.
Yep. I mean, this is, and it's been parked over that area, now moving a bit to the east, but this is going to be, you mentioned this earlier, a very costly storm for people out there.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of damage out there from this hail that's going on. And again, Athens, you're next. Just be prepared for that.
And look at the lightning, too. I know last check, thousands without power in Lauderdale County. No shocker there, either from the wind or the lightning. But the concentration.
Look at the lightning count here.
Yeah.
It's really gone up. We've gone from like 118 to 327. So we're going to have homes struck by lightning with this as it comes in. And again, don't go outside and try to pick up this hail. Don't do this, because it's extremely dangerous out there. You get some baseball-sized hail, that can actually, the terminal velocity of that can cause serious injuries. And it can actually be fatal too. So again, encourage your kids not to run outside and grab this hail, because this is probably the most significant hail some of you have seen in a long time. It's very noisy. It's causing considerable damage to rooftops and cars as it moves to the east, and it's moving into Athens as we speak. Lightning's picking up a little bit more in Ardmore, but we continue to see this corridor here on Highway 72 and just to the south of very significant hail. Let's get that Decatur camera pointed north and see what we got there. Definitely rotating, rising motion. Okay.
Yeah, that's in the Leighton storm tracker with a wall cloud out there. And then also periodically on our Athens camera, you just get that lightning bolt just straight from the cloud down, just boom.
Continuous cloud to ground lightning. And again, people are losing power here. So down the road here, just be prepared. Prepared for hail damage in Athens, especially on the north side of town. Let me take another look here. I'm going to do another storm track on this hail core. It's starting to lift a little bit more northeast. It's really right along the Elk River. Coxie getting hit hard with, I think there's golf ball size hail there now, but there was baseball size hail out at the I think it's a Wheeler Dam area earlier as well, just in the last 5 minutes. And this track, again, the hail core shifted a little bit to the north. So let's go, again, this is a hail core. I'm going to move that at about, I'm going to slow it down a little bit by 36 miles an hour. So we've got Athens 605, especially the north side of Athens, out towards the Sportsplex. We've got Harvest at 625, Sparkman High School 628. So this is probably just a little bit north of the Lacey's Spring area. Again, we're looking at actually Lacey Springs down here. I'm thinking Legacy Elementary. That's what I'm thinking. Just to the north here, Pine Grove Road there, towards Sparkman High School. Probably, again, out there on the north side of Harvest. Get ready, large hail. Meridianville 641, Moores Mill, that is 647. So that's a slight adjustment to the north with this hail core. But if the storm starts wrapping up a bit more and turns more to the right, this all shifts a bit to the south. So definitely a significant storm here. This is pretty bad moving into Athens. It's bad in Rogersville and Coxsey. Again, all these lightning strikes out here. I'm going to get back over here to where we have the tornado warned storm. It's east of Muscle Shoals, but man, lightning is just tremendous here in Leeton and Town Creek. Probably losing power due to the lightning. Let's take a look at velocity. I'm going to switch radars here so we can get the better view here. So yeah, the storm continues to be concerning. We've got large hail north of Town Creek. The possible tornado, at least the circulation here we're watching, is on the east side of Leeton now. It's not real well pronounced here anymore. I don't see any tight rotation, but it doesn't mean there isn't a possible tornado with this storm. I think it looked more impressive as far as producing a tornado earlier. I'm going to switch back over to high top. So overall, I think this storm here is kind of lifting north and less of an environment maybe, but it's still the southernmost storm there. So we'll have to watch that. I'm going to watch this loop again. If this area here clears and moves to the north, what do we have? Considerable here? Have they changed the warning?
They've got 2.75 confirmed.
So we've got considerable damage.
That was the Wheeler Dam hail.
Yeah. So considerable damage now with this storm moving into Athens. Let's take another look at the velocity here. We've got all sorts of areas that we may be having kind of rotation here, producing the large hail, some rotation on the backside. So we've got all sorts of things going on, but right now there's no tornado imminent with the storm. It's got everything else going with it. We've got very large hail, damaging straight line winds, frequent lightning, just an overall dangerous storm.
And the Athens camera, you could just see how low the clouds are in between the lightning strikes there, kind of just over the hotel roof. You kind of have that widespread lowering. That's going to be the rain and the hail, but on the left side.
Can you get the Decatur camera up? We'll look at that in just a second. But we got some area here on the northern.
For the Algo, the I-65 and 72, I'm watching the lightning. It is vivid.
Mm-hmm. We've got this little circulation here just southwest of Mount Rosal. Kind of showed up on radar. Let me see what's going on here. And we'll have to watch again. This could be a downdraft coming in, could be rear flank downdraft coming in, producing high winds here on the south side of Mount Rosal. As we get in closer, again, this is all just rotation as well in the upper levels of that storm. So kind of watch that for some damaging winds south of Mount Rosal. Very strong winds, very large hail. That storm's just, it's changing on us right now as we kind of loop through this. Large hail is just in the last few frames, we've seen a real big change here. We're going to see what's going on. I think if this storm's going to get stronger, we're going to know it here in about 10 minutes. It's possible we've got this, there may be a rear flank downdraft in there near Coxsey from that large hail that's coming south. And what I mean by that is you've got the large hail right here. You're seeing a change in the reflectivity. It's kind of bowed south a little bit. So we may have strong wind coming this way. And if that's the case, we'll have to really watch that area on Wheeler Lake, east of the dam. Especially consider we've got baseball size hail. That's really unusual for Alabama, by the way. Baseball size hail doesn't happen a lot. So again, damaging storms, both of these storms capable of large hail. The largest hail though, about ready to move into Athens, especially on the west side of town. I'll take the lightning off. We're going to go street level here. Lightning may be down a little bit. See, that's another thing. Notice how we've got this weak echo region here. So it's possible the storm is collapsing. It's possible we've got a significant microburst going on with this storm. I bet, I'm going to check my phone real quick. I bet we may have a big drop in the VIL density with this. That's what I really want to check.
The hail core, using the radar estimated hail tool, doesn't appear to be as pronounced. Still severe hail between 1 inch to 1.5 inches is what that's consistently been showing. That hail core has now moved a little east and southeast of the Rogersville area. But if you're in Athens right now, this is a nasty storm coming your way. Ton of lightning with this. We'll continue to try and get you some updated numbers as far as we've got an algo camera right now.
Correct.
And where is that?
72 and 65.
72 and 65. It's going to be hard.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be looking, I think that's looking east.
Yeah, other
It is.
Athens camera looking west of 65 now. It's just going to be a wall of rain, hail in there, ton of lightning with this too. Good news on the tail end of things, that storm that was near Leeton, that rotation, it's still there, but this is on max 2. If you can hop over to that, please. Thank you. So it's right over you in Town Creek and North Cortland. That area, that doesn't look as pronounced as it was when the tornado warning initially came out. And now you really see what Brad's talking about, those multiple areas of rotation. And that could be one big downdraft kind of on the back side of that. But Athens right now, this is not your typical thunderstorm that you're dealing with the confirmed reports of 2.5, 2 3/4 inch hail with this. This is all going to be coming right toward you in Athens and Limestone County. Have a severe thunderstorm warning there, but there's just a few areas here, and this is just showing you how turbulent this storm is in general. And it's kind of interesting, Brad, how these storms just interacted with each other. Is that one just caught up to it?
Well, and it's possible we could be getting a boundary interaction with one storm sending a boundary that may trigger what we call tornado genesis. So we're going to have to watch this closely. We don't know what's going to happen with this, but something's going on with this storm here on the back edge just after we got that baseball size hail report. It's possible part of this storm's collapsing, or we have what's called a rear flank downdraft. Here over time, before this makes it into Huntsville and Madison, this storm to the west is probably going to be cleared, and this is going to be out on its own. So it's probably going to cycle back through. I haven't checked any of the latest instability parameters, but I'm pretty sure it's probably very high across this area. Again, this is the other area. Again, the tracks, what we call those helicity tracks, were lighting up here as this moves into Madison. Again, that's the forecast guidance we're talking about. And I could probably pull some of that up here in just a second. In fact, let me do that for you real quick. I'm going to use the same computer, but we're going to use helicity tracks. Are you on?
I minimized it for you.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah, I can see the lowering here on our camera indicator.
If you want to pull that up too, just kind of give you a different perspective.
Yeah, what I'm going to do here is show you these the forecast helicity tracks and show you.
There, you see it on your screen right there from Decatur.
Yeah, definite lowering of the clouds there with that. And these are a little farther south than they were earlier. But I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to grab something else real quick. I'm going to grab the Barron's model with that and see if it does a better job here for these storms. So let's see here. Go ahead and take over here real quick, Eric, while I work on this.
I was on there, but if we could go back to max 2, please. I think we'll have a decent look there. There was a reported a brief funnel near the Hillsborough area that has since lifted, but you're looking at that right now. Now it almost looks like we're just going to have little embedded areas of rotation, not just that one mesocyclone rotation early on. A severe thunderstorm warning now has been extended farther to the east. This is now going to include you in Madison, as well as downtown Huntsville, Meridianville, 231 north and south. And this is going to be for 2-inch diameter hail. With this, you could show that on
tornado in progress north of Trinity.
Yep, that just came in.
Let's go back over here to radar.
Do you have your clicker?
Yeah, I've got it. So we've got a tornado on the ground now in Trinity. Well, it's probably north of Trinity.
So that would have been the Hillsborough funnel cloud there.
And just like that. Well, there we go. We're back. All right, so this is going to be north of Trinity. So again, we're going to keep focused on that Decatur camera because it's going to track just north of Decatur. Again, National Weather Service spotters reporting a tornado north of Trinity. So we're talking about this area right here. This is going to be on the north side of Decatur, out just north of the industrial park. We've got the, I believe it's the Swan Creek Mobile Home Park out here as well. We're going to have, you guys need to be seeking shelter. Tornado has been sighted with this storm, and it is moving towards Tanner. It's going to be close to Pryor Field here as well, and eventually Greenbrier, Madison. This track takes it towards James Clemens High School, that area there in Madison again. We've got a confirmed tornado by spotters with this storm. I don't think they've typed up the tornado warning just yet for that storm, though.
No, they have not.
Probably going to come out here.
Trying to see from our Decatur camera, but there's the radio equipment, the antenna.
Yeah.
Right there in the way.
Need someone to move those, right? So we'll see this just north here on this camera view here. This is looking, basically our camera's right here, and this is looking north towards Athens. So we're seeing the low clouds here. But again, the possible tornado is north of Trinity, which is likely going to track north of the industrial park there in the city of Athens. Storm relative velocity continues to increase here in the northern part of the storm. That just reinforces the hail. So possible tornado here, again, confirmed by spotters, but that doesn't look like they're issuing that warning yet.
So that would be north of Trinity, just based on where the reflectivity is showing up. It's at rope phase.
Yeah, so I think, again, this is going to be
but that's from a National Weather Service employee that works in Birmingham, I believe. I don't know if that's being relayed to him or if he's seeing that himself.
Okay. So let's go to the back edge of this storm here where the possible tornado is. Again, we're going to go possible until we get it confirmed by the Weather Service. This is, again, moving into Tanner, south side of Tanner, Athens, 607, the south side of Athens, Capshaw, 623. Again, this extends a little farther to the north, but this is just on the north side of this. Just kind of giving you the heads up. Magnolia Springs, 625, Foxfield, more likely in the Foxfield area here than it is in Magnolia Springs. That's about a 10-mile journey to the north. 625, Cliff Farm, 625, Madison, 627, Toyota Field, 630, Bridge Street, 634, Marshall Space Flight Center at 638. Again, confirmed spotter reports. Tornado warning coming out now for Limestone and Madison County. Limestone, Madison County, tornado warning. You need to be seeking shelter. And there's the WE alert going off.
Also, that initial tornado that was reported by the spotter, saying that has lifted. So
that was the funnel lifted earlier.
That was from the one that reported the tornado in progress north of Trinity.
Okay.
It says that has dissipated.
All right. Well, that's some good news. But again, it's like they've got the confirmed tag here on the warning here for the tornado warning as it's moving in. And again, there's no this is going through that process we talked about. It said we'd know in 10 minutes, and it's been 10 minutes. We've got a possible tornado here just on the north side of Decatur, going to be very close to Pryor Field and Tanner. Can we go to our camera over there, if we can get that up? Again, Decatur camera is probably going to show us a pretty good view of this right now as it's moving east at about 40 miles an hour.
Right up the river.
Yeah, let's just keep this camera here.
Yep.
Again, what we're wanting to see is probably just to the left of this post, as it hasn't quite crossed the Tennessee River just yet. Definitely some lowering of the clouds here, a big shelf cloud. And you're going to see the waves here on Wheeler Lake probably increasing out of the south. I don't know if you can pan that to the west just a touch and then come back, just so we're not missing anything here.
Kind of have to look in between things.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they can pull up the Algo 20 and 31.
Yeah, just a terrible view here again. Again, the industrial park, where they spotted it was just north of ULA at 555. So again, Highway 20 and Red Hat Road. So it's going to be, you probably can see it right between that post there. But again, this is going to be moving into our camera view here pretty soon. possible tornado. And which camera is this?
That is the 2031.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we got the lowering of the clouds. We got a shelf cloud there for sure. But what we want to see is probably obscured by the trees here. So let's get back to radar. Let me know when we can actually split screen that Decatur. Yeah, good idea there. We'll keep an eye on that, and then we'll track this storm as it moves into Greenbrier, Madison, Harvest, Monrovia. The tornado threat looks like it's going to stay south of Harvest. You see the tornado warning here. It does include Athens. I think your biggest threat there in Athens is damaging winds and large hail as that's starting to come in. I'll switch back over to the radar. We're getting closer to the next red radar. We're starting to see the change here, real subtle change on the back edge here as you get just to the north of the industrial park in Decatur. Very strong lowering of the clouds here. You see down there on the bottom of the screen. And then you're going to get some of this somewhat rain-free base. And that's this area here just south of Athens, where we don't have much rain there. And you can see that on the view here just to the south of you. So we got a very pronounced shelf cloud. Then we've got this rain-free base. And what we really want to see here as far as the tornado threat goes is just left of the camera screen. So we're going to see it come into view here pretty soon, and then we'll be able to zoom in on that aspect of the storm. Again, a perfect angle here for this supercell thunderstorm as it is moving in. We're going to go in here and get this storm track for you. You need to be seeking shelter in Madison. You need to seek shelter in Greenbrier for a possible tornado. Stay away from your windows up here in Athens along Highway 72. We have very large hail, the potential for damaging straight line winds moving in. The wind is increasing. I think we're seeing a definite rear flank downdraft coming in just to the north of the nuclear power plant, north of Decatur. And this is starting to wrap up. This is about as bad as the rotation has looked all day with this particular thunderstorm. So you get from Tanner to Pryorfield over to Greenbrier. Get a lot of development over here at East Limestone. So I'm going to get in here street level. I've got the lightning off just because there's so much it's covering everything up. But the possible tornado right now, based on radar, is going to be, you know, I think if you zoom in, I think we're probably able to see it here because our camera's right here, and we're going to be looking right into this area here. So I think, yeah, we should be able to see it. I think that's the lowering of the cloud there as you get just to the right of there. That's our wall cloud. So the wind's picking up across the lake.
You can even see that wall cloud, how it's moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now I don't think there's a large tornado on the ground with this. We would definitely see that, but it's cycling through. Let's go to the right a little bit because it's moving east. I think it's past the lake now.
And we might have lost our Limestone County camera.
Okay.
Athens one along 65.
All right, well, let's take that Decatur camera and shift it just a little bit to the right. And this will eventually be coming into view with our Madison camera. There's a lowering. Let's go take that full real quick. We've got a lowering here. I'll get out of the picture. Yeah, this is the wall cloud in here. And again, it may be wrapped in rain from what we're seeing. You can see very heavy rain and kind of see the tail end of this. Again, you're looking live from Decatur, right along the Tennessee River, Wheeler Lake to the north. Notice the wind picking up. We may have a tornado forming within this wall cloud. We may have had one skipping earlier, but what's happening is the cloud you see in front of you is moving south, and the other clouds are moving north. So we've got the rotation going on within this storm. Well, let's get back to radar. I'm going to get street level here. Again, if you're in Tanner, you need to seek shelter. This is, again, going to be right out by the Buc-ee's. Right out by the Buc-ee's. Moving there now. This is on Lindsay Road, and not Lindsay Lane yet. Martin Line Road, Highway 31. Got the big water tower right in here. Again, this is the same area that was hit by the April 27th tornado. This track out here, moving towards Cliff Farm. This is probably going to parallel Highway 72 and just to the south. So Madison, you are in the path of a possible tornado that we continue to monitor the development of here with our Decatur camera. We don't see any signs of debris. We don't see any, we're going to be looking for like power flashes and things like that. But it's coming in. Greenbrier, 565 to the east. We're going to get a good view of this from our Space and Rocket Center camera here coming up in a few minutes. I believe Algo has a Greenbrier camera as well, if you guys want to look into that. But I'm going to get street level. Actually, I want to put a storm track on this real quick. We're going to track this part of the tornado just to the west of Highway 31, moving east, and I'm going to put it almost southeast at we'll go 35 miles an hour. Now, as you go out, it fans out more because this is to approximate for error. But we've got Foxfield Subdivision 629, that is, Cliff Farm 630, Madison 630, all these areas in Madison, Toyota Field 633, Bridge Street 638, Mid City 639, Marshall Space Flight Center, it's going to be around 640, Grissom High School, Huntsville 647, Ryland area 657, Owens Crossroads 701, Maysville 702. Again, that's a big storm track for you. On the other side, we're still concerned with large hail developing within this storm, although the hail size may be down just a little bit based on the reflectivity here that we're seeing, and that may be also part of why we're starting to see potential for tornado developing. As we mentioned, that hail core may have collapsed, maybe cycling through, so it doesn't mean this is done producing large hail. Got damaging wind potential here in Athens as well, and that may have taken our camera out. And then we still have this circulation back towards Coxie we're watching closely as well.
Camera's back up in Athens, and if you just pull it up really quick, you can see how the wind is blowing. These trees are actually moving from north to southwest. That is our Decatur camera, still watching that one closely. Athens camera should be back up and working here along I-65. A lot of the tractor trailer trucks pulling over, it looks like, on the side of the road, or at least hitting that exit ramp there at 72. But this is a nasty storm right now, crossing over I-65, and then...
Yeah, it's really wrapping up. It's starting to get that classic hook. Dangerous. This is out towards the Swan Creek Mobile Home Park. That area was hit hard April 27th.
I've had debris up, can't see anything, but this would be more or less crossing right over I-65 here as we speak. I-65 at 72, the overpass there. And right down 31.
Trees down Highway 72 in Glaze, Limestone County Emergency Management saying that.
Just keeping an eye on the cameras, but...
Yeah, keep an eye on the cameras and scanners, everyone. This is about to get really rough if this turns into a tornado, a significant tornado. This is a significant supercell storm we've been tracking. This is looking at Athens. Let's go back to the radar and also keep an eye on that Decatur camera. And we may want to shift to the Madison camera, make sure that's in a good location as well. Again, this is a dangerous storm moving through Tanner as we speak on Highway 31. Looking at the velocity, we're still seeing this very strong mesocyclone here. It's from just south of Athens to Tanner. And the Pryor Field area is the most likely area. We're probably going to get some wind gust reports from Pryor Field in that area too. So very strong mesocyclone coming in. We're going to have damage here, probably Capshaw, Greenbrier, over to Madison from just the storm itself. But again, we're watching that possibility that a tornado is going to form. We still have that tornado warning in effect out here to the west. That's the Limestone camera there. That's in Athens, so
yes.
Very heavy rain. We've had some trees reported down along Highway 72 with that storm. But I'm really concerned with this storm as it moves into Madison, Capshaw, and eventually the west side of Huntsville, as we've had a confirmed tornado touchdown with this. It was reported by spotters near Trinity, and that's just to the northwest. Boy, it almost looks like hurricane force wind there, doesn't it?
And then now spotter report tornado on the ground south of Athens.
Okay, tornado on the ground south of Athens. Let's get in here.
Still nothing on debris.
This is south of Athens.
But look at that wrapping up.
That's Tanner. Again, this is going to hit Buc-ee's. Again, we've got a tornado here southeast of Tanner, moving east. This is going to go, I think that's Browns Ferry Road. It's getting closer.
Can y'all pull up the I-565 Mooresville Road on Algo, exit 2?
Yeah, I believe that's Browns Ferry.
I think y'all want to look at that.
Whoop. Again, confirmed tornado now, continues to move east. There we go. And what's happening is it's getting completely away from that other storm. And we're starting to see that boundary layer interaction, as we talked about earlier. It's all coming together here to produce this tornado. This storm has been rotating for a long time, and now we're starting to see tornado reports from it. This is going to move right down Highway 72. Again, this is going to be close to French's Mill, actually. If we got that solid camera that looks west from our Doppler radar tower over here, French's Mill. Again, this is taking the same track, maybe just a little bit more east than what we've seen in the past. These are the historical tracks for Madison County and East Limestone County. This is on that track to take it towards Capshaw. It's moving a little bit more northeast. We're going to have a lot of spotter reports here. Again, the Greenbrier camera from AlDOT's probably going to be a good spot to look, as it's right off 565. It's going to have a clear view of what's going on here. Again, it may be rain wrapped too.
It's the 565 exit 2 at Mooresville.
Yeah, hail's going to get larger with this storm as it kind of cycles through. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, the hail core collapsed. We got a rear flank downdraft on the backside of the storm. This storm cleared the other storm, and that's creating this environment for tornado development here. And we just have really strong rotation going on within this storm as well. Let's take a look at the lightning again as well. And notice the lightning is right here in the significant updraft of the storm. I'm going to switch over to debris signature, see if we got anything going on there. Nothing yet.
Max 2 right now, Brad, is that the camera from the radar site.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a great view. I think that is...
It's looking southwest.
Yeah, let's keep that up. Then you see it just slowly crawling to the east. And
especially that leading edge there.
Yeah, there's probably, again, if it's in there, it's rain wrapped. The heavy rain shield out ahead of it. We're going to look for power flashes and things of that nature. Can you pan that a little? We might run into the tower. Yeah, keep an eye on this. It almost looks like that's moving out. So that's where we may have the tornado, right there.
Yeah, possibly that's where it would be.
Yeah, that's exactly. Look at that. We got kind of a condensation funnel maybe coming out. Again, don't have a really good view of this. We're looking in the wrong direction, so it would be rain-wrapped tornado. What we would want to look for would be transformers blowing. You'd see the blue flashes. Again, your wind's going to increase tremendously. That looks like the part of the mesocyclone definitely there. And look at that dark cloud kind of hanging out ahead of all that.
It's an interesting feature.
It definitely is. So again, let's get back and let me get street level here and tell everyone who needs it. The lightning's continuous as well. Very dangerous storm moving into the Capshaw area. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and alternate between cameras. I need to be on screen with the radar because I got to start giving out call to action here. Gotcha, 10-4. Let me know if you need to interrupt for anything. Again, our tornado, what we're seeing here, our camera is basically right in here. And we're looking to the west, and we are seeing that lowering of the cloud there. We're on the wrong side because it's rain wrapped to see it. The best side is going to be Greenbrier North. So I'm going to stop the loop here, and we're going to get street level. Again, here's the Foxfield subdivision. We've got James Clemens High School. This is moving right towards James Clemens High School. You need to be seeking shelter right now in the city of Madison, especially as you get south of Highway 72. Magnolia Springs subdivision just to the south, this is going to be very, very close here. And it looks like the city of Madison may take a direct hit from this part of the storm, and if there's a tornado, you're likely going to have damage with that. Just to the north of Greenbrier, out towards the Toyota plant. But let's get it. There's a Mooresville Road. There's a bunch of new subdivisions out here too. So this is having a big impact. We've got Humphrey Road here, Mooresville Road. Many of you are taking some of these detours with the construction going on the west side of Madison with that new roundabout going in. But I do want to stress this is going right into Seegers Road. Numerous subdivisions out here in and around James Clemens High School. You need to be seeking shelter right now. This is dangerous. We got a potential tornado here wrapped in rain. We don't have any other confirmation yet of any damage, but we're kind of in the early stages. You can kind of see we're looking north to the storm that's approaching James Clemens, the County Line Road area on the west side of town, also Liberty Middle School.
Well, now it looks like we just have some lowering there on the camera on the lower
let's go
left,
full
but
real
also
quick
a
here.
spotter reported a cone tornado on the ground with the western supercell in far northeastern Lawrence County now.
Okay, so we got another tornado in Lawrence County, but yeah, this is bad coming into Madison again. We're going to look for look at that black cloud in the middle. That's just
I can't
odd.
figure out what that is.
It's almost like a rotating boar or something. It may be the tail end. So again, we've got a possible tornado wrapped in rain here from this location. Moving, yeah, there's that water tower that's, as you get the Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, there's a water tower there off that road as you kind of take the shortcut. Yeah, I think we're seeing some rotation through here, but again, it's limited. I'm going to go back over here. So again, City of Madison, everyone in Madison needs to be in their shelter right now.
We might have debris now. This is going to be west of Madison and just east of I-65. We'll show Max 2, please, really quick. You could leave that camera on the screen if you can. But it looks like we might have debris now.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You can also see it on the Algo I-565 Town Madison camera.
All right, let's go back to radar here. Again, we got to keep putting out this warning for everyone. Again, we've got a possible tornado wrapped in rain down there, and it's the same area here. This is going out. We got Powell Road here, Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, Mooresville Road. This is due south of our camera location. And if we could get the Space and Rocket Center camera up, we'll get a better view as this moves into Madison. Again, dangerous storm. Most of this is just south of Highway 72, basically parallel at Highway 72 down to I-565, moving east into Huntsville. It's moving into Huntsville. The worst of this is going to stay just south of Harvest. I do want to update the tornado warned storm here. This is going to be southwest of Lucy's Branch. We do have a confirmed cone type tornado with that storm there as well. So,
yeah, right over Pete's Corner right now, heading toward Bergerine Gin. This is going to be just northwest of Madison.
Okay.
There is debris there.
Oh, wow.
And the rotation is nasty.
Okay, yeah, that's the old Gin as you go west, and that new subdivision they've built off of Holiday Road. Again, this is right down Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road, moving into the city of Madison. You got Bergerine Road, Bowers Road just to the west. So this is it. Powell Road, Seegers Road, a lot of new subdivisions here in the last few years. Here's a look at the Algo camera. Yeah, again, let's go back to radar.
Drill tornado in progress crossing Greenbrier.
Greenbrier. Okay. Well, that's going to be
east of Bucky's.
East of Bucky's. So we've got two areas.
Two of them.
We may have two tornadoes here. So we've got a tornado that's been spotted there and also near Greenbrier. So we may have two tornadoes here moving in. We got County Line Road right here.
They're going to have a tornado emergency coming out.
Tornado emergency. Okay.
Video evidence of large tornado on the ground. Still scanning all of our cameras.
Video evidence? Okay.
Yeah.
It could be a multi-vortex. Oh, that's bad. Okay, here we power's out at the radar site. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, Magnolia Springs subdivision, you need to be seeking shelter now. Seek shelter in Magnolia Springs. Go to your storm shelter. It's coming in. There's the possibility we may have a tornado here on the west side as well. And there's a lot of wind here, a lot of rain, a lot of lightning. So again, seek shelter from Magnolia Springs subdivision. In fact, up to Sparkman High School, down to the south, all the way into the city of Madison. We may have two tornadoes here on the ground right now. We're getting video confirmation of a large tornado associated with this, probably in the
Brad
Tanner.
Arnold.
Yeah, Brad Arnold's got that. And if you guys can get Brad Arnold's feed up from there, he's given us permission to take that. And there should be an email on that. Tornado emergency coming out. Again, large tornado, potentially on the ground. We've got a significant tornado. You could probably see the back edge of. So we may have two tornadoes, one up here towards Harvest and another one that's on the west side of Madison, all through the subdivisions on the west side near James Clemens High School as you go north towards the Publix and just south of Highway 72. I'm going to turn that debris signature on again. Yeah, there's our tornado debris. So this is our confirmed tornado on the ground. It's now, let me reset this view here. So confirmed tornado in East Limestone County, south of Highway 72. This entire area looks dangerous though, all the way up to Capshaw, Harvest, and Monrovia. This is tracking almost due east as we get in closer, more of these street levels. So we've got Gillespie here, Burr Green Road, again, this is where the construction's going on, and Seegers Road. This is gonna go by the old Brewster's, which is now Lawler's Barbecue. They're putting up here. It's moving in that direction. This is gonna go down Gillespie Road near Balch. It's gonna be very close to the Foxfield subdivision. You need to be seeking shelter there. It's going to cross County Line Road here in about 2 or 3 minutes. It's going to go close to east. All right, let's go. Brad Arnold, live video. Again, he's out storm chasing. He captured the tornado earlier. He's probably repositioning. But this is moving probably close to Eastview. It's going to go up Rainbow Mountain. It may change some of the dynamics of the circulation of it. And Cliff Farm right here. There's our tornado emergency coming out. I'm going to get back up here to Capshaw, Harvest, and Monrovia real quick too. Yeah, we have circulation that continues just here west of Old Railroad Bed Road, coming down Capshaw Road, where you've got the Shell gas station right here, and you got the the United Methodist Church here as well, and sometimes that's open as a shelter. It's too late to go out and go to a shelter right now if you're in the path of this. So again, I think the circulation on the north side is probably more high wind, and we've got the tornado here just south of Highway 72 getting ready to cross County Line Road. And make sure that.
So there's that tornado emergencies out, moving east at 35, confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Madison. This is headed right for you. So all of you in Madison, it's a big area, populated, lowest level interior room away from windows. This is not your typical spin-up tornado that we're dealing with here, likely wrapped in rain. You will not see it coming. Ton of lightning. This has been confirmed by spotters. So tornado emergency, this is the strongest the wording gets from the National Weather Service, and the mention of catastrophic potential damage here coming with this. And this is all right here in this area. We've got multiple areas and circulations within this one storm. Has been confirmed by spotters on the ground, and this is coming your way. So this is a shelter storm for sure. Lowest level interior room away from windows, oftentimes a closet, a bathroom. Those are good options for you with this. Just still trying to go through our cameras here. We did lose power at the radar site that was providing 2 looks at the storm. We lost that not long after. That's when we got word that this was a confirmed tornado by those storm spotters too. And I know we had Brad Arnold's feet on this. Not sure where he's repositioning to, probably trying to get out in front of it. There's a camera over downtown Huntsville, and that's that camera. Okay.
Yeah, if you're on 565, you're listening to our broadcast, I would stay west of Madison. I would not go farther northeast into the city of Huntsville. This storm may track right into downtown Huntsville and north. And here at our TV station, let's make sure the storm shelter is open. And we may be having to get people to the storm shelter because this track here takes it close to 1414 North Memorial Parkway. Again, heads up, about 5 minutes from now. And again, keep an eye on this too, because I can get sidetracked when we start talking about these tornadoes. So again, tornado now crossing County Line Road in Madison, and it is on the way. It's going to be out towards the Top Golf area in about 10 minutes on the north side of Madison, north of Eastview Drive. And it looks like it's going to, let me take my glasses, put them over here. And we'll get back up into the Capshaw, Harvest, Monrovia area as well. It looks like it's really close to the Foxfield subdivision just off of Balch Road between there and Clift Farm. If you're on Highway 72, I would advise you're going to have to get out of this storm. Again, the worst place you want to be right now is an automobile. And you go west to Cliff Farm, you're going to run into heavy rain and the possibility of high winds. The tornado threat right now looks like it's along Gillespie Road, moving east towards Hughes Road. It's going to be out towards Bob Jones High School. It's going to move right through that area. Bob Jones High School, right along Eastview Drive and just to the north of there. Basically, if you're in the city of Madison, you have got to be in your storm shelter right now. This is a dangerous storm. We've had a confirmation of some damage here. Getting baseball-sized hail again with the storm in Florence County. Again, I want to go back out there too. Eric's going to monitor that. But we've got Bridge Street Town Center, Mid-City. Again, looking at these areas here, heavily populated area. We're going to know if there's a tornado. Brad Arnold's feed. Looks like he may be on Wall Triana. Let's listen. You're going to have to get out of this storm again. Okay. Again, I'm trying to hear a little bit of what they're talking about there. Again, he's getting a better view here.
He is listening to us. Again, our radio partners, Mix 96.9. They should be streaming this. Look at that, though. Yeah, it looks like it's wrapping around as you go from Foxfield subdivision off Mill Road up to Cliff Farm. Let's take another look at the velocity here. We still have this area bullseyeing up near Capshaw, so we're probably looking at very high wind moving through Magnolia Springs subdivision right now, if not a possible tornado there. And that's going to be going very close to Sparkman High School and then on the north side out towards Alabama A&M and Meridianville. So there's a lot of circulations going on in this storm. That's what makes it hard to give an exact storm track on tornadoes. But I will tell you, damaging wind possible here in Capshaw, Harvest, Monrovia. Let me get down here into the specifics. Looks like it's probably going to track right down Douglas Road. It's right over Magnolia Springs subdivision right now. And you got Douglas Road up here, Capshaw Road. You got Legacy Elementary. This is tracking right through there. You got the Publix, the McDonald's, the Walmart neighborhood area right there on Wall Triana. That's where this high wind is coming through. It's going to continue. Again, this entire area up here needs to be seeking shelter up here along Highway 43 to Bob Wade Lane. That's the northern part of the storm. It's possible there's a tornado there as well. And that really shows the highest velocity here on the radar. But the actual reflectivity shows we have the tornadic circulation here, at least the hook echo is over the north side of Madison, out towards Madison Hospital. Again, Cliff Farm, Madison Hospital, right in this area here. This is University Drive. Do not travel west on University Drive. The wind is likely picking up here at Toyota Field. Strong inflow into this developing tornado. Again, we don't have confirmation if it's still on the ground yet or not. Let me grab my glasses. Others reporting seeing that tornado, and it is going to be rain wrapped too, making it impossible to see this. Just go to your safe spot now, lowest level interior room away from windows. Keeping an eye on all of our cameras, but this is a tornado emergency ongoing at this time. Includes Madison County, including the city of Madison. You've got the Providence area out toward Monrovia. You've got Harvest too, and downtown Huntsville in this tornado emergency right now. Multiple areas of rotation. Trying to keep an eye on the Space and Rocket Center camera. It shows you the structure of this supercell that you see it coming in, and then also watching our Brad Arnold's feed. He had it earlier before it became rain wrapped. But this is a dangerous storm right now, moving into a very populated area of Madison County.
Yeah, let's expand our view here. We've got other storms that have been firing up out here just off to the west and southwest. I want to give you a quick update on these storms and additional storms coming out west as well. You guys might have to turn that audio down. Storms here in around Tupelo, southwest of Baldwin. These are tracking east-northeast towards Russellville.
Working on a debris ball right now, headed into the city of Huntsville.
Yep. So we've got this possible tornado as well, another one back here on I-65. That's the view from Columbus Air Force Base radar. We continue to see signs of a possible tornado again. I think that the hail production's going on here near Capshaw, and the tornadic part is probably just south of Madison. And then we have high winds and large hail back here in and around Tanner as well. Looks like, is he on Research Park Boulevard maybe? Almost looks like that. All right, so here's our tornado moving east, now east-northeast of Madison, right along University Drive. I'm gonna guess he's probably going north on Research Park to intercept this right in here. So let me see what sign that is. It says Huntsville International Airport. He's on 565, so he's booking it to the east. And again, the storm is in this video, the storm is to the north. I bet he's trying to get here to Research Park and go north. Again, we've got, what he's saying is he's commentating, he sees what we can't see with the camera view there. But if we get that Space and Rocket Center camera pointed that direction, we should see it.
Yeah, I've got it. You can see the supercell structure. You were mentioning Research Park 255. I could see the netting from Topgolf with that. But anything you see, you could see the well-defined supercell structure of the storm itself, but you're not going to be able to see anything in there. This is, if we do have a tornado right now, this is going to be rain-wrapped, heavily rain-wrapped.
Okay, again, no reports of damage yet. They will likely come in. But again, that's kind of critical here when we're tracking this with the tornado emergency, and we're not getting any significant reports of damage just yet.
Typically, those would come in much faster, especially where this storm is moving through. This is not a rural area, heavily populated. Now from Huntsville County, Madison County EMA reported the tornado now north of 72 near Jeff Road. That's from Madison
Well, that's going
County
to be out
EMA.
towards Kroger as you go west.
The debris signature not showing up so much as it was earlier. That was very pronounced earlier.
Yeah, it's now moving directly towards Mid-City, probably just to the north of Bridge Street Town Center. It may be cycling through again. And we still have this area of circulation on the north side as well. That continues to track to the east. Let's check the lightning. Still a lot of lightning with this storm. Again, I'm keeping an eye on it for us here at the station as well. Let's get in closer here. That track, has anyone looked out our front door lately?
I can go do that real quick. I was looking at the town Madison area. I don't know if we can pull that up on Algo.
Gotcha. Excuse me, let's go. Let's turn this off. I hear sirens.
Well, here's a look from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center on Max 2, please.
This storm here has become severe here between Moulton and Priceville.
That'll be coming up for you, but shows you what's moving. I mean, this is the highest perspective we have right now.
Storm becoming severe here, moving to Priceville. Watch out.
Yeah, lower left, Brad, is going to be the Space and Rocket Center.
Oh, yeah. Let's take that full real quick. Excuse me, I need some water. You can see the green tint to the sky there.
You were talking
That's
about
where the tornado is going to be, probably just to the left there. Well, yeah, we got those two areas.
So that would be coming out of like the Monrovia area, what you see on the right-hand side of your screen where those lightning flashes are right now. And then you go a little farther, now looking more, I mean, that's rotating. Three of those.
I think that right in the middle there, under the
would
V,
think so.
I think that's where the tornado has been. So let's keep focused there. You got that rain-free base. Looking for power flashes, things like that.
That's going to be.
Let's see, continues tornado emergency, threat for catastrophic hail, 2 inches.
That's going to head Bridge Street Town Center. You can see the hotel there.
Yeah, tornado reported now north of 72 near Jeff Road. So again, that's going to be out where that new development is. It used to be the golf course there. I can see the rotation plain as day right there. Let's get in here. Yeah, as you zoom in there a little bit more. Once again, we may get a tornado warning for this storm down in Morgan County, moving just north side of Hartselle and Priceville. Heads up there. Again, a lot of our focus is up in Huntsville right now, but we're going to have to start spreading that out a little bit more. As we look at the Huntsville camera, we're looking north towards Harvest Monrovia. That's that secondary circulation up there to the north, continues to move to the east. There's also another circulation probably on the west side of Madison again. There's just a lot going on with these storms. So you're not out of the woods yet in Madison either. All right. So that storm right now, that possible tornado is near Bridge Street. But then there's a secondary area up here. They've been talking about areas north on Jeff Road, but there's still a strong circulation at Research Park and I-565 right now too.
It's going to come right over the camera here, just north of it in a second. That's definitely rotating. The base of the cloud, the wall cloud is. So that could have lifted since, but that's what prompted the tornado emergency. And then you see that darkening right when you look farther north.
That's definitely more ominous farther north. I think that's why the radar is indicating that. So we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of damaging winds, tornado, very large hail. That's almost like a beaver tail there, what you call that. Look at that. That's a nasty shelf cloud right there. Again, that's going over out towards Sparkman High School. Again, we got the green tent going on with that. I'm going to take the velocity and kind of match it up with what we're looking at. The real dark sky is this area rotation here as you get out here towards Harvest and Monrovia, and really get up towards the bypass now off Douglas Road. Well, the bypass they're developing, I should say. Again, Sparkman High School, the worst of that circulation is just south of there along Douglas Road. High winds. We don't necessarily see any tight circulation in the Huntsville area right now. So as you mentioned, it's possible that area lifted. Boy, look at that lightning strike there. Boy, it's going to be a close call here.
Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient since earlier.
No, I think it's cycling back through. I bet the Parkway camera can see something because it's right next door. And let's.
Eric, a lot of video. I just shot it out front.
It was the lowering we were watching right over Research Park, Bridge Street Town Center.
Here's the Parkway camera. I've got that up. I guess if you could adjust that to the west.
Yep, opening right now.
There goes our power. Going on generator. It should kick in. Should have kicked in sooner than that. All right, 7-second delay there. So we're looking for the Parkway. We've got the Space and Rocket Center right off here to the west. Power's now out. And we've got that wall cloud. Power's out here on North Memorial Parkway. At least we've got power here at this camera. But there's this.
I mean, that just looks ominous.
That's the wall cloud right there. Let's go.
You can see it really well on 565 and Jordan Lane on the Algo camera too.
Let's take a look at the Space and Rocket Center camera. There's the same image here. Very heavy rain, high wind coming in. It's possible lightning's taking out power.
So what are we looking at?
We're looking at a wall cloud here.
You just see how it's moving right in front of him.
Yeah, right to left. Go back to the Parkway here. Here's another view of it going just north. And you see the greenish tint to the sky here as well. We don't see a tornado. Again, it was reported wrapped in rain, but I will tell you.
So we had some reports of trees and power lines down Mooresville Road near Greenbrier. That would have been potentially when we had that initial touchdown.
Yes.
That'll be a dated report there.
So We need to get some people into shelter here at the station. This is moving right. Okay, good. This is moving right over. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now, but it's moving right over the TV station. As we get here a little bit closer, University Drive, it's moving over. So again, that's where we got the power outages too. Just a nasty black cloud coming through north side of Huntsville. Again, be seeking shelter from Meadow Hills through Huntsville, again up towards Alabama A&M and eventually Meridianville. And let's take another look on the back side here of this storm, because we have been watching this backside here up here towards Greenbrier and in East Limestone as well. Again, there's circulation all over the place. This has cleared the Magnolia Springs subdivision area, and right now I don't see anything back to the west as of right now. Well, there is a storm there. We'll have to watch that. But this other storm here, let's focus on areas north of Hartselle. The shear rate's picked up quite a bit. Storm relative velocity's picking up. Yeah, so again, watching this storm closely down here in southwest Morgan County as well. It's going to be tracking on the south side of Decatur to Priceville, and this one's going to be going towards South Huntsville over time. The current storm is probably going to stay along and just north of I-565. Additional storms coming into play out here towards Russellville. That's the main line that's coming together, which will likely fill back in. Looks like a tornado warning out there with that storm near Pontotoc. And again, this just is a really black cloud here to the north of Huntsville. And it's moving east. I don't see any significant rotation with that, but well, there's a lot of lightning there. Wow.
So they're going to drop the tornado emergency tag, still keep a tornado warning out with the considerable mention on it too. So dropping the tornado, there it comes right now, getting that, but this is going right through Huntsville. This is going to go over Chapman Mountain, 72 east. Multiple areas of rotation with this.
Yeah, this is just a really electrical, nasty storm. It's tracking a little bit more to the northeast now, too. So this is going to impact areas up here towards Meridianville and maybe even Newmarket down to Maysville and over to Princeton. So Pleasant Grove's down the road. We're watching that for you real close. And City of Madison, we're still watching this area to your west. And it's still possible as this moves east. It's almost like that whole storm just kind of absorbed up here as it moved over the city of Huntsville. And this area back here on the southwest side of Madison, there's probably some hail continuing in Madison right now. As we speak, there's definitely a lot of lightning. Wow. The lightning's picking up here west of Athens again. Could probably get a good view from our that Decatur storm. Again, this is just blowing up everywhere. So again, make sure you have multiple ways. Make sure that phone is charged, because we're right in the middle of this outbreak here, so to speak, of severe weather. Really intensifying, moving into Decatur again, south of Trinity, Priceville. This is north of Hartselle. Large hail likely with that storm moving into Decatur. That is going to move into Greenbrier. It's going to move into the west side of Madison again. So again, this is the kind of the hot zone here, right across the Huntsville metro area. And we've got another storm to the southwest of Athens that we have to keep a close eye on as well. That lightning is really starting to pick back up in around Coxsey. Let's take a look at velocity here. I can't even see it because of the lightning. So again, not seeing rotation yet, but we will have to watch for that as we go through time. And that's not a severe thunderstorm, warned storm, but it's definitely getting our attention as the lightning picks up with it, especially the shape of this particular thunderstorm. It's got that kind of a notch on the back edge. And even this storm here west of Priceville, moving into the south side of Decatur, it's on the southern belt line there now with very heavy rain, frequent lightning. Again, more large hail on the east side of Madison right now too. Very heavy rain in Huntsville. Another power
there we go
hit.
Again. Yeah.
Unless we're going back to off generator.
Street lights are still on in the Parkway camera.
Wind's really picking up
But you
here.
can't see anything right now. It looks like it's middle of the evening.
Certainly does. Yeah, that heart of that storm's coming right over us right now here on the Parkway. Very heavy rain. Yeah, so far we're not seeing the strong rotation. We're not getting any reports of damage so far in Huntsville.
Looks like it's broadened out a bit.
Yeah, it has.
there.
The worst of it's actually up here near Meadow Hills. You get north of Alabama A&M campus. Meridianville, Moores Mill. It's going to be tracking up here towards Chase, Ryland. So be seeking shelter in the Maysville area, probably just north of Ryland. And it's also going through that cycle where it's forced to rise in elevation, and we may see some changes with the overall structure of that storm. Boy, that Decatur storm's looking nasty. Look at that. Wow. This storm's getting more dangerous by the minute here. We've got significant rotation developing within this, just to the west of Flint City on Highway 31, south of Decatur. Probably producing hail right now. Storm relative velocity, let's click back on that. Very intense lightning. And unfortunately, this is on the side of the storm we really have to watch. So we may get a tornado with this storm here on the south side of Decatur. So heads up, Decatur. You got a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but the storm coming in is starting to rotate. We're kind of in the early stages of that. We're also going to have to keep an eye on this storm in Madison moving towards Toyota Field, the southern edge of that storm, and also southwest of Athens. Let's expand the view.
Just to point out that southern storm now, the northern part of Huntsville is seeing the current storm, and then now the second storm that's right over Priceville and Decatur right now, that's going to affect the south side of Huntsville as it moves into Madison County too. We got to watch that. That's picking up a lot of lightning with that there in Morgan County, moving to the northeast. And not to be the bearer of bad news, but we still have storms firing up now right along the state line, and then you've got Marion County. This is going to be west of Hamilton along 22, and then storms coming out of Mississippi too. But a ton of lightning right now. That could have been the cause for the power flashes. The second time we lost power here at the station, the generator kicked in just right now on the Parkway. Not too many cars on our Parkway camera, which is a good thing, but we have a ton of rainfall with this right now at the moment. And some large hail too. Reports still coming in, and now just getting more reports of frequent cloud to ground lightning with this too. But this is what we continue to track now. Multiple areas of rotation. Tornado warning continues for you in Madison County here. Not seeing anything lately as far as the debris goes, but this is what we're looking at as it moves over a good portion of Madison County. This is going to go up to Meridianville, all the way out to Newmarket. That's what Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis was just mentioning. And then in the lower left-hand side of your screen, we've got our storm chaser partner there, Brad Arnold. Marshall Space Flight Center is getting in a little bit closer here. So here's going to be Chapman Mountain. We've got 72 going right up and over. You've got your Ryland area, Maysville, eventually down toward Gurley. And just looking for those areas of rotation, there's multiples now, is basically what we're seeing with this. Pulling up velocity, that's going to be 231 there. Then you've got Meadow Hills. Here's the Ryland area. Potential for large hail with this too, but that's going to be the 72 eastbound. Lower left-hand side of your screen, that is our Parkway camera looking to the northeast. So essentially that's what you're looking at from here to there. Ton of lightning with this. And then now this is probably that downdraft feature that we were talking about probably about an hour ago, right over you in Madison, checking out some of the winds with that. So this is going to be, the gray polygon is a tornado warning now for you in Huntsville, Madison County. Also tracking for areas to the east of that. It does include parts of far western Jackson County too. We'll just kind of reset the view for you, show you what's going on. We've got multiple storms that we're tracking here. Going over to the radar, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the storm we were talking about between Decatur and Priceville that we need to watch closely. That's going to track more to the northeast. Athens had a storm move through, possible tornado earlier along I-65 there in Limestone County. Getting some delayed reports coming in there, but this is going to be that main feature. This is the same supercell storm that we've been tracking since our coverage started about 4:25 or so this afternoon, when that storm crossed over the state line into parts of northwest Alabama and now continues to track right through the downtown area. Tornado warning continues here. That confirmed tornado warning, you can see right at the top of your screen there. In the blue box, that's what we've got, that confirmed tornado warning. That's why we had the gray box there. That's been spotter confirmed. We had debris with this earlier. No debris sighting lately here with this, which usually is a good indication, though there's some contamination here. That's potentially the threat for large hail, which has been another thing affecting many of you today, the threat for large hail. Go back over to our shear rate tool. And this is just, when we say multiple areas of rotation, this is a very turbulent storm here, up and down, potentially now right over. This is going to be north. You've got Mooresville Road right on the other side of Chapman Mountain. Hand it back over to Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis here in a second. But here's the Ryland area, and we're starting to see that maroon color showing up here. This is going to be east of Meadow Hills. And just going in, you go over Chapman Mountain, and then this is going to be, there's Jordan Road, Winchester Road, all the way to the north here. And then just taking that closer look, there's Moore's Mill. So this is right on the other side of Chapman Mountain. Jordan Road here, potential, see how it looks on the velocity. I know we're in a little close there, but right over Winchester Road. And this is a very busy street, obviously, if you head that way often. So this will be north of 72. But that shear rate, you don't like to see that maroon color showing up, that strong rotation with that. And there's a ton of lightning too. Actually go back to debris. This could be that same area that passed over Madison earlier when we had the confirm report from the storm spotter. Could be that same rotation area, that same mesocyclone, if you will. Put it in motion. This is the past 30 minutes. Moving right through Madison, along and north of 565, moving through downtown Huntsville. Right now, I just hear heavy rain. I know the difference. I've worked here long enough. I know the difference between large hail and just heavy rain. And it's just heavy rain here at our station. But kind of on the northern edge of this, over Chapman Mountain, and then areas now north of 72 in that area. I'm going to pause that. Just getting a bit busy with all the movement. Turn on the lightning for you for 1 second here. And that is a very chaotic amount of lightning here that we're tracking. So this is a strong storm. Haven't given up on this storm now. Just south of the river, this is going to be between Decatur all the way out to Lacey Spring here. There's Priceville, and potentially seeing that kind of appendage feature right along 31 there. So this is going to be west of you in Priceville. Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis just catching his breath here, getting a sip of water. And we're going to put a new storm track on this because it's been a minute since we've done that. We're going to go all the way from basically 231 or the Parkway. Brad, what speed have been?
About 35, 40.
35's probably safe bet here. Just to let you know exactly where this is going. So the Ryland area, 701. Right now, we've got 656. Maysville, 706. Newmarket, 708 there. 710 for Gurley. Mentioned you down 72 east a bit there toward Princeton, 726, 727 for Pleasant Groves. You've got Skyline 738 and eventually High Top there at 742. And out in Scottsboro, Jackson County now 743, Hollywood 751. So that tornado warning, can't see chat if they're going to continue, but it does have that gray polygon, and it's been confirmed from spotters. We saw the debris earlier. Not seeing debris at the moment.
Well, the large hail is really going up on that storm south side of Madison out towards the airport. Getting the VIL values are peaking.
And that was, we're talking about that potential downdraft there, Marshall Space Flight Center right there. So this is going to be that area that Brad's
we'll have
talking.
to watch that close after it dumps the hail. The same thing happened to the other storm. We had the baseball size hail.
Yep.
We had it collapse, and then we had the rear flank downdraft most likely come on the south side.
And also look where the lightning is. Boom.
Yep.
Right over it. No new damage reports coming in, and that is a good thing just because of where these storms move through. Probably the most densely populated, if you watch meteorologist Jeff Denoyer in the morning, the traffic triangle from Decatur to Athens out to Madison and Huntsville there, right in that mess. That severe thunderstorm warning possibly being extended, that would affect the south side of Huntsville. And I just want to pull back the view. We do have other areas of heavy rain and probably some thunder and lightning. Just want to reassure you folks in northwest Alabama right now, you had a lot of the action. You were the first to see the action earlier. You're okay right now. There is nothing severe at this time for your area. This is all now going to start to cross over parts of I-65 areas to the east into northeast Alabama. If you're watching us right now up in Lincoln County, Fayetteville, I know you had some early afternoon tornado warning coverage there. That cell that came out of Giles County moved right across Lincoln County there in Middle Tennessee. But just looking at the signature on the radar, what we're probably going to see here is this is going to be north, that's 431 there, probably the biggest hail right there.
That's probably baseball.
I would think so, but the absence of reports.
Yeah, well, it may still be above the ground and it hasn't fallen yet. Because again, the radar looks above the ground. So again, growing concern here with this storm moving over, it looks like it's moving over Green Mountain and Montesano. Probably very large hail up on the mountain right now. And the challenge here is we could see, as this goes to the other side of the mountain, we're going to see that vortex, the change to that. We saw that back in May of last year. I think it was May 9th. And then we started seeing tornadoes on the other side. So Gurley, we may get a tornado here out of this storm as it crosses over towards Owens Crossroads to the north of Hampton Cove. Actually, Owens Crossroads is a little farther to south, but again, on the other side, you get the Jones Valley over here. Probably looking at very large hail. If it's not falling yet, gravity is going to bring it down at some point. So we'll have to watch that. Again, we've got this tornado warning out that continues for the Huntsville metro area. This is on the south side of Huntsville. Watching this area near Priceville too. We're starting to get a signature on the back that would indicate there's rotation there right over Priceville, and probably large hail, a lot of lightning on the Tennessee River Bridge.
They're going to put a warning on that, Brad. The
tornado warning
Priceville
coming
storm.
out for Priceville. Okay. Yep, tornado warning coming out from Priceville. We've got a possible tornado here on the southeast side of Decatur. I think that's Highway 67, right in Priceville. It's tracking off to the northeast. That's going to probably trigger the tornado sirens again in Madison as that storm's, well, let's just see here, put that into motion. We've got, that storm's moving. It's going to move a little bit more to the east. But notice how it's finally getting all that shear there. This is going to be right along up towards Triana, south side of Madison, out towards the Huntsville International Airport. So again, tornado warning coming out for that storm there. Let's zoom back out. So if you're in Triana and areas on the south side of Madison, out here southeast, a lot of this is a Wheeler Wildlife Refuge area. So we're not going to get a lot of reports out of here unless they're actually seeing a tornado right now in Priceville from that storm. Let's go back up here into Madison. Actually into Huntsville, and we're going to talk about this storm now that's moving east towards Gurley, north of Hampton Cove. We're going to see a lot of change in the structure of this storm as it moves east, and we
might actually have debris on that too. Right up there's an airport there, Moontown Airport. This will be south of 72, out toward the Brownsboro area.
Yeah, I see it
potentially popping up there. That's 72, and then you see that yellow area
right there.
Right there.
So this is near Brownsboro. Possible tornado here, at least indicated by Doppler radar. We'll see if that continues to expand. See if it matches up with the radar. Yeah, it's right on that edge. So I think we may have a tornado here moving through Paint Rock Valley on the way to Gurley. Maysville, again, be seeking shelter. From what I'm seeing here, it looks fairly significant here on this side here of the storm with the very large hail falling, strong southerly wind into this. So possible tornado, again, moving towards Gurley, eventually Pleasant Groves, Maysville to the east. I'm going to go street level here, and then we're going to get to that storm near Priceville. That's, again, moving mostly towards Wheeler Wildlife Refuge and perhaps up to Huntsville International Airport. So we got Mountain Lane, Highway 72, that kind of curves around here as you go towards the Woodville-Gurley area, across the Paint Rock Valley. Paint Rock, it's going to be north of you, but you're going to have an influence of the strong wind coming in from the south. Very intense lightning. And again, this is just non-stop lightning. And in fact, the lightning's jumping out ahead of the main storm. So this next tornado warning coming out for Priceville. It's going to move east. It's going to be close. Lacey's Spring. We've got Valormosa Springs over here too. This is likely going to end up mainly south of the Huntsville, the downtown Huntsville. But you've got a storm in progress on the east side, moving mainly towards Owens Crossroads and New Hope, and perhaps down the road in Woodville. But nasty storms. Still looking at a lot of lightning. This is coming back into East Limestone. I don't see signs of a tornado with this storm. Let's turn the lightning off. But there is some mid-level rotation, so we may be seeing some hail developing with that storm. And that's going to be moving again towards the Magnolia Springs subdivision and eventually out into Harvest and Monrovia. Let's get out west here real quick and take a look at the storms approaching from the west. I don't see any rotation in these yet, but something we'll have to watch as these storms out here, fairly dangerous storms, and we've lost I'm sure they've still got warnings. I don't know why they dropped off, but I'm pretty sure these still have warnings. This one looks like it's possibly a tornado producer southwest of Tupelo, but that one's probably going to stay south of Russellville. So let's get back into the coverage here. I'm going to turn off this severe thunderstorm warning tag. Up into Middle Tennessee, it's really just been right here over North Alabama, and that's exactly where the model guidance was kind of putting all those helicity tracks, we call them. So storm now moving northeast of Priceville. It's going to be really close out here, just south of Toyota Field with this one here, moving more towards Triana. It's north of Somerville, and I know that it's hard to see down here in parts of Morgan County because the terrain is so steep and there's a lot of valleys out there. But this is northeast of Priceville, right along the river. This is Thompson Road, and you get just northeast of Highway 67. This is where a possible tornado is. And the shear rate, not jumping off the screen, but it's definitely there. It was stronger earlier. And then storm relative velocity continues to indicate this possible tornado here moving towards Triana. So you need to be seeking shelter in Triana. And even South Huntsville, you are included in this warning as it's going to be moving in. So again, possible tornado with this storm moving towards Owens Crossroads. Another potential impact in Gurley. Gurley, you should be in your shelter now. We've got warnings covering up warnings. So that's a really, really active afternoon that's turned into an active evening here. South of Maysville, Pleasant Groves, seek shelter. Getting poor visibility with this storm as it moves in. And we still have this signature on the north side of this storm, and that's where we had the real lowering of the clouds. So that's what Eric means by we have numerous areas of circulation within this thunderstorm. We've got the north side here and the south side. So entire area should be seeking shelter from just south of Newmarket through Maysville, Gurley, up to Princeton, Pleasant Groves, and then we get Skyline, and it's moving very close to the radar. So we should have a pretty good perspective on this as it gets closer. Velocity itself really tightens up here. So we're probably going to go through a sequence where the hail increases again. It's just east of Maysville, Brownsboro. This is Gurley Pike, Mountain Lane, possible tornado right here, east of Maysville, within this mess on the northern side of this storm. And it's not in the, I mean, it's wrapped in rain. That's exactly what's going on. We've got the strong gusty winds coming south towards Gurley. This is going to be the rear flank downdraft. Possible tornado is just north of that location, moving towards Holly Tree and Trenton. Once again, I'll put the velocity on. You can kind of see what we're talking about. Really tight pattern here. Again, we'll likely have a tornado on the ground east of Maysville. And we have real strong gusty winds. So we've got the strong gusty winds coming into Gurley. This is on the backside, and this is all just wrapping around with our tornado there. Shear rate's probably going to back that up. Yeah, look at that. Debris signature, let's see what we got. We'll probably see that change color here. Shear rate again. Let's take a look at the shear rate for everyone here. It's still fairly high. Again, the storm in eastern Madison moving into western Jackson County, and then here northeast of Hartselle now. This area moving off to the east. So as we get in closer, you can see this is moving through a very forested area. Again, it's going up and down in these valleys here. And let's go ahead and just take a look at what's in the path basically right in here. And we got Gurley Pike, got this little valley here, Harrison Cove. It's all these areas here in danger for a possible tornado that may be on the ground, wrapped in rain. You're probably dealing with power outages. This is east of Maysville as this tracks off to the east and a bit northeast. So again, Holly Tree, you need to be seeking shelter. Princeton, seek shelter. Pleasant Groves, and even Skyline, heads up. This is coming in your direction. You're probably not going to see it. It is completely wrapped in rain. That is bad. I mean, when you get that spotters, it's going to be really hard to report this. And then there's just tremendous lightning going on within this storm as well. So a lot of lightning with that storm. There's a lot of lightning as well over here in East Limestone, moving back into Harvest and Monrovia. Tremendous amount of lightning in Priceville. That storm's moving towards Owens Crossroads and South Huntsville. And that you got the tornado warning out for that storm there. And turn the lightning off again. Take a look at some of this, the velocity here. So overall, strongest velocity signature is north of Gurley. There's enough of a signature here to continue the tornado warning though, east of Priceville. Priceville, you're all clear. Decatur, you're all clear from that tornado warned storm. The worst of the weather is with the storm near Gurley. But this storm here is still dangerous down here moving towards Lacey's Spring and South Huntsville, just due to the lightning alone. Again, just covered up. Probably looking at numerous power outages across the entire Huntsville metro area. New thunderstorms back here towards Coxsey as well. Another thunderstorm west of Trinity, west of Decatur. Watching this storm here near Russellville and down towards Phil Campbell. Let's take a look at the radar over that way. Now we're going to have to watch these. Again, Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, Hamilton, a lot of lightning coming in with these storms. And just across the state line, these have been warned for over the last hour or so, but they've dropped the warnings for them. But it's just going to continue to come at us until that front finally moves through. And the back edge is basically right here. So once this area moves east, probably by 8:30, we'll probably be able to clear you out in Florence. The watch goes until 10 o'clock. Based on what I'm seeing here, we may get an extension of the watch, especially for the Huntsville metro area east, with these nasty storms continuing. Tornado warnings up here into Middle Tennessee as well. But the worst of the weather so far today has really been locked in here in North Alabama and right in the smack dab in our viewing area.
And we've got still that debris ball right now, not debris ball, but debris showing up on the correlation coefficient. It's right on the county line, Brad, between Madison now moving into Jackson County. So if you're in the Holly Tree area, and this will be north of you in Trenton,
yes,
right along 65, but you could really see that that's going to be that Moontown storm, and then the velocity matches up with that.
Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado on radar. We were talking about how that was the most likely area. As we get in closer,
going right toward Holly Tree, and they're going to put a considerable tag on that new tornado warning that's coming out.
Holly Tree, seek shelter. You need to get out of your mobile home as this comes in. Skyline, you need to be out of your mobile home as well. A velocity continues to show significant tornado here. We're probably talking strong EF2 type tornado within this storm here. So again, we could be seeing winds about 130 miles an hour with this tornado. East of Maysville now. It's going to be passing south of Princeton, between Princeton and Pleasant Groves, right through Holly Tree. Again, Holly Tree, you've got to seek shelter right now. This is about as bad as it gets here coming in with the lightning, power outages, and then we've got a confirmed tornado on Doppler radar, debris signature. It's wrapped in rain. You're not going to be able to see it. Don't look out your door to try to find it because it's gotten bigger. The debris signature got bigger. So a tornado is on the ground doing damage just to the west of Holly Tree. So here's Holly Tree It is exactly 4.7 miles west-southwest of you. So if you live anywhere from Holly Tree to the south to Trenton, and even north to Princeton, you need to be seeking shelter. Do not be out on the road with this. That's Alabama Highway 65. In fact, let me turn the radar off again, and we're just going to see areas impacted. So it's probably done damage here in this subdivision off of Gurley Pike. That's where the debris signature is. It's probably destroying trees as it's moving through this heavily wooded area. And as we go into Holly Tree, you get, especially on the south side of town, again, there's not a lot of area here, but you've got all these homes, probably looking at some mobile homes in here as well. So as we get into Holly Tree, some businesses here off of County Road 4. So again, seek shelter here in Holly Tree. Just giving you the idea of the terrain around here. Even Trenton, I would be seeking shelter in Trenton and Pleasant Groves for this tornado. It's confirmed on radar. It's wrapped in rain and it's moving in as we speak. Another velocity look here. That's just dangerous. You got strong winds in Pleasant Groves as well, and that's probably inflow into that tornado. Let's see if we got any other debris. New severe thunderstorm warning for Harvest, Monrovia. For that storm coming in from the west. Doesn't look as bad as the storm you just had. Storm relative velocity. Probably some hail with that. The Triana storm continues to show signs of rotation there.
I'll get a storm track on that whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and let you take over for a little bit.
All right, so on that southern tornado warrant cell right now for parts of Morgan County into Madison County, I think this just clips the far northwest part of Marshall County. If we're on Max 2, please, you can pull it up and maybe take it full screen just so we can go through this. So this is that southern tornado warning right now, 715 Toluca. It's on top of you as you speak. Lacey Spring right now, 723. Whitesburg, 727. Ditto Landing, 728. 736 for you in the Owens Crossroads area. And then you've got New Hope there at 741, Woodville 752, and Stevens Reservation there at 753. Just continuing to keep an eye, not so much losing focus on the confirmed tornado warning right now. Brad was just talking about the Princeton area, Holly Tree, and Trenton. That is the debris that you're seeing right there, probably being picked up from parts of that wooded area or potentially that neighborhood that it passed through. So that is very concerning to see that debris signature showing up. And then we've got multiple other warnings too. And this area now behind from Harvest, very small severe thunderstorm warning compared to what we saw earlier, but this will move eventually toward Highway 53. Should stay north of the Mid-City area, potential for large hail. And then you just kind of reset the view. Look at the lightning before I take it off. That storm in Morgan County right along the river. I've been watching that closely on our Decatur camera. Haven't seen anything. It's very difficult with everything being rain wrapped. And then we have kind of this embedded confirmed tornado warning with the gray polygon, including you in Princeton, Alabama Highway 65. But now the severe thunderstorm warning for the threat of gusty winds, large hail, frequent cloud to ground lightning. This almost encompasses all of Jackson County at this time. So we've got this storm that had debris on it right now is approaching you in Holly Tree. So you need to be, that's County Road 12 there. This is County Road 4. And then eventually heading toward the Skyline area. I know Brad just a moment ago saying you need to seek shelter there. So there's a lot going on. Numerous tornado warnings, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Continue to keep an eye on the storm right over you in Triana. Crossing over the river, mentioned you in Toluca, that was 7:15 was your arrival time, but this would be Redstone Park, Whitesburg. This would move right over to the Whitesburg Bridge area. I don't see anything that leads me to believe we have a confirmed tornado there, just kind of radar indicated rotation. And then right over Holly Tree, that's the area that is about to get hit here. And there's just so much lightning with this. Numerous people without power across North Alabama. We always tell you multiple ways to receive the warnings. Have just a battery operated radio, very helpful. I know a lot of our radio partners across the area, including Mix 96.9, they will stream our coverage. Now Jackson County EMA potentially reporting tornado on the ground near Gurley, headed towards Skyline. So Skyline, we're talking about you. This is coming out of Gurley here, likely where we have that debris. Now this is going to be a wooded area with a lot of topography too. So they might not have the cleanest look at that. There's definitely at least a lowering here.
We got a new tornado report there. Tornado on the ground near Gurley, headed towards Skyline.
Yep.
That from the EMA. Still watching that East Limestone storm again too. It's kind of got that appearance to it. We got to watch closely. So again, this is that storm that's had a debris signature for a while, headed towards Holly Tree, and we continue to watch the storm in northern Morgan County. This is just north of Alamosa Springs, moving towards Lacey's Spring. We'll watch that closely, and we're probably going to start to see flooding become an issue in some areas too, because we're getting a lot of training. We're getting storms coming over the same area. This storm over here in East Limestone near Capshaw. The good thing is we've got the storms to the south of it probably blocking the inflow. I've been looking at some of the Ville density data, and it's indicating maybe the hail not as big as it was earlier, but we're still looking at some quarter, maybe golf ball size hail with some of our bigger storms out here. So let's get back in here towards Harvest and Monrovia as we continue to go down. We've got a lot of lightning still going on. We've had some trees reported down in Magnolia Springs. Some of those split. We had trees confirmed down earlier as well in the Greenbrier area, just to the east of Buc-ee's. I've seen some pictures of power poles, complete row of power poles down in the city of Athens. Very electrical. It continues to be a dangerous storm here from Capshaw to the north to Harvest out towards Sparkman High School, Sparkman Middle School, and again the areas that continue to move east towards Meridianville. So Meridianville, Hazel Green, the lightning's probably going to be the biggest threat, maybe some hail from that storm as it moves in, but we continue with just tremendous amount of lightning here. This storm's turning to the right just a little bit. Again, Scottsboro, you're not under the warning yet. You're likely going to see a warning. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. What we're seeing, they've got a gust of wind coming out. That's exactly what's going on. We got this rear flank downdraft that caused all of this with the collapsing hail core with this storm, and is now producing this high wind in Pleasant Groves. Also from Princeton to the southwest. Again, tornado last confirmed here, moving towards Skyline. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the debris tracker once again.
It's going to be right around Holly Tree. So if you're in Holly Tree, now's the time.
Yeah, we've been mentioning Holly Tree for a while. That tornado is moving into Holly Tree now. I believe this is Highway 65. Highway 65, Holly Tree. Be seeking shelter. Stay in your shelter as we continue to monitor that progress there.
The Lacey Spring storm just reporting heavy rain and quarter-size hail with that.
Okay.
So that was the southern tornado warning there. That report just coming in.
Yeah, I think the rotation's down a bit with this. The hail size is probably down some as well. But it's this backside as you get just to the north of Somerville, I believe. Yeah, Valormosa Springs, just north of there. And then we got Toluca in here, south of Triana. This is going to be real close in extreme south Huntsville. Probably going to see more hail than high wind here. But it's this area near Winton as we get in closer street level. We got Bowers Road in here. Got more homes in here too as well. You've got Valormosa Springs looking to the north off East Upper River Road, Bowers Road. This is where the possible tornado is. I say possible because this storm now is looking like the storms we had earlier that were trying to produce tornadoes that just couldn't quite reach it. But then again, as they moved farther east, we saw that change quite a bit. We've had some reports, and again, the damage reports will continue to come in. It's going to be really hard for the linemen to get out there and repair this because we've got a lot of lightning still going on, a tremendous amount of lightning, excuse me, and very heavy rain that continues to move back into East Limestone and areas out towards Harvest and Monrovia on up to Meridianville. So flash flooding is going to become a concern in these areas until this front finally moves through, and it's probably 3 hours away from moving into the Huntsville metro area. So we're going to be at 10 o'clock probably and still looking at that. Back to our tornado warned storm over here, the one that is producing a tornado and continues to show signs of that. It's going to be real close to the radar. So we're probably going to get into what we call the cone of silence here in a little bit. That's where the storm is so close to the radar beam is looking underneath what it needs to see. So that's why you may see some of these colors change a little bit. But also, having said that, the closer you get to the radar, the more ground truth you're going to get. New tornado warning does include Scottsboro now. This is confirmed tornado continues. There's another circulation developing. I think we've got lots of, as we've been tracking all along with this storm, we've got a lot of circulations that just continue to form. And this one looks like it's dropped south towards Pleasant Groves, right in that area there. That's south of where the initial one was. So
that could be from the outflow from it, a little gust front potentially.
Yeah.
You do see that gray polygon that Brad is standing over. That's a new tornado warning for the confirmed tornado that we have there near you in Princeton. That continues. It's just really getting messy. We showed you the debris that on the high top radar that we're very close to. That's being lofted 7,000 feet plus in the air. But now we see the yellow color showing up right between Princeton and
That's
Trent.
the first time we've seen that today.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're close to the radar. We've got the extreme rotation going on. We have a significant tornado here from Princeton, wrapped in rain, and we may have just a cluster of tornadoes inside this, kind of similar to what we had April 27th when we had the morning storms in Guntersville. We had like 12 tornadoes all kind of wrapped into one storm. So this entire storm is dangerous. Just keep that in mind as this moves in. Again, the north side of Scottsboro, you want to be seeking shelter now as the storm approaches and moves in. It's got a long, look at that one. This is just completely wrapped back up. That is wild, because that is south of Holly Tree. We've got another tornado right here. Man, this is right on County Road 17, Pace Drive. See how that just popped right up? So we've got homes, we've got people out here. We've got a community here as well. Again, there's likely going to be damage here with this storm. We're probably going to see another indication of debris signatures going to show back up with that area there. Expand this view here real quick. Get back in there. Got to get out of the warning box so that disappears. All right, so let's go back to shear rate. Shear rate increasing a little bit down there north of Valormosa Springs, but definitely the highest concentration is right here in Jackson County. So we're likely getting multiple trees down with this storm. That's going to show up on the debris detection. We'll continue to see down there Brad Arnold. I don't know where he is right now. I would imagine.
He's South Huntsville somewhere.
South Huntsville. Okay. He's going. That's the Whitesburg Bridge. Yep, he's going over the Whitesburg Bridge. Okay, good. We're going to get a good view of that storm down there.
He's going right into it.
Yeah, he's going right into it. Let's take a look at the debris signature. Yeah, we got a debris signature now on that new tornado that just formed.
Wow.
So we have multiple tornadoes in this circulation. And they just keep spinning them up. So a lot of research would have to be done to figure out why that's happening. But again, we've got multiple tornadoes in Jackson County, likely multiple trees down with that storm there, and it's moving towards Skyline. So a lot of times we focus on one specific circulation, but we're not able to do it with this storm here. It's very similar to what happened in Madison County. I'm seeing sporadic damage pictures from the north to the south side of that storm as it moved through out towards Harvest and Monrovia as well. So Scottsboro, I would be in your shelter there. It's possible this could throw down a tornado to there. What we're looking at here on the south side towards Lacey's Spring, again, you're seeing the wall cloud here on the video in the bottom, and that's what we're seeing here as you get just to the west here. That's actually still south. So
right toward Lacey Spring, potentially New Hope down the road, south of 431. Hearing from my news director watching Brad Arnold's feed there saying, this has the wall cloud, could drop a tornado here at any second. So we're going to get a look at that coming up here.
This is just north of Morgan City. There we go. You can take that full right now if you'd like. Get a better view. That's going to be the wall cloud there into just north of Morgan City near Lacey's Spring. You need to be seeking shelter in Lacey's Spring for this right now. This is going to be moving east near the Whitesburg Bridge down just south of Green Mountain, out towards the Huntsville Speedway, near Owens Crossroads, and eventually New Hope. Again, we've got a wall cloud here on the southern edge of the storm, also producing significant lightning as we look off to the south.
The rotation on radar much tighter, right over Lacey Spring or just north of you. We got 231. This will pass between Whitesburg and Hobbs Island there.
So it's already gone past Katanko and Valamosa Springs?
Yes.
Yes, and it is moving. You can see on the feed there.
All right, yeah, let's go back to side by side, and we'll continue to monitor that. But again, Brad Arnold down here chasing the wall cloud here. This is right at Lacey Spring. He's on 231, 431 south. We've got Hobbs Island right here. This is going to move right through Hobbs Island. And we're watching this again. This is 231. It's about ready to cross. In fact, he's probably right in here. Probably right. Yeah. He is right here. So he is about to drive right into that if it's a tornado. And he knows what he's doing. He spends his time out in the plains. In fact, he was in Arkansas earlier today driving back to catch up with these storms here, because the model guidance really just flipped a switch and said the storms are going to get crazy here in North Alabama, and that's why we were putting out those updates on social media today as well. So this storm's starting to wrap around a little bit more. Velocity is a lot tighter here, as Eric was mentioning. And we've got the shear rate. We'll take a look at that. And shear rate's kind of behind, I think, because it's probably right about where our circle is now. A lot of lightning with this storm.
Got that maroon color on the shear again.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and put the radar on here, and then we're going to track this here real quick. So this is what you're looking at in the video. It's crossing 231 north of Morgan City, moving east and probably a little southeast. This is close to Grant here over time. So we've got New Hope at 751, 752, 812, in and around Grant. Again, this will stay south of Huntsville, but Huntsville, you're going to see lightning and some smaller hail, maybe even large hail with this storm as it tracks to the just south of you. Madison, more very heavy rainfall, and we're just covered up with warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. That storm has moved east of most of Harvest and Monrovia. However, it's just to the north of the bypass on the north side of town, out towards the new racetrack and the Chevron out there on Highway 53, just before you get up closer to the north side of Harvest and Monrovia. Again, we're on 231 south with this storm here that's on the way to New Hope. It's starting to get darker out, so it's going to be harder to visualize and see the actual tornado. Going to that portion of the highway where they had to expand it and they had to close to the south there for several months a few years back. That's where we're looking at that. Let's go back out here to the west, then we'll get back over to Scottsboro. Very intense lightning with these storms out here to the west. Continues to throw down lightning. But these storms are moving faster now out here across the state line. And I think if you live in Florence, this may end up south of you. We're hoping so. But again, this is the last of the line here, about to cross the state line, moving towards Russellville. You get down here towards Hackleburg, a lot of lightning with that storm there. And take a look at velocity. Yeah, there's some intense lightning, and there's the possibility of damaging winds with that storm. They don't have a warning out for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if you get some larger hail and isolated damaging wind gusts there in Hackleburg. And that's moving just south of Phil Campbell between there and Haleyville. And that's going to end up here on the north side of the Bankhead National Forest, really close to Moulton over time. So we'll have to watch that. And that's another storm that's going to impact Hartselle and probably Decatur, maybe Priceville over time. Heavy rain continues there in and around Pulaski. You can see the main boundary here on the radar. It's coming in from the west. Boy, that place has changed. 231's changed quite a bit. Those gas stations are new to me. I haven't been down there for a while.
Yeah, he's
is he northbound?
Mm-hmm. He's northbound. He's already crossed Whitesburg Bridge back in, and now he is headed east. Probably,
Okay.
yeah.
Just want to check on
Tornado.
Jackson County really quick, if that's okay, Brad.
You got it. Go for it.
Yep. So this was over Alabama 79 on Max 2, please. If we could take that full screen, that would be great. You see these, this is the multiple areas of rotation that we were tracking and moving through. Now notice how they've expanded a bit, but we've also noticed how this same cell has caused multiple areas of rotation. So if you're just kind of in this general area from Maynard Cove, Tupelo, Black Ankle, Kyles, and then eventually along 72, this should be around the Hollywood area eventually, Martintown, and out to Wanville there, Wanville. This is all that same area that we had the confirmed tornado in. You're still under a tornado warning. It's not as clean cut as what it was, but this storm has also produced multiple areas of circulation that we kind of looked at and said, well, that is certainly interesting. So if you're in this tornado warning, this should stay north of you in Scottsboro. Maybe if you're in northern Scottsboro here, you kind of on the tail end of this could see some large hail, some gusty winds, but this is eventually going to make its way right along 72. And then we've got this tornado warning here right over the Owens Crossroads area toward New Hope. This will be right along 431 here. This is storm relative velocity. And we've been keeping an eye on the debris here and not looking too much like that. But Brad Arnold, we've had his feet up. Very dark at this moment and still watching this. Eventually this will head toward you in the Woodville area. And this is going to move into parts of northern Marshall County here. It should be north of you in Grant, but just stay on your toes there in Grant just in case this starts to move a bit more east-southeast.
Yeah, that's definitely been the storm of the day, moving up there. But again, this other storm here that's moving towards Owens Crossroads and maybe even Hampton Cove, we're going to have to watch it. They reissued that tornado warning for that storm. So the sirens again probably sounding in South Huntsville once again. Trying to take a look at the VIL values. They're still fairly consistent. Nothing really jumping off the chart. So there's some good news there. Again, the large hail, I think, threat is dropping some. We're probably starting to see the wind shear kind of take over here. Really looking at that storm in southeast Huntsville.
We've got a storm track on that right now. On your screen there, Owens Crossroads, just mentioned you, 736, New Hope 740, Paint Rock 750, Woodville 752, Limrock 801. Jackson County Hospital 812, Scottsboro 813. So I just talked about you in Scottsboro, saying most of the rotation to your north should stay to your north, but you also have a new storm, or storm that we've been watching, is still developing off to your west and southwest. So everyone, do not let your guard down yet. You would think that the atmosphere would be a bit worked over, but a lot of these storms running into some untapped air with a lack of development off to the south. So everything just streaming right up into it.
Yeah, that storm's looking pretty bad there as it's crossed the Whitesburg Bridge, and we're getting debris signature in that area, it looks like. Perhaps. We're just starting to see kind of the early indications, maybe. Just northwest of Owens, actually just west of Owens Crossroads. Right there. Yeah, I think we've got a tornado here moving into Owens Crossroads. Seek shelter now in Owens Crossroads. I know we've been mentioning that throughout the day. Just want to update you. We're really starting to see signs that there may be a tornado on the ground. Let's see what this...
Is that Owens Crossroads proper or Hampton Cove?
Close to Hampton Cove as well. Probably just south of Hampton Cove. So we're looking at... Let's pause this. I'll get down in there in just a second, Liz. East of Ditto Landing now. Let's go ahead and stop. It's not wanting to listen to me. I'll get it though. So we've got this area here. We're watching closely, moving into Owens Crossroads. Shear at 80 miles per hour. A hail size probably 1 3/4 inch in diameter, so the hail size is increasing. Moving towards Woodville around 757, Grant 758, Owens Crossroads pretty much now, and then near New Hope at 745. So that's our area of most concern right now. We've got a debris signature on the radar just off to the west of that. Put that back up here. I don't know why it's not working on me now. All right. Yeah, this is going to be false right in here, but this Ditto Landing area, that's more like, it's possible we've got debris here from Ditto Landing to the east. So again, we'll watch that closely. But regardless, this is a dangerous storm here coming in, and it's starting to rotate more. We're getting a little bit more wind back here also, just to the west of Old Railroad Bed Road, on the west side of Harvest Monrovia, southwest side, maybe out towards Endeavor Elementary. Let me check that right now. Take a look at the actual radar. Yeah, I don't think that's a whole lot to worry about right now, but the lightning's down a little bit here, but the lightning's way up with this Greenbrier storm. So again, we're going to have to watch this area again. This is along I-565 moving east into Madison. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here, and it's the backside, very electrical, out towards Greenbrier, the Toyota Mazda plant. And Lacey's Spring, there's another cell that's fired up just off to your west as well. Continue to watch areas out there just southwest of Moulton as well. So let's get back in here into this storm. Again, we've got a confirmed tornado with this storm here in Jackson County. We've got numerous tornadoes, in fact, within this one storm. Take a look at the velocity. We're starting to see it kind of wrap up a little bit, getting more curvature here. But again, we're really close to the radar, so sometimes you're in that cone of silence, so to speak. Shear rate's probably a pretty good product here right now to use. Yeah, this whole thing's becoming more linear, so we're likely going to see the increase in the damaging wind with embedded tornado risk here as this moves towards Stevenson. It's moving into Hollywood now. Take a look at the debris tracker. We still have debris showing up. Latest debris is going to be here just west of Fackler, right here on County Road 42. That's a debris signature. You can see it just pop up right there, just south of County Road 42. It kind of snakes around there. And that's going to be moving towards Stevenson, Bridgeport. Heads up, possible tornado. Again, radar confirmed tornado right there. The debris signature kind of jumping off the chart there. And this is just an artifact here. You've probably got a big shelf cloud coming through Scottsboro right now. As we switch back over to the radar mode. Storm near New Hope continues to churn to the east-northeast. So let's get down here into that storm. Tornado warning continues. Now the worst part of this is going to be from New Hope to the north towards Owens Crossroads. Get down here a little bit more street level, moving towards Woodville. Again, out towards Hampton Cove, Old Gurley Pike. Just moved east to Hobbs Island. So again, Hampton Cove, you should be seeking shelter here for this storm. I think the hail probably has just reached its maximum here, just in the last 10 minutes. Probably some large hail through Hampton Cove. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom back in here. We got just to the east now of 431, we got Cave Spring Road, Piney Woods Road. I'll take the radar data off so we can get kind of a better bearing here out towards this area. Could be mainly on the southern side, out towards the Hayes Nature Preserve. This is more farther south than Hampton Cove. But again, you got the gas station that gets 2-lane as you head down to Gunnersville. Gonna head on up here a little bit farther north. Again, yeah, I think it's going to be south more so of Hampton Cove. You got Big Cove area, but the tornado warning is in effect there. But as far as the threat for the tornado, I think it's farther south. And it's starting to fall apart a little bit too. So we're losing some of that circulation. But let me see a little bit more back here near Lacey's Spring. Take a look at radar. Heavy rain continues here at the station. Yeah, a little bit on the west side of that, towards Greenbrier as well, but it doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. So I'm going to reset this radar view here. Talk about areas out to the west a little bit more here, as we're starting to see kind of the end of this coming east. Still a lot of lightning west of Russellville. And again, you're seeing the real dark sky down here. I don't think we're going to see much more from Brad Arnold's video here.
Losing daylight by the minute,
losing
too.
daylight, yeah. Very heavy lightning going on down here as you get southwest of Moulton, Haleyville. We're watching this storm here near Red Bay. A lot of lightning here. Also in Vina. Probably have some high wind in here too, yes. So very strong wind gusts coming through Red Bay, moving into Vina. Maybe isolated severe. And this is on the way towards Russellville and Phil Campbell. I think this is mainly straight line wind event potential here. May see some warnings come out for that. But again, we continue to monitor the area far northeast Alabama, getting hit hard as you have been all late afternoon, early evening. But we are starting to see kind of the downward trend, the downward tick of these thunderstorms here. Still a lot of lightning coming into Madison. I'm going to get a closer look at that in just a second. So storms moving away from Decatur, storms moving towards Decatur once again. You get up here towards Ardmore, a bit fairly quiet, but a lot of lightning, strong gusty winds there. You get down here into Madison, very intense lightning. This is coming back into the city of Huntsville. Out here towards Greenbrier, 565, probably can't see much in front of you out there.
Actually, if you pull up the Algo camera on I-565 at Mooresville, the state is moving the camera around, and you can really see a lot. 565 in Mooresville.
Probably some hail in that storm near Greenbrier, moving out towards the Huntsville International Airport. Take a look at the shear rate. Not much there, so that's some good news. Take a look at high top. Yeah, I don't see any rotation here, so that's good. A lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Some strong gusty winds here, especially as you get just to the south of the Huntsville International Airport. But this is coming through. We're going to have periods of high winds come through as the storms are. We're finally getting to the point, I think, where we're going to see a weakening trend. However, we still have this rotation here moving towards Stevenson. So if you're in Stevenson, you need to be seeking shelter here. We still have tornadoes possible with that storm. Currently we have the tornado warning for Owens Crossroads, which the bigger impact is just south of Hampton Cove right now, moving towards Gurley and Woodville. So it's basically Owens Crossroads to Woodville near the Paint Rock Valley with that possible tornado there. But higher confidence with a tornado now near Stevenson.
It's going to be right between Rash and you were talking about Fackler just a moment ago. Yeah, that's the one that's moving right now toward the Stevenson area. This is, I believe, the same area of rotation that produced the tornado when it was along 72 there, a little farther to the west. It's that same area, and we've seen multiple circulations with this. Did get a report from ham radio operator that they had golf ball size hail there in the Owens Crossroads area, so that's going to track north and east toward you in Woodville. So know you've got large hail potential, but definitely if you're in Stevenson, I would be in your safe space, as well as Old Fabius and eventually Cameronsville. This is again.
I want to pass this along to the news crews. We've got per Madison County Fire, several structures collapsed, power lines and trees down in the area of Killingsworth Cove Road.
Yep.
And J.B. Hawkins Road.
I've got texts from there, and deputies are on their way out there, and that's just about the phone lines went down.
Now, is that going to be the east side into Madison County?
That would be east side, Killingsworth Cove.
Gotcha. So
correct.
Probably
off
out towards
72.
Gurley?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, again, Madison County Fire Rescue, several structures collapsed, power lines and trees down in the area of Killingsworth Cove Road and J.B. Hawkins Road. So Killingsworth Cove Road and J.B. Hawkins Road.
Which is off Gurley Pike, I believe.
That's going to be off 72 in the Gurley area. Yeah, that was earlier when we had those confirmed, that debris signature. So again, we've had confirmed damage. There's also damage reports coming in from Madison, other areas of Madison County. But let's go back. In fact, you want to go back? I'll put this on the debris tracker. You could probably back that up on the timeline and go back and find that exact spot. We have debris, again, another debris signature here. So this storm is just spitting out tornadoes. There's another one right here, south of Skyline, near Pace Drive, Highway 79. Dangerous storm. We've got tornado on the ground there. It just keeps throwing them. Man, that's old. We've got a new possible tornado here as you get south, just south of 72. Just crossed Highway 72 northeast of Hollywood. So let's go back. And sometimes when I get too close, it just slants on me like that. Let's go home. There we go.
Ooh.
Yeah. Welcome to the ride. As we take a look down here in southeast Madison County, still tornado warning. This storm probably producing some higher wind here as it moves into northern Marshall County. We're going to north side of, we haven't mentioned Marshall County much at all today. Everything's been really concentrated in far north Alabama, but pretty strong wind here moving towards Grant. You're currently under that tornado warning. Again, you need to be seeking shelter there. New Hope, Southside Owens Crossroads, Woodville, Grant. Probably numerous power outages out here and numerous trees down here in Jackson County. And here comes the lightning and thunder back into Huntsville, at least on the north side of Huntsville. So Stevenson, the circulation is south of you, but I would stay in your shelter until this entire storm passes because it's been throwing out tornadoes and it's been kind of cycling through with no real rhyme or reason on some of it. There's no real consistent mesocyclone. It's almost like it's one big mesocyclone moving through and throwing out these tornadoes. And we've had some structural damage reported as well. Get back here towards Madison. It is pouring down rain. Very intense lightning from Gurley to the south, east of Owens Crossroads, moving into Woodville. Also Madison, south side of Madison. Very intense lightning continues to move through with that storm. I'll turn that lightning off. There's probably some hail on I-565 there too. So I'm going to go ahead and reset that view. I'm going to let you take control for just a few minutes.
All right. I want to go back to Max 2, please, and that will give us a look and I can control it a little bit better. But right over 72 right now. This is in Jackson County where we've seen multiple rotations, probably likely tornadoes, but right over you in the Wanville area, heading toward Yucca, Old Fabius, Sulphur Springs, and eventually toward you in Higdon. So up there also toward Stevenson, kind of on the north end of things. We're talking about you in Fackler. This is all tracking right along 72, and that's going to head toward the Bolivar area. Bouncing back, I know Brad was just talking about northern Marshall County. Grant, some strong wind coming your way. Does look like the rotation that was over Owens Crossroads, crossing over 431 now toward the Poplar Ridge area, that has broadened out a bit. But we've seen this storm go through multiple cycles here over the past couple of about 30-minute time frame, still heading toward Woodville and likely some large hail with that too. So that's going to cross into parts of far southwest Jackson County now. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning that continues. This is just for a portion of 565, basically west central Madison County here. And that's going to include 72 there if you go out toward University. But the strongest part of it will actually be south of 65. A lot of lightning with this and moving kind of more toward South Huntsville. So that's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. But we go just tracking additional cells now popping up. A pretty nasty storm now coming out of Haleyville. This is going to track into parts of southern Lawrence County, right along Alabama 33 there. A lot of lightning with that. Speak into parts of Morgan County. That's just going to be some heavy rainfall, but a lot of you have seen multiple rounds of storms here. And then we've got another storm, Red Bay, Vina, Hodges area. That's going to produce a lot of lightning too, not warned at this time. But if you're in Jackson County, areas along 72, we've had numerous areas of rotation with this. Confirmed tornadoes on radar, showing debris signatures right over you in Stevenson. We've been talking about you quite a bit lately. You've got Bolivar and Cameronsville, and then also Old Fabius there. Moving east of you in Wanville now, heading toward Yucca, Sulphur Springs. So those are the areas. 565 and Shelton, nickel size hail in that vicinity, so still tracking that. And then it almost looks like we have an area of rotation behind kind of the main gust there. This would be just northeast of you in Hollywood. So tornado warning, it looks like it will be dropped at least for portions of Jackson County. Potentially that was supposed to go until 8 o'clock. It's 7:52 at this time, and then we go back toward Woodville, right over Poplar Ridge, Butler Mill. Still have that same area of rotation, and it looks like it might be going through its cycle here, wrapping up a bit.
Got two additional reports I want to pass along. We got a tree through a house, according to Harvest Fire, and Wedgewood Terrace Road, that is. Harvest, Wedgewood Terrace Road, and Nick Davis Road. No entrapment, so nobody's trapped, but a tree is through a house there. And also, Athens Utilities reporting 15,000 people without power. There's 13 utility power poles broke on Lucas Ferry. Water over the road in various areas. Lavert, south of Highway 72, is currently closed. Could be closed due to power lines down or flooding.
And now these severe thunderstorm warnings being extended into parts of far northeast Jackson County, now over the state line into parts of northwest Georgia too. But if you are in northern Marshall County, so if you're north of Grant, right there, that's the area we're watching most closely. This might affect you in Langston and eventually Section here. So now we're in parts of southern Jackson County. I'm going to turn off the loop here because it can be a bit distracting. We have two active tornado warnings, quarter-size hail being reported in parts of Madison. So the hail reports continue to stream in here. Very strong winds. We haven't got an update on the amount of people that are without power in a while here, but I'm guessing there's a lot of people without power. I know we've had 2 power hits here at the station. Moving over to our generator, and we've got a new tornado warning now. So this is going to include you in Grant. This is also now going to include several communities in Dicab County. You see that new polygon now that's for the Woodville storm, or just south of it is the most concerning area right now, but this will include northern Marshall County, parts of southwestern and southern Jackson County, and also a few of you there, Rainsville, Sylvania, and Henniker. Now you've got some time there. We'll put a new storm track on this, and this is probably going to give you a bit more lead time than you need, but that's never a bad thing when we're tracking storms like this. So Woodville, that's on top of you right now. Go out to Swearingen, 802, Scottsboro, 814, Section 819, Dutton, now 825, Rainsville, 835, 839 for Henniger, and the 845, so 8:45 there for Eider. And this is that same storm, pushed through Owens Crossroads, had some large hail reports, and just getting a bit more kind of messy looking on radar, but we very clearly have almost 2 areas of rotation. One is going to be just west of you in Woodville, and then there's another one north of you in Grant. So very strong winds, potential for hail, but this is going to head right there to Langston and eventually Section, and then going back to parts of Jackson County now. This area, right over you in Yucca, heading towards Sulphur Springs, south of Old Fabius. That area needs to be watched closely too. So we're getting more and more reports coming in. Trees down. No reports of injuries that we know of yet. Nothing has come in regarding injuries. Numerous tornado warnings. Obviously been a very busy afternoon for us. Our continuous coverage started just before 4:30. We've been on with you ever since. And if you're in Coleman County, for example, you guys haven't seen much of anything. I'm not saying things won't start to pick up. We've got some heavy rain heading toward you in the Bremen area. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that came out for Vina, Hodges. This will include you in Phil Campbell as well as Russellville. So Highway 43 there and 24. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. Right near Hodges, probably some of the strongest wind. It's got quite a bit of lightning, but compared to the storms we were tracking earlier, it's not the most electrical storm that we've seen so far today. And then right along the county line between Lawrence County and you've got Winston County there, east of Haleyville. New cell popping up near Hartselle. But I've got to go back to that storm between Woodville and Grant right now. Turn off the lightning, and you just look at kind of two areas of rotation that we have. So a lot of you, the polygons for the tornado warnings are getting a bit larger here. Storm's still kind of moving slowly. But I think we've got something happening here. Heading toward you in Sulphur Springs. Put up the debris. Can't see anything there, but
got power lines down in Skyline. We've got Owens Crossroads area. We've got reports of trees across the roadway, Worley Road and Old Big Cove Road. Again, we're just going to continue to get reports in as we go through the rest of the evening. A lot of people without power. Again, 15,000 people without power in the city of Athens. That coming in from Athens Utilities. It's far from over, at least in far northeast Alabama. We're starting to see things quiet down from Harvest Monrovia west towards Athens. Storm moving into Hartselle. The hail size is increasing with that, so we do want to watch that closely. And then, as you mentioned, the storm south of Moulton, we're going to have to watch that. What do we got here? Severe thunderstorm warning. We expected that to come out. And we're going to switch radars here real quick. We're starting to see the main line form, but this area here, see how I may have a tornado forming here. See how you get that buckle there near Hodges, east of Vina, as you were mentioning earlier. A lot of lightning probably coming from that storm too. Yeah, lightning's increasing in and around Hodges. Let's take a look at velocity. Yeah, we may have a tornado forming here near Hodges. This is going to be real close to Phil Campbell and Rockwood over time. The reason I say this is because you see this buckle in the reflectivity that's going on. Yeah, that's a classic. At least high wind, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds. But we've got damaging wind here with this storm. That's just north of Hodges. It's going to track kind of east northeast, probably near Rockwood, within about 15-20 minutes. So let me track this here real quick.
And that's moving a bit faster, 45 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm. So let's go along this line here and track that east. We'll put a little bit of a northeast flavor to that and go about 47 miles an hour. So possibility of damaging winds, maybe even a spin-up tornado with this line here. Russellville 811, Phil Campbell 813, Moulton 843, and Speak just southeast of Moulton around 852. We're also going to keep an eye on this storm near Grayson. All right, from earlier, let's just take a look at some of these videos we've had earlier today. The storms as they come through. This was, I believe this is I don't know where. Okay, Claudia Peppenhorst shot this. This is the funnel cloud and the tornado that was kind of skipping on the west side of Madison earlier today. And there was damage with this in East Limestone. Had some power lines down. And also north of this, we had power lines down and a possible tornado moving on the north side of the city of. Sean Walton shot this. I-65. This is at Bucky's. This is as that tornado was forming, crossed I-65, pretty much went down Huntsville-Browns Ferry Road. We did have damage from this as it moved in. We also, the same storm on the north side at this time was knocking down power poles and power lines in the city of Athens.
Hey, really quick, Brad,
earlier.
sorry to cut you off. 911 confirms tornado south of Woodville. So we've been talking a lot about you in the Woodville area. So 911 now confirming a tornado there in the Woodville area.
All right, we got Woodville tornado there. There's also southwest of Owens Crossroads near New Hope. We've got another circulation forming there as well. Again, some of this video, we thank you for sharing this with us. Let's get back to coverage here real quick since we've got the active warning that we're getting confirmation again on these storms. This is the view from GWX. This is going to be Columbus Air Force Base in Mississippi. So you're going to see a different view as we get in closer. But again, these storms here southwest of Russellville moving towards Moulton, the storm down towards Double Springs, we will watch that as well. And we continue up here as we switch to radar sources. We're going to switch over here to area west of New Hope. We've got this odd shape here. Again, that may be a possible tornado just southwest of Owens Crossroads. Take a look at the shear rate. It's kind of all over the place. Storm relative velocity. starting to peak. Again, we've got a couple of areas of concern here, at least 3 that I can see. One's the Woodville area where we have confirmation of a tornado now. The other one's near Owens Crossroads to the south of there, between there and New Hope. And the other one is now just to the in South Huntsville. This is going to be, yeah, that's kind of bending as well. So we've got, whenever you get these areas that look the way they do, you get this possible circulation here, and then confirmed tornado up in here. Not as strong a signature as earlier. The warnings have been dropped. We're down to 1 tornado warning. That's for the area over here moving towards Grant and Woodville, the one that has the tornado with it. And we'll continue to watch that. But overall, we've got a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and the potential for hail continuing with these storms. And that, I'm just surprised there's no warning here for Owens Crossroads, New Hope. You need to be seeking shelter here, possible tornado. This looks very similar to what it's looked like with the other storms we've had. Again, it doesn't quite match up here with the bend in the radar, but again, I would be at least staying in your hallway here south of Owens Crossroads and New Hope with that storm there. It's just a dangerous storm. There's a lot of lightning. I'm going to take a look at Hartselle here in just a second. Lightning's kind of going down up here, Harvest, Monrovia. Lightning's still very strong with this storms back here towards Grayson and Hartselle. Probably some P to dime size hail moving into Hartselle now with that storm on Highway 31, especially on the north side of town. That's going to be moving closer to the southeast side of Priceville and Somerville over time. I'm going to switch radars once again here. Get you back over here to this Grayson storm. Very electrical, moving across the Bankhead National Forest. Probably some large hail with this storm and damaging straight line winds, but we're not really seeing a tornado signature here, but we'll continue to monitor that. That storm will be moving into Morgan County, so another one moving into Morgan County over time. So I'm going to storm track this for you here as it's tracking to the east and a bit northeast here. So that's going to be moving towards Hartselle and Falkville. I'll pick up the speed here about 40 miles an hour. So Falkville around 828, Eva 843, Morgan City. You're in the path of this storm. It's probably going to be severe when it gets there. Large hail damaging winds. And that's just before 9 o'clock this evening. So that kind of summarizes what's happening out west. Very intense lightning in and around Phil Campbell. Moving towards Phil Campbell. Let's get back into this storm. Pretty stout storm here from Russellville to Rockwood, down 43 just to the west of Phil Campbell. Take a look at velocity. Yeah, we're still seeing some fairly significant wind in here moving into Phil Campbell, but don't see twisting wind as of right now. But we'll continue to monitor that and keep an eye on it. I think if anything were to spawn a possible tornado, it's probably the one south of Moulton because it's in a more favorable environment. Let's go over to Eric.
You've got a new tornado warning, Brad. You were just talking about that area where we're seeing that rotation near Owens Crossroads, so this does include you in Lacey Springs. So we have the Woodville tornado confirmed by 911. That would be the eastern tornado warning. Brad's going to zoom in right on this new warning for you here. So if you're in Lacey Spring, Owens Crossroads, New Hope, the people that we were just telling to seek shelter, I'm sorry, but you need to do it again, at least interior place away from windows here. New tornado warning just coming out. And this is just multiple areas of rotation, just very messy right now through parts of southern Madison County, extreme northern Marshall County, and also the extreme northeast corner of Morgan County there. So that's a new tornado warning, including Lacey Spring, Owens Crossroads at down 231 as well as 431.
Yeah, you mentioned very messy. There's 2 possible tornadoes right now in the county with 2 separate storms. I'm going to continue to look through here.
And while you're looking, that is
go ahead.
what's limiting emergency response right now, because in Killingsworth Cove, I've just talked to the Madison County Commissioner Craig Hill and others, actually people who live out there. Right now, he's asking, Please stay away from Killingsworth Cove. They need no sightseers. They have significant damage. That is a quote. Confirmed reports of significant damage in Killingsworth Cove. So they are down to one road in and out of that area. They're waiting on Huntsville Utilities to arrive. They have power lines down. Deputies are trying to get out there to evaluate the damage. Again, Killingsworth Cove, that is just north of Gurley Pike, due north, if for those of you who are familiar, of Highway 72, due east of Maysville. So
Yeah, that
just
was
to
the
give you
area
a
that really
perspective.
spiked.
So waiting on further reports, but again, the weather right now hampering the ability to get there to put eyes on it.
Yeah, these are the main reasons that you may not think of or consider when it comes to severe weather. We're so accustomed to emergency crews being able to arrive right away, but in this situation, you can't get your power back on either because it's just too dangerous out there for crews to be in and around this. We are starting to see kind of a shift farther to the south in Madison County with these threats, and probably right near Scottsboro. So we're going to have to watch this storm. We're going to get that Sand Mountain magic now. We're going to have to watch that we talk about. And what that means is you get these storms that have been rotating and they're forced to rise over this bluff here as you get towards Langston and Section, and it usually increases the vorticity and it increases the chance for tornado. We've got a lot of lightning here moving right across the Lake Gunnersville. And this is a likely tornado here moving towards Langston. It's north of Preston. Yeah, this is wrapping up. So we have another possible tornado. This is a tornado warning for this storm, but this is moving towards Dutton. Let's get you a storm track here. This is going to be south. It looks like Section in there too. So let's get in closer here. So we've got Section, Northeast Alabama Community College. We've got Powell. Seek shelter now. Section. This is going to climb up the mountain, the bluff there, and it's likely going to intensify the rotation as it moves in. You can clearly see this. This is going to be a water spout as it moves towards Langston. We would likely have a tornado here already. Let's take a look at the debris signature here, see if that shows up.
And that was going to be the one that 911 confirmed that when it was south of Woodville. So Aspel, probably the hail and wind threat right now, but yeah, that will cross right over the lake.
Yeah, it's going to go right towards Langston. We loop that. Boy, just significant lightning. There's our Gunnersville camera there. Just intense lightning, very intense. Nothing showing up yet, but it's probably about to wrap around here as we take a look at this. Probably going to see a debris ball. And then as it goes over the water, of course, there's nothing to show up on the debris signature. So Langston, it's moving right across the lake right now, headed right towards you. It's just north of Preston and south of Scottsboro, moving towards Dutton, Sylvania, Rosalie. Let's take a track here. Large hail possible, damaging straight line winds, moving east at about, put it at 42 miles an hour. So here's what we're looking at. Langston, 814, Section, 818, Dutton, 823, Northeast Alabama Community College, 826, Powell, 830, Sylvania, 833, Henniger, 836, Hammondville, 847, Valley Head, 848, and just before 9 o'clock, Mentone. Possible tornado has confirmed earlier. And you get north of Eider, there's another severe thunderstorm here. Let's take a look at the velocity on that. Yeah, this possible tornado here too. So again, this is that same circulation we've been tracking. Would not be surprised with a tornado. There's no tornado warning here, but we got Flat Rock down to Eider. Be seeking shelter over to Cartersville. All along this line here of storms, we've had embedded tornadoes throughout the day, and especially this evening. As we go over here towards New Hope, they've extended this severe thunderstorm warning now into Georgia. So thankfully it'll be moving into Georgia here soon, but we still have other storms. These are all going to be rotating. These are all going to be moving through Langston, Dutton, Rosalie, Henniger, Sylvania, Rainsville. You're down the road from this too. We're going to see multiple circulations continue. So there's not going to be just one tornado warning or one possible tornado over the next hour. You may see another one here over the next hour or two until this finally winds down and moves out. As you go back to the west, new severe thunderstorm warning there has been issued for Hartselle and the rest of Somerville, Lacey's Spring, the rest of Morgan County there, just south of Decatur through Priceville. Probably looking at large hail with that and an isolated damaging wind gust. Very frequent lightnings going on, especially northeast of Hartselle towards Priceville. That's moving into Somerville, and behind it, even more heavy rain. We're starting to get more a trend of more severe thunderstorm warnings. Boy, that Guntersville camera, could we take that full? You could really kind of get an idea of that storm, especially the New Hope storm. Down here in the bottom screen, you can kind of see what appears to be a wall cloud. Yeah, we'll wait for the lightning strikes here. Again, yeah, there's a wall cloud. That's the only way you're going to see this. Again, this is the Owens Crossroads area. This is another storm that's going to be moving on the north side of the lake towards Grant. So just continuous lightning with this. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, you're looking from Guntersville. This is roughly between the state park. It's really up on the mountain as you go to Albertville, one of the towers looking off to the north, looking towards Huntsville and into Madison County. And you can clearly see that wall cloud there with rotation. Okay, we got 6 or 7 trees down. Interstate 65 southbound, mile marker 347. Lane says lane 1 is open, lane 2 is shut down at this time. So again, that's from ham radio operator. Again, 6 or 7 trees down, I-65 southbound. 347 is near the Buc-ee's, I think. Yeah. And that was probably from earlier. Delayed report. Yeah, says probably happened about an hour and a half ago. That was with the storm out by Buc-ee's again. It eventually produced the tornado that moved into the city of Madison. Likely we're going to get confirmation more on that. So once again, what you're looking at the bottom of the screen is the view of this storm that's near New Hope. And it's got a wall cloud with it. It's showing no signs of quitting here. All these storms kind of rotating. Looks like it's more east of New Hope now as some of that's kind of shifted on. But we continue to see possible tornado here moving across the lake towards Langston. Latest scan there. Again, these are popping up rather quickly and moving to the east. So the Guntersville camera's here looking pretty much due north, so you can kind of see the bridge. It's looking at this lowering of the clouds that's northeast of New Hope, between there and Woodville, right through the Paint Rock Valley, actually. I don't think it's showing us a tornado, but it's definitely the wall cloud. It's going to be hard to see from this far away anyway. Another kind of flare up here as you get just to the west of Owens Crossroads, kind of coming and going here. Take a look at radar again. Gonna zoom out. Lightning and thunder. Severe thunderstorm warning continues out in Russellville. We could be back in that location in just a second. But our tornado warnings are here in far northeast Alabama. New tornado warning just across the state line in Georgia. Really showing this storm's, again, it's about ready to climb up the bluff here near Langston. And it's that southern flank that we're going to watch. As we take a look, see if the debris detection's seeing anything there right now. Nothing right now. Nothing over here with this storm either, but I'm telling you, this storm's probably going to spin up a little bit more as it's forced to rise here as we get up towards Sand Mountain. Langston, Dutton, again, all these areas need to be seeking shelter for a possible tornado. We got frequent lightning going on.
If you put it on, you can see how frequent it is.
Oh, yeah. The lightning counter. 338 strikes, about a peak for the day with some of these storms. Relentless, nonstop lightning from Dicab County into Marshall County, Jackson County, Madison County, down into Morgan County, and all the way into Florence County. So this is just continuous lightning with these storms here. And the threat of severe weather, I would say it's probably over in Florence. And it's going to be over in Russellville in about 30 minutes or so. So there's some good news in all of this here, because there's nothing else left behind this. Let's switch over to high top again. Doesn't like to do it on this double box for some reason. So let's take a look down here. Continue to kind of a bowing segment here, and it's just to the east of Highway 43. Turn the lightning off. So I want to see if we got any rotation in here. Don't really see any. So this is all high wind coming through Russellville. Not seeing any tornadic circulation. Good news. But this line will probably accelerate some as it moves to the east and increase the potential anyway of some damaging straight line winds as this moves across Florence County and eventually into Morgan County once again as well. I'm going to go check the Weather Service chat here in just a second. Here's our tornado warnings. We've got 2 of them active. Southeast Madison County, and looks like parts of southern Jackson County and Dicab County. We continue to be concerned with at least 2 of these circulations, one near Langston right now, and the other one just to the west of Grant. And that's what we're really starting to see more of on our Gunnersville camera. We're starting to kind of lose more and more of that. But here's Langston. The storm is now rising up the bluff. So we'll see if we spin up a tornado here, if not already.
And on the Gunnersville camera lower left, you could, when the lightning hits closer to, you see that pronounced lowering there. That's that area we're looking north at from Lake Gunnersville. So if you're in Langston heading toward Ewan section, that's basically the storm we're looking at there.
Well, I think that's the Grant storm actually, because the camera's right here and we're looking probably north right there into Grant.
But there's the 2 notches just right trailing each other one after another.
Because this one's going to be up river, northeast of the state park. So that's the storm. We've got a lot of lightning continuing here in Jackson County, Scottsboro, intense lightning, prolific lightning. It's strobe lightning, and this is often associated with tornadic weather because you just get nonstop lightning. Haven't said much about Arab, Gunnersville, or Albertville today. A lot of this has just been off to your northwest, and it looks like once this line finally arrives from the west, you're probably just generally looking at a lot of lightning, strong gusty winds, and heavy rain, because I think we're kind of focused here. The maximum shear is likely going on in far northeast Alabama, but again, we're not going to take our eyes off of this as it continues to move to the east. We've probably got a couple more hours of severe weather coverage here as this continues tracking to the east northeast. Very intense lightning moving back into southwestern Morgan County with this storm here. You're probably going to see some hail, but it's starting to pick up with the speed, moving a little bit faster. And there's one more line coming in from Russellville. That's the end of it. Just a lot of heavy rain out there. If you've got to be out and about, just be very, very careful with the amount of rain we've had, especially some of the county areas. We've had some trees down. It's possible they're blocking some of the drainage from the road, so you can run into flash flooding, not necessarily the uniform, the traditional way, so to speak. And there's going to be more trees down, power lines down up here into Jackson and parts of northern Marshall County and Dicab County. So we continue to watch that very, very closely. Turn the lightning off again. 2 strong circulations. One's just north of Grant. The other one's east of Langston with this storm. Let's take a look at the debris signature here, see if we got anything going on. One more time here. We could probably drop that video down at the bottom because we're really not seeing much there in Gunnersville. Again, we're probably not going to see a tornado from that vantage point. So again, north of Grant, it's not a tight circulation, but enough on a day like today for a tornado warning to continue. As far as the storm in southeast Madison County goes, the warning continues, but I think the storm has fallen apart and moved out. So the two main storms here are going to be the one south of Scottsboro. Now Scottsboro, it's pretty intense, a lot of lightning going on, probably some hail, and then the one just to the west of it and east of New Hope. So we'll probably see this tornado warning canceled here for Madison County, and we'll continue on with more tornado warnings for this storm moving just to the northwest of Rainsville. The hail threat looks like it's picking up near Dutton. So overall, this storm is intensifying a little bit as it moves farther east and kind of lose some of the structure here on the base of it. But this storm, again, a dangerous storm moving into Dutton. The hail size is increasing and the lightning's probably increasing as well. So very, very electrical out there with all these storms tonight. Pretty much what we thought we would see as we go through the rest of the evening. Severe threat will wind down from west to east. Let's go over to Eric.
Yeah, the ongoing tornado warning now for parts of Madison County. Going back to Max 2, please. Not seeing anything there that would warrant that to continue. So I think you guys in Owens Crossroads that seek shelter twice, I think you'll be okay. I'm not so much concerned about that. We focus on the Woodville storm southwest of there, north of you and Grant, and heading right toward Section. So parts of southwest Jackson County, southern Madison, northeast Morgan counties. Tornado warning will expire at 8:30 there, but right towards Section, and then you've got Dutton there. Brad just talking about the hail size and putting that hail a little bit farther south of you in Dutton, right over Section. And that hail core has gotten a little larger in size in general, but heads up if you're in Sylvania and even Henniger here, some strong winds, ton of lightning with this, and this is going to cross right over Alabama 35. So that's the very concerning portion. You go out toward you in Ider or northeast of there, Yorks Mill, heading toward the state line now. This would be parts of northwest Georgia. Maybe some hail with that, very strong winds. Still have the ongoing warning here. That would be south Huntsville and southeast Madison County, including you in Gurley, but not seeing a developing threat at this time. East of I-65, I know we had the one delayed report of trees down over one of the lanes on northbound on 65, but if you go near Somerville, rotation, not so much. I think this is going to be more of a straight line wind threat here, and that's why you just have the severe thunderstorm warning. But this is going to track right to the northeast as it moves into Lacey Spring and eventually Owens Crossroads. So that's the area. You had 2 times we're telling you to seek shelter out toward New Hope too. Getting some photos coming in from Harvest. Looks like we have a tree on a home there. That's from Harvest Volunteer Fire Department. And then now we go out to Franklin County and Lawrence County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Put up the radar reflectivity just so you see what's going on with this. This is moving out of Phil Campbell. So Phil Campbell, if you were maybe in the hallway or a lower area, you are okay to come out. And bad news coming from the Weather Service that high top radar is now down and will likely be down for the rest of the evening. So not great for tracking the storms. We still have the Birmingham radar to keep an eye on these storms here. But that's down potentially due to wind. Could be a lightning strike. This happens from time to time when you see the amount of lightning that we've seen today. Sometimes that radar site, you have to think it is one of the taller objects out there, and it just sometimes takes a direct hit, gets a power surge, and then goes down. So we'll have to keep an eye on our data time here, but this is 8:25. Looking current for the time being, but heads up in Section going right for you, as well as Dutton. The potential for large hail still under that tornado warning. I'm sure the sirens are going out. Got a new tornado warning coming out. That was that area in Ider toward, this is going to be west of I-59 now. And it's going to be this area right here. Old Blevins Mill and south and west of Stewarttown. There's Alabama 75. That's where that area of rotation is that just prompted a new tornado warning. Very small polygon because the Weather Service office in Huntsville, their coverage area cuts off at the state line. So that's a new tornado warning, just came out. Pop up debris really quick. Can't see anything. That's going to be harder and harder of a tool to use here with the information just coming down that the high top radar site is down and will stay down. Head back to the storm there towards Section. Now we're going to start to get more dated data coming in. If you're in Hodge, hail threat there. Davistown heading toward Rock City and eventually Powell there. Go out to Humpton, just east of there, Swearingen, and the hail and wind threat that will be over Aspel along 72 there in southwest Jackson County. And this tornado warning They'll drop that. I think that goes until 8:30.
Yeah.
So 4 minutes on that. Big uptick in lightning still in parts of Morgan County. Not in the warning. This will be west of I-65, west of you in Falkville, and far southwest of you in Hartselle. No rotation with that, but probably some wind for sure tracking to the northeast.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and switch to the Birmingham next radar. It's going to have a better view now. It won't have the best view, but since the radar is down now in Jackson County, I'm going to switch over here and go to the Birmingham radar. And you're going to get a totally different view here of these storms. You're going to be looking higher into the storms, but we're going to continue to be able to monitor this, knowing what we know now. Of course, the spotter observations are going to help us out, and then the lightning, of course, we'll be able to continue to monitor that through lightning data with these storms. So total strikes about 300 and some. As we get up here towards Langston, one of the things we're watching from a distance here is that secondary circulation pretty much moving north of Grant towards Langston. Velocity is probably not going to be very good from this far out. Again, we've got confirmed tornado with this storm, and that circulation, two circulations, one just moved through Langston, another one's just west of Langston, and this area is up here just near Northeast Alabama Community College. So if you know someone there, they need to be seeking shelter there. Also Powell and up to Sylvania with these storms as they continue to move to the east. So far, everything's probably just to the north of Rainsville, but we will have to watch this. Eventually, the track is going to get farther to the south with each storm that moves through. So we've got basically one tornado warning left. After that one will expire, a short fuse warning, we'll call that, right on the Georgia state line. And then just very intense lightning, strong to severe thunderstorms will continue until this line finally moves through. I think your threat for severe weather is over in Phil Campbell and in Russellville. We could clear you out there. There will likely be a new watch issued. It may include far northeast Alabama, or what they'll likely do is the local office, Huntsville, will extend the current watch maybe through 11 o'clock. I'll just say that. The watch right now is supposed to expire at 10. I think it will expire. It'll be over with. From Huntsville to the west, I-65 west, I think the severe threat should be over with by 10 o'clock tonight. But we continue to watch these storms over here. Very intense lightning, strong gusty winds from Woodville to Grant, over to Scottsboro. Scottsboro, the most thing you're getting now is just a lot of lightning here with these storms as they continue to move off to the east and southeast. Let's see if the debris tracker can pick anything up over here from Scottsboro. If it does, it's going to be really, really high in the air. It would indicate a really significant tornado, but we're not seeing that. We are seeing the rotation in the mid-levels of the storms up here producing the hail. Hail size probably increasing somewhat with these storms. But again, very heavy rain, frequent lightning. The area north of Grant, continue to monitor that. Moving towards Langston and Dutton. Again, you need to be seeking shelter in all these areas as you get up here on Sand Mountain. Even Rainsville, we're watching this closely, but most of this is staying well to your north. As we see it now. So Dutton to the south and over towards Sylvania up to Henniger. Possibility of a tornado still exists with these storms, although we're not, again, we lost the closest radar over here to these storms. So that's not a good thing to do to have happen. But again, it happens. So prepare for the unexpected. During the April 27th outbreak, we lost 2 radars, one of those being our own. West of Langston, we're still watching this storm, the circulation here, really close to Preston. It's about to cross the river. Same pattern that the last one had as it moved through. Very heavy rain, frequent lightning with these storms. You can see just the intensity. It's a strobe light effect here with these storms as they continue to move east. I was looking earlier, some of these storm tops are up to 52,000 feet in the air, so very tall thunderstorms capable of all modes of severe weather as we have seen. Tornado warning now expired there for southeast Madison County. I don't think we'll see another one. We'll continue to watch this storm near Hartselle down to Falkville. Very intense lightning. Take a look at the velocity here. We will get a fairly decent picture here. Turn that off. So there's some mid-level rotation with this storm near Falkville, but it's probably leading to some hail development. As we switch radar sources, go back over here to GWX. Again, just a lot of lightning out here, heavy rain. Not seeing any rotation with these storms. The wind speed's probably down a little bit here, moving into Moulton. So the threat of severe weather again is over. Phil Campbell to Russellville out in the shoals. No need to worry about it the rest of the night. Anderson, I think you're clear. Athens is probably clear. We'll continue to wait on that in case something fires up behind it. But I think the storm down in Morgan County is really blocking any new development from firing up here in Athens and Decatur. I think my IFB just went out. So I'll gonna have to get a new IFB battery if anyone back is monitoring. Again, Hartselle, very heavy rain, very intense lightning here. This is a severe thunderstorm, no doubt. And this is moving towards Lacey's Spring and even Eva and Falkville. Very intense lightning tracking to the east. And that's going to be impacting Morgan City. Arab, you're probably going to see some intense lightning from this storm and perhaps some hail as well. And just south of Owens Crossroads, we keep mentioning you, another storm's coming in. It doesn't look as intense as what you just had, but we will watch it. Huntsville, especially the north side of Huntsville up to Newmarket, looking better. Harvest, Monrovia, Fayetteville, I think your threat for severe weather is over. It's definitely over in Pulaski, and we'll continue to monitor these as they move out. Let's go over to Eric Burt.
Yeah, and if you're curious, watching in the Huntsville area, maybe all the way up north to Meridianville, no active warnings at this time for you. Very heavy rain, still some thunder and lightning, but no imminent severe weather threat. Again, the radar is going to look a little different just because we are using the Birmingham radar with high top being down. Still that threat for a lot of hail, strong winds, ton of lightning with this storm that's moving through parts of southern Jackson County, moving into parts of Dicab County. So if you're in Sylvania, Henniger, this is all coming your way. Concentration of lightning there will be south and southwest of the Scottsboro area. But that's the storm right now that we're keeping a close eye on. That was the storm that moved north of Grant that we're showing you on the Gunnersville camera. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for that storm that Brad was just mentioning, moving through Falkville. This is going to head to the northeast all the way up to Lacey's Spring. The Baileyton area, finally now Coleman County involved in this. Put a storm track on this for you. Just kind of a larger one, show it's heading to the northeast. And this is what we've got with this wind and hail threat for the Baileyton area, 844. Lacey Spring, 852. Arab, 856. Union Grove there in northern Marshall County, 902. New Hope will be 910. Gunnersville, 913. Woodville, 922. And Pleasant Grove. So this is an area that is looking at another round of at least strong winds. Not so much of a tornado threat that I'm seeing at the moment, but a very, very busy day. I know Brad was clearing people. If you're in Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale County, I think even at this time, I want to say a good portion of Limestone County, your severe weather threat will be over for the evening. Go back out to the tornado warned storm. This is right before high top loss radar. That's going to be over the state line now. This is into northwest Georgia. You can see they Peachtree. They extended the tornado warning now to include Kensington, and the National Weather Service in Huntsville likely going to drop that sliver of a tornado, a short fuse one, as Brad referred to it as. That cell just northeast of Ider there in 59, Interstate 59. So towards Sylvania, Henniger, I know kind of blurry, but this is what we have to work with here. Just checking chat, nothing really new coming in. We've actually seen a lull in activity, and that's usually a pretty good sign. I know it is getting dark now in a lot of areas. People weren't really venturing out to check on damage or anything, but when we see kind of a silence as far as storm reports coming in, whether that be trees down or hail reports, that's usually a good indication. I think we'll have a lot more information coming out from the Hampton Cove, Owens Crossroads area. We'll probably get some more and more of those reports coming in. Just still tracking the threat for severe weather. Now it's getting to be a bit more linear in nature. Look at the radar behind me. I still have that tornado warning there for parts of Jackson County as well as parts of Dicab County, northern and Marshall County there just north of you in Grant, but that's all tracking to the northeast. We've got the bigger severe thunderstorm warning polygon now, including parts of west, northwest, Marshall County, parts of you in Coleman County. Hartselle, you guys are okay. Your severe weather threat will be wrapping up here. Lacey Spring, probably some smaller hail, maybe not necessarily severe hail too. We haven't got any updates. Liz, as far as power outages go,
Yes.
If you have those numbers,
Yeah.
feel free.
I can jump in. And Eric, I'm just trying to communicate right now with Madison County Commissioner Craig Hill. He has truly emphasized the need for people to stay away from Killingsworth Cove. That's in the northeastern section of Madison County. Commissioner Hill says they have known damage there. Power lines are down. Right now they're waiting on Huntsville utility crews as well as sheriff's deputies to get out there to be able to travel out there since they have had so much severe weather and been under warning after warning after warning. They cannot get out there right now to evaluate Killingsworth Cove down to one road in and out. So they're asking all of the people interested in looking at the damage to please stay away. He also tells me there's a big tree across Old Big Cove Road. That is in the Owens Crossroads part of the city of Huntsville, which is the Hampton Cove area. Owens Crossroads also trees down in the road. As Eric said, it's dark outside. If you do have a lull in the action where you live, believe me, there may be power lines down. There may be trees down in the road that you cannot see. So law enforcement is asking that you definitely be very situationally aware and stay home if you can. If I may, Eric, from Athens, we have a lot of limbs and debris in the road on Sanderford Road near the railroad track there. Athens police reporting utility poles are down. Lucas Ferry Road between Browns Ferry and Highway 72 closed because of multiple broken utility poles. Again, portions of Sanderford blocked because of utility lines that are down. 31 south of 72 blocked by a fallen tree. Water over the roadways in several areas. So that is coming from the city of Athens. Again, you said power. At least, let's see, almost 18,000 Huntsville Utilities customers are without power. Athens, 15,000 or so. So we have thousands of people right now who do not have power in the area. What else was I going to say? That was, I was going all over North Alabama for a second there. There was something else about, we have Athens, we have, I think that's it for the moment. I'm going to go check my notes again. But again, Killingsworth Cove, northeast Madison County. Go ahead and please leave that area alone. And Brad, Eric, do you have anything else?
I was just going to say we have the active tornado warning right now for southern Jackson County. You see that there with all the lightning concentration. A new tornado warning will likely be needed to extend that probably up to the state line at least. So if you're in Valley Head, for example, that is a place that will be put under that extended tornado warning. It's the two areas, the one we're watching moving through parts of Section and the one through Sylvania too. Brad's going to highlight that area for you.
Yeah, it's up here
right
at
now.
Sylvania, again, Henniger, Dutton. Be staying in your shelter, probably for at least the next 30 minutes. As the secondary, there's two tornadoes possibly up here involved in the northern part of Jackson County, actually northern part of DeKalb County and southeastern Jackson County. One other thing getting my attention is this storm down here in Coleman County moving towards Arab. Starting to see fairly high wind signature in here, as you were mentioning earlier. Take a look at the velocity. It's not a tornado signature, but it's definitely something worth continuing to monitor as this moves through Eva. We're probably seeing some high wind. That's on the way to Arab, by the way. So again, no tornado showing up, but this is going to be moving into Gunnersville, Arab, Baileyton, Joppa. It's in Eva right now, and there's a lot of lightning with this particular thunderstorm too. So this continues to move to the east. We'll watch it for possible tornado development. Some good news, we've got a pretty good view of this from the Birmingham NEXRAD, and that's what we used to use before the high top radar was installed. I think it was back in the early 2000s, the late 1990s. We continued to track everything moving in this direction with this particular radar. So we have done this in the past, so we'll continue to monitor that. The storm near Moulton starting to show less lightning on the downhill spiral, so to speak, winding down, I should say. That sounds better. Let's switch over to the GWX here, and you can see a lot of lightning just off to the south. Weather Service is going to be clearing the counties in the northwest part of the state from the tornado watch. So as we mentioned earlier, all clear out there in Russellville, Florence, probably Limestone County. You're going to be clear here in the next 30 minutes. Most intense thunderstorms are over here in southern Morgan County, back into Winston County as you get into northeast Coleman County, and again, a lot of lightning coming into Arab. Get ready for that. And again, we got the Honeycomb Campground. You've kind of been spared so far today, but this storm's coming in with a lot of lightning here on the north side of Lake Gunnersville as you get just outside of Madison County, but very intense lightning. Lacey's Spring, just southeast of Hartselle, Somerville, covered with lightning, a strobe light here. And Morgan City, the same story there. I'm going to take the lightning off once again, just so we can see the actual radar data. Hail threat probably going up north of Baileyton on the way into Arab. Again, Arab, stay away from your windows as this storm moves in. Could see some trees down with this as well. Take a look at the shear rate. Yeah, it's not going to be too impressive because we don't have a lot of, we're not seeing any tornadic circulation with this storm here as of right now. Looking at it from Birmingham, it shows up. We got a lot of wind. We got a severe thunderstorm, no doubt about it, from Morgan City through Eva and Baileyton and moving towards Arab. And we continue to monitor. Again, really hard to see this particular storm from the Birmingham NEXRAD. But there it is, the heavy rainfall coming through Sylvania. Again, still looking at possible tornadoes. And the debris, it's not going to show up. If it did show up here, it'd be way up in the air. It'd be about 20,000 feet, most likely.
And there's that extension of the warning.
And they've gone with the confirmed still, don't they?
I've been looking at debris. I haven't seen anything in a while.
I haven't either.
Maybe that's the uncertainty of the radar site.
I think that's exactly what it is. So again, we got a tornado, possibly two tornadoes with this storm moving into Valley Head, Sylvania, Henniger, Dutton. Anywhere in these areas, you do need to be in your interior hallway, away from the windows in your home. The possibilities there of a tornado or two tornadoes. I don't think we're looking at high-end tornadoes because we would definitely see a debris signature from the radar, even though it's in Birmingham. We would see that. Still reissued here for Scottsboro. I think the tornadic circulations are going to be south of Scottsboro. You can kind of see Sylvania, the purple, and also east of Langston moving to Section. So this is another storm, potential tornado moving through where Northeast Alabama Community College is, from Section down the road there, down to Powell, and eventually Rainsville. So again, this tornado warning does include you in Rainsville. Let's switch back to see how hard it's raining in these areas. And this is just off to the northwest. So we're going to probably have to rely on spotter reports, so very critical here. But a lot of lightning is going to illuminate any funnel, any tornado we have. Lightning's down a bit, and that's good news. Lightning continues to be fairly intense south of Scottsboro into eastern Jackson County, northern Dicab County. Very intense lightning here in much of Morgan County, especially as you go east of I-65. This storm over here in Moulton, I think they can let that severe thunderstorm warning go. I don't think that's a severe storm anymore. We're seeing this gradual shift to the southeast. So Athens, I really think you're probably clear. Definitely clear up the road in Ardmore and Pulaski out to Waynesboro, Fayetteville, probably clear in Newmarket as well, and up to Hazel Green, and probably Decatur too. I think we're pretty rain cooled in a lot of these areas. As we look along this area here, this has the cooler air that's kind of moved in, and that's why that, and the fact that the wave of energy and the frontal boundaries finally starting to move through, we're seeing less and less storm activity here, and more of it shifting to the south and east. So we'll continue to monitor. Let's go back down here to Falkville, Somerville. Frequent lightning continues. Again, this is moving into ARAB. This is probably your first significant storm of the day. We've been on air continuous since 4:30 this afternoon, as we really kind of saw that storm increase in intensity in northeastern Mississippi, then move into the shoals. Produce a lot of hail there. We've got a lot of hail damage in many areas, and just be careful choosing your roofing contractors. There's going to be people from all over the country that get that signal that there's been hail damage in North Alabama. So again, do your homework when it comes to getting information on getting your roof fixed. There's a lot of roofs that are going to need fixed and repaired. We've got trees on top of homes. Again, it's been a very busy day. Somerville, a lot of lightning still going on, but I do think your threat for severe weather is winding down very quickly. Same thing in Hartselle, but there's still going to be some lightning out there. Severe threats moving east. Baileyton to Morgan City, over to Arab, and eventually moving towards Gunnersville. Southeast of New Hope and Owens Crossroads now. I don't think we're going to see any more severe weather in the city of Huntsville either. It looks like that's quieted down. Everything is quickly shifting to the east. Tornado warning continues where we have the intense lightning strikes here. We've got two areas we continue to monitor. One of those is from Henniger to Sylvania. The other one is very close to Dutton as we move in. I'm going to turn the lightning off again, just so you can see. So Dutton, you need to be seeking shelter here. Henniger, Sylvania, Northeast Alabama Community College to Powell, continue to seek shelter. We're not going to be able to see the things we want to see with the Doppler radar from this distance. The shear rate is still somewhat useful. And here's also another look at storm relative velocity. So it's showing you well above the ground where we have the rotation, and it's south of Henniger. It's just south of Dutton. It looks like it's moved east of Langston, and it will continue to move to the east as well. So hopefully this will be the last two circulations we have to monitor and track as we go through the evening hours, because this is going to wind down and end up in Georgia at some point. Well, of course, we will continue to monitor this storm here from Baileyton to Arab, south of Lacey's Spring. That's going to end up from Gunnersville to Geraldine and Crossville. So I'm going to go ahead and do a storm track here for you with that. Let's put that east. I think they're moving closer to 45 miles an hour now too. Down to Arab, move east, and I'll track it just a little bit southeast here. We'll put it about 50 miles an hour. Gives you a little bit more heads up. So Arab 852, it's currently 849. Honeycomb Campground 859, Gunnersville 905, Gunnersville State Park, which is east of Gunnersville, around 910, Albertville 912, Geraldine 925. I'm tracking frequent lightning, damaging winds, and the possibility of large hail. I don't have tornado circulation with this storm right now, but we'll monitor it. A lot of lightning though. You can see it off in the distance. Crossville 926, Fife 928, Shiloh 929, Rainsville showing up again. Again, this is a separate storm. Most of the storm that you're warned for on Rainsville, it's going to pass just north of you. It looks passing through Henniger, Pisgah, Rosalie section, but the secondary storm moves in around 9:32, so about 30 minutes from now, and then Pine Ridge around 9:37, Fort Payne 9:41, Dogtown 9:43. So that puts it pretty much on the state line around 10 o'clock. So it looks like we may be able to have an actual newscast coming up at 10 as all this threat may be on the way out. Newmarket, still some heavy rain, lightning, thunder, still some heavier rainfall here near Decatur, but the lightning is way down from what we had earlier. Most of the lightning you're seeing is from the storm in eastern Morgan County, extreme southeastern Madison County, and western Marshall County. Of course, Scottsboro, your weather's starting to finally quiet down there, but the severe threat here continues right underneath these lightning bolts in Dutton, and then again over towards Henniger. So these are the two areas we're most concerned with right now. Going to check the latest on from the National Weather Service over here.
We've got over 1,000 people without power now in Jackson County, and watching the storm, Brad's really been talking about this storm coming out of Morgan County into parts of western Marshall County, so Union Grove, Arab. The lightning is displaced a little bit from from where the front edge of the storm is, where the wind would likely be with this. Notice the lightning a little farther to the west. Now that is a ton of lightning. It's been consistent, actually probably increasing a bit too. And this was showing a few areas of broad rotation. So right now, mainly talking about a straight line wind and hail threat, but we are watching this storm very closely. Tornado warning for parts of Marshall County is canceled. And some good news, if you're in the tornado watch, you have been dropped from the watch for Franklin, Lauderdale, and Colbert County. So 3 of our western counties now out of that tornado watch. That continues until 10 p.m. But we're watching the storm right now in Union Grove. This is tracking kind of east-northeasterly, watching that for rotation. Areas of 231 there. This is another area that has just continued to see a lot of activity there. A lot of lightning there with that storm coming out of Section through Dutton out to Powell towards Sylvania. You've got Henniger and eventually Valley Head. Now this is a tornado warning. This was the one that produced the debris signature earlier. This was a confirmed tornado. I believe 911 reported it as well. Still a lot of lightning with this. A dangerous storm now moving into parts of Dicab County from parts of southern Jackson County. A lot of lightning. That is a concern here, but some of you, your severe weather threat is winding down. That, of course, is good news, as this has been a long duration event. Ton of lightning, though, coming out of Morgan County. This is going to move into areas that haven't seen any severe weather threat here. That would be parts of western Marshall County, including you in Union Grove, too. So this is all coming your way, watching that wind threat. We've got areas of water over the roadway, that coming from Jackson County. And these storms, at least today, have been moving. If they were slower moving and or stationary, or what we call training thunderstorms, I think we'd have a much bigger threat of seeing some areas of flash flooding. 2 reports of a funnel from the Shiloh community, Brad, and that's why they're going with a new tornado warning now.
Okay, and hopefully that'll be the last one of the day. So again, that's the tornado warning there for Arab, right? Is that?
That is, yep,
okay.
Just came out.
Okay, so let's get in here. Again, we've got a report of a funnel cloud. Is that the report?
Yes, 2 reports.
Okay, so again, I need to be seeking shelter in Arab, Morgan City to Gunnersville. Tornado warning has been issued for this storm. Very intense lightning, and a spotter report of a funnel cloud with this storm. You can see the Gunnersville camera down there on the bottom left of the screen. And the velocity, yeah, we've got some rotation here. So let's turn the lightning off. And what we're seeing here is anywhere from Morgan City to Arab, we could have a tornado within this storm. And you guys know all about an Arab, the middle of the night strobe lightning effect. A lot of the tornadoes that come out of the Baileyton area have had that in common, where you get a tremendous amount of lightning just due to the extreme vertical velocity. So we do have a possible tornado with this storm. Funnel cloud has been reported with it. The storm itself is moving away from the lightning a little bit. Again, moving towards Arab and Gunnersville. We don't have any specific areas of rotation here, though, at least from this radar vantage point. So that's why we're kind of being broad brushed about the whole thing with this. Again, very intense lightning in around Morgan City. 2 reports of a funnel cloud again in the Shiloh community. That's going to be over there in Dicab County with that. Again, County Road, as Eric mentioned, 63 in Woodville School area, water over the road. Okay, so new tornado warning for DeKalb, Marshall, and Coleman County. I'm looking, okay, yeah, looking at some pictures here of the lowering of the clouds there on the north side of Rainsville. Let me continue with looking at this warning here. So DeKalb, Marshall, and Coleman County, tornado warning there. Severe thunderstorm producing a possible tornado is located over Arab, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So I'm just going to read verbatim this warning here. Latest tornado warning coming out. This is going to go until, it looks like 9:45 p.m. And this may be our last tornado warning of the day based on the track. Marshall County, southwestern DeKalb County, northeastern Coleman County. At 8:52 p.m., severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Arab, moving east at 50. Radar indicated rotation. A dangerous storm will be near Gunnersville at 9 o'clock, Albertville 9:05, Boaz around 9:07, Crossville and Geraldine around 9:20. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include McVille, High Point, Lakeview, Hopewell, Guest, Columbus City, Skirham, Lake Gunnersville State Park, Lebanon, and Eddy. So this, again, this storm is moving towards our camera, very close to the camera, so we should be able to just look at all that lightning. That's just incredible. Let's go ahead and take that camera full. It's going to show us a little bit more than what we can see on the radar. What we're seeing is just a strobe light here in Gunnersville down towards the harbor. Quite a light show coming in, but you should be seeking shelter in Gunnersville from this storm. If it doesn't have a tornado, it's definitely got the potential for damaging straight line winds, which could exceed 60 miles per hour. Large hail is a possibility with the storm as well. And Mother Nature just kind of throwing out the signals here that this storm means business by all that lightning. Seeing the same thing over in Dicab County, in and around Rainsville. Lightning starting to kind of move a little bit north towards Dutton and also New Hope. You look south of New Hope and you can see all this lightning here. So a very, very electrical night, and just continues.
Look at that camera. Watching the area between Section and Sylvania. Big concentration of lightning, a bit of a lightning jump there too. With the limited radar availability here, Weather Service saying we could potentially have a tornado in progress. Brett has highlighted this a few times. If we were seeing debris on this, that would be several thousand feet up in the air. And we're not really seeing that, but again, if you're in this tornado warning for parts of Jackson, as well as a good portion of Dicab County, you need to be in your safe space, just because we don't have all the tools we usually have to track these storms for you. So Sylvania, Valley Head, even you in Henniger, not a bad idea. Powell community, and this should be north of Rainsville, but if you're watching and you feel unsafe at any point, it almost looks like with the lightning.
Yeah, you see the lowering of the cloud there.
Those could potentially be the funnels.
Yeah, we have a possible tornado in the near Dutton in those areas. Jackson County reporting so many reports coming in of damage, they can't keep up with it. So again, have damage reports coming in all over Jackson County at this time, unable to keep up with them. And they'll update as soon as possible. Strong rotation with the tornado warning storm between Section and Sylvania. Again, we're seeing the lowering of the cloud there on our Gunnersville camera. The actual tornado is probably a little farther south and west. This is kind of the northern extent, probably more of the shelf cloud coming through. Hard to see at night, but boy, very intense lightning. Go back to radar and show you what's going on. We'll keep an eye on the storm down there. This is what's moving into Gunnersville. Tremendous lightning and the possible tornado again, now moving just to the east of Arab. Storm relative velocity helps us out a little bit here. Let's turn the lightning off because you can kind of see it in the other picture. So possible tornado again, not a strong signature. Keep in mind, we don't have our normal tools that we usually do when it comes to tracking these storms. But you'll notice up here, this is what the Weather Service was talking about. This increase in from Langston over to Sylvania, north of Rainsville. It's kind of coming and going. Let's see if we got any debris signature there. Nah, I mean, I think we're just too far away, to be honest. Closer look at Arab. I think that's just an artifact of the radar too. Can't really confirm that there's been a tornado there in Arab yet with that. But again, the telltale here is new tornado warning until 9:45 this evening. So that goes 45 minutes. That's a fairly long tornado warning. Again, that one is going to be closer to Fort Payne. Fort Payne, I don't even think you guys had much rain at all today so far. They continue with the confirmed tag, but the new tornado warning does not have the confirmed tag up here near Henniger, Rainsville, Fort Payne. A large area with nothing going on right now. That's going to be Geraldine and Crossville. Albertville, you're kind of waiting. You should be hunkered down in your shelter, at least in the hallway, away from the windows as this storm approaches and moves in. There's a tremendous amount of lightning. I don't really need to tell you that because you can see it firsthand there. As we continue on here, going to expand this view out, and I'm going to turn the lightning back on.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
From the Weather Service, tornado debris being picked up on the Armor radar for that storm between Section and Sylvania. So that's going to be confirmed between Section and Sylvania. If you're in Sylvania, safe space for sure right now, right where that big concentration of lightning is.
Yeah, right around the Northeast Alabama Community College. Boy.
That's coming from Armour too.
Yeah, these are those nights that you remember, especially if you're in these storms. You just remember the prolific lightning, the strobe effect lightning, and just thankful this is about over with here for our area as we continue to monitor circulations and possible tornadoes. I think what we're seeing here on our camera here in Guntersville, we're seeing the northern edge of this shelf cloud as it comes in from the west. Excuse me. Pollen's getting me down. And again, I don't think we've got a tornado there, but we definitely have the lowering of the cloud. We'll have to watch. And that could also be confused for a funnel cloud. But again, storm spotter eyes are going to be better than radar eyes here with this area. So here's our velocity. Continue to indicate. We've got some intense wind here, possible tornado from Arab moving towards Guntersville. The velocity is increased here. I believe that's going to be very close to Douglas, just to the east of Douglas, moving towards Albertville. So Albertville, near Douglas, seek shelter. Guntersville, Arab, stay in your shelter as this storm continues to move through. Switch back to the radar. Very heavy rain, intense lightning. And then up here near Sylvania, we've got another circulation showing up. In fact, this is going to be east of Langston, perhaps. East of Langston, that's going to have a bigger impact potentially on Rainsville. But overall, just tremendous lightning. Dutton, Henniger, Sylvania, stay in your shelter here for at least the next 30 minutes as the storm moves through.
EMA funnel cloud with rotation spotted, as you said, 40 and County Road 85. The Sylvania storm shelter at the fire hall has reached maximum capacity and is unable to accommodate additional citizens.
Yeah, you guys should not be getting out in this storm right now anyway.
Yeah,
It's
damage near Powell in Jackson County. Movement would put areas of Sylvania Stamp Valley Head in its path. So Dicab County is on top of all that right now.
Gotcha. Thanks. Yeah, again, it gets more difficult when you're down the radar here, but we're still passing along that information. Weather Service doing a great job tonight, keeping us up to date as well. So then, possible tornado damage moving towards Valley Head, Sylvania. We're seeing that. Let's see if it's how high this debris may be lofted. Again, we're not seeing it. It's just too far away from the radar. But you get in west of Rainsville, we're still the heavy rainfall continues to dominate. The hail threat's gone down quite a bit. We haven't had any hail reports for quite some time. Still looking at a possible tornado here moving towards Rainsville, up towards Sylvania, Dutton, Henniger. Let's get in a little bit more street level up here. So once again, we've got the Northeast Alabama Community College area under the threat, down towards Powell. And a lot of this is just north of Rainsville, moving directly towards Sylvania and continuing towards the Georgia state line. Dutton, most of this is probably to your south as it's tracking to the east. Heaviest rain is on the west side of Guntersville now. Let's go back down here into Guntersville. Arab, I think that circulation's east of you now. Take a look at velocity again. For some reason, it doesn't like the double box when I'm hand tracking up here. But I'll get that velocity on there. But again, it's this area down here west of Guntersville, a bowing segment in the line, so we're probably going to increase that wind as it moves through. So again, storm relative velocity, we'll try to get that back on there. There it is. Again, real messy down here. The camera's starting to get a little bit influenced by the heavy lightning that's occurring down here. And again, this is what you're seeing in Guntersville. The tremendous amount when the lightning flashes, you're seeing this gust front just on the west side of town, this shelf cloud. And if it was daytime, you just see this long, low shelf cloud all across Marshall County moving to the east. So within that, there's that possibility that we could still see a tornado. I think it's moved east of Arab. It's going to be between Arab and Guntersville, maybe even towards Albertville. But no, as we look at the radar, you don't see any persistent areas of this pink showing up. So Right now, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground here with the storm, but we have a storm capable of doing some damage there, moving into Guntersville as we speak, though. Back up here, southeast of Scottsboro. Turn the lightning back on. Lightning's down a little bit with this Dicab County storm. And they've already issued a preemptive severe thunderstorm warning to the east, north of Weiss Lake, for the storms approaching from the west. Decatur, you're all clear. Athens, all clear. A little bit of lightning up here south of Fayetteville. Moulton, you're all clear. This is clearing out from west to east as these storms are now moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour to the east. So the biggest problem is here in Marshall County, DeKalb County, and extreme eastern Jackson County. And I think once these warnings pass east by 10 o'clock, I think this is all going to be over with. We still got about one more hour. But very significant lightning, possible tornado up on Sand Mountain, between Henniger, Valley Head, Sylvania, east of Section, probably just south of Dutton here, but just a prolific lightning. Woodville, I think you're going to be all right for the rest of the evening. Owens Crossroads, it looks like it's staying south. Still may see some strong gusty winds come in from the south as these storms are still in your proximity. And of course the lightning is ever-present danger with that. But I even think Huntsville's probably all clear now. We've got a new, not a new storm, but the end of the rain, so to speak, is here in Hartselle now. So Hartselle, you'll be all clear. Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, all clear here in about 10 minutes. As the storm's going to quickly move to your east, and that's going to move back into Arab. I don't think it's going to be as severe. We're reaching that point, I think, in this event where we're going to finally start to see the rain cool the atmosphere, and we don't have any resupplying of instability out there. Some new storms kind of firing back up, moving into Albertville. Very heavy rain here. This is going to move up towards Geraldine and Crossville. But we probably have power outages. I think news director was saying 16,000 people, Huntsville Utilities, without power right now.
More than that.
More than that now, Liz?
It was about 18.
18,000. And we've got about 13,000, I think, out in Athens, last report there. A lot of power poles down with that earlier storm. The storm continues to move into Guntersville right now. The lightning's picking up, and you're going to see it get darker here because that's the heavy rain, and it's basically just blocking the camera, and we just can't see it. But sheets of rain coming in, now covering the bridge there on the north side of town in Guntersville. Very intense lightning will continue there. As we get in a little bit closer to Guntersville, I don't see any strong circulations in this right now. In fact, Alder Springs, just a high wind here, pretty much. We turn the lightning off once again.
It almost looks like the lightning is catching up to kind of the leading edge there, or is a bit more displaced to the west. I would try to move the Guntersville camera right now, but I'm getting like 2 frames a second with that, so we'll just leave it be. But you can see the lightning that Brad's been talking about, lower left-hand side of your screen, and we're going to have the sheets of rain, potential hail coming in right now, right over our Guntersville camera.
Yeah, we're probably going to lose that here pretty soon. It may actually get struck by lightning. You never know. I mean, haven't had any homes struck by lightning, at least reports of that yet.
And then National Weather Service Atlanta, or Peachtree, they've extended that warning that we've been talking about for you in Sylvania. Henniger, Valley Head, that's been extended over the state line. Not going with the confirmed tag on that, but they'll eventually have a better look at that storm once it moves through the area. We've had areas of rotation. We picked up debris from the Armor radar site there, so that was at some point at least a confirmed tornado moving through parts of Jackson into DeKalb County. So ton of lightning, but going down over that area, which is usually a good sign. Just Marshall County, basically county-wide right now, you get that just one lightning bolt after another effect. Strobe lightning, as Brad has mentioned it several times. See how the camera is not faring too well. Our camera is up on a radar tower, or not a radar tower, a radio tower rather. So it is one of the higher points with the amount of lightning around. good chance it's going to get struck by lightning, but you can't really see much. Earlier, you could see the base of the clouds there, but that's not the case.
Okay, the DeKalb County Sheriff's Department deputies say it's bad in Sylvania via the scanner. So probably had tornado damage in Sylvania, and that was what they were picking up on the armor Doppler radar. So again, it looks like we've probably had a tornado touchdown in Sylvania, and we continue to see the possibility we may have a tornado continuing up here, moving towards Valley Head. So again, if you're in Valley Head, you need to be seeking shelter. I believe Hammondville is up in this area as well.
Stamp, Council Bluff.
Yeah, so again, there's been a tornado, most likely when that was pink right there. You'll see it as we go back. It looks like they've had a tornado. It may have lifted, but I would definitely hunker down in your shelter. And there's a possibility we have a secondary tornado here southeast of Sylvania. This is going to be north of Fort Payne and northeast of Rainsville. So again, Sylvania, they're reporting it's bad. I don't know if it's structural damage, don't know if it's just trees down. The report was it's bad. So again, we'll go with that. We'll continue to get more information out of DeKalb County. The lightning is going down some, but still intense lightning. We watch the lightning because that's where usually the upward vertical velocity and the potential for tornadoes is going to be the greatest. And this continues to move toward Valley Head and Hammondville, and this is about to cross the Georgia state line in about 25 minutes. Farther south, we continue to monitor the storm in Gunnersville. You can see that at the bottom of this, just continuous lightning there. Albertville, this storm south of you is not severe. The tornado warning is for the storm just off to your northwest, and it's possible most of this storm is going to stay just north of you, but there is going to be this turn where it starts moving east-southeast as that frontal boundary starts to push it more in that direction. More rain here at our studios. You can see the winds picking up a little bit more. Possible circulation here just southeast of Gunnersville, perhaps. On the radar, you can kind of see that on the east side of Gunnersville. Of course, there is a break in the radar too, and the reflectivity, so that's maybe why that's showing up a little bit there. But very intense lightning in Gunnersville right now. You need to be seeking shelter. At the very least, get into the hallway, stay away from your windows as this dangerous storm moves through. A lot of lightning, probably smaller size hail. And you see our camera's still on there. Our camera's about right in here, right where we have some circulation. So if there's something going on there, we're going to see it briefly. Maybe it'll just take the camera out. We'll see. I don't foresee that happening. Valley Head, again, continue to be seeking shelter here. North of Fort Payne, Rainsville, just saw a picture out of Rainsville. It looked pretty intense. Again, the clouds coming in from the north, very illuminated by the lightning out there. We've got Jackson County, County Road 20, Princeton, broken power pole and power lines down. Let's see.
Additional reports coming in. Tornado on the ground between Sylvania and Henniger, approaching the Valley Head community. So make sure you're seeking shelter there. And then we actually have a new tornado warning. It's on the northern edge of that Marshall County storm. It's going to include you in Grant. And then also not quite to the section area there, although you guys are still under a previous tornado warning. So they've added another tornado warning to the northern edge of that Gunnersville storm that we're tracking.
So again, Valley Head, Hammondville, this lightning right here, this is the tornado that's moving into town. Be hunkered down here. Hammondville, Mentone, Riverdale. Again, you climb up in elevation even more as you go up Lookout Mountain. So power will likely go out here. Hammondville, Bankhead, Mentone. There has been a confirmed tornado. There has been damage in Sylvania from this particular storm, and it will continue to move to the east. Again, damage likely in Hammondville, Mentone, and Valley Head. Again, there's a sharp contrast in the contour here as you climb up Lookout Mountain. Beautiful area over here as you get to Cloudmont and then Mentone. Boy, that's just terrible lightning with this storm as well. Back here towards Dutton, I think the storm's weakening a bit on the way out. But here's that other area of intense lightning, the new tornado warning up here that includes Grant. This is also going to move into Langston and perhaps the same areas up here into northern DeKalb County. A real mess here. Again, that's almost a bookend vortex, perhaps. We kind of have a comma head with this area. I'll turn that lightning off. Again, as you see this is moving more towards Rainsville. Storm track here for you. It looks like the power's out in Guntersville. That's what I'm getting from that camera. So this is moving more towards Rainsville and Fort Payne. Probably a little faster than that. So 5 pretty much right now, 9:37. It is 9:16, so I guess 20 minutes from now. Shiloh 9:40, Powell 9:42, Rainsville 9:45, Pine Ridge 8:49, and Fort Payne just before 10 o'clock. So Fort Payne, again, possible tornado, damaging straight line winds, some larger hail, and more frequent lightning coming in with this storm that's now just south of Grant. Very intense lightning in Guntersville. This will continue. I think the power's out in Guntersville.
I've lost the camera from my end. You could still see it on the bottom of your screen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it's probably about to go out, maybe?
Potentially.
Again, this is south of Guntersville, where our camera's located. But
that's where all the lightning is.
Mm-hmm.
Most concentrated lightning right in that area.
Going to have to watch this storm south of Albertville near Boaz, as it's the southernmost storm now. And that's going to be tracking towards Crossville, Mountain Borough. Again, this is coming up out of Etowah County and trying to sneak up into Crossville. So again, Crossville, we're keeping an eye on that for you. But just tremendous, tremendous lightning. Again, the possible tornado is going to be on the comma head here, wrapped in rain. As we look at this storm, you notice that the bow echo here. So at the very least, we've got winds probably approaching 65 miles per hour here southeast of Grant, just south of Langston, as this all moves to the east. Farther west, we continue to see less and less thunderstorm activity. Lightning is down, but moving into Coleman, we've got on the west side of Smith Lake, or right over Smith Lake, very intense lightning with that storm. And the storm may rotate some too, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And that's going to be moving towards Holly Pond. And that may end up on the south side, say south of Douglas in Marshall County. And then eventually over towards Boaz again. That's with this storm here moving into Coleman. Not severe right now, but definitely a lot of lightning with that storm. And that's been the play here. Very intense lightning in Marshall County, up here into Dicab County, where we continue to see a possible tornado tracking east, most likely in Valley Head right now, the way we see it, and continuing to move east. And there may be more than one circulation there as well. National Weather Service update, still seeing strong rotation in the Guntersville community, and that's going to head towards Geraldine, Fife, and Rainsville, as I put a track on that earlier for you. I'm going to get a quick sip of water here.
And just looking at the camera there, you can see just some of the lowering. That could be what we call scud, potentially just getting pulled down from the clouds from all the heavy rainfall. Ton of lightning. It looks like the power may be back on at City Harbor, which is obviously good news. For you folks there, maybe you could continue watching us, but if you are in Guntersville, heads up, I'd be in your safe spot for sure. And then Brad giving you kind of that downstream heads up, so that would be Fife, Geraldine, Crossville. Storm right over Boaz right now. You're on kind of the southern end of that Marshall County storm, north of Mountain Borough there. Have to watch that for potential rotation. Put the lightning back on, and not much lightning there actually, just one strike near you in Boaz, so that's probably just heavy rain. But then you go over to the lightning here over Guntersville, so right over the lake at the moment, heading toward Alder Springs. You've got Martling there, Little New York, out to Five Forks, and eventually Poplar Springs. And then where we're talking about that kind of that comma head shape over Columbus City, Preston, heading toward Crossroad, Grove Oak, and also Meltonsville, right there, seeing that area possibly rotating, going back out Valley Head again, safe spots, Council Bluff. Then if you're watching just over the state line in Cloudland in Georgia, you've got Menlo. And we talk about you a lot, usually with the late night when we're tracking a line of storms coming in. But we've had multiple reports of potential rotation here or confirmed tornado. Reports coming in earlier of bad damage across the area. We don't know specifically what bad means. And I'm just trying to kind of squint my eyes.
Seen an uptick in the velocity here too with this storm. Valley Head, again, it looks like it's moving a little bit slower. That or we've had two circulations here move through. I want to take another look at the velocity here. And I'm going to switch this lightning off. It's just too much. Can't see anything. So right now, based on what we're seeing on this radar vantage point, we probably have a tornado just crossing I-59 towards Alpine, Valley Head, Hammondville, any spot out here, and approaching Bankhead. And we've got this area of circulation. It's basically right here that's moving to the east. That was a wild design there, but again, moving to the east, this is going to be just east of I-59 within the next 5 minutes. Not really seeing any other signs back here farther to the west, but as we get over here towards New Hope and Grant, not seeing the circulation we had earlier. In fact, I imagine the rain's kind of let up a little bit in there too. Yeah, so I think this tornado threat's moved on. Grant, I don't think you're no longer looking at a tornado threat there. Same thing in New Hope, but Langston, we'll still have to watch that area very closely. Getting multiple trees down in Union Grove area, Highway 231 to the Tennessee River, including Midway Road. In this Marshall County, multiple trees down in Union Grove, near Highway 231. This may be a delayed report from that earlier storm because that's going to be just south of the Whitesburg Bridge area, I believe.
And HPD just shut down southbound I-65 between exit 346 and 347 because dozens of downed trees.
Okay. On I-65?
Correct.
You said HPD?
Uh-huh. Exit 346 to 47. So that would be, wouldn't that be Huntsville Browns Ferry Road?
Yeah, that's up here. That's by Buc-ee's. That was, yeah.
But HPD pushed it out.
Okay, yeah, all right. I was thinking farther south, but that's probably delayed reports of those trees down because they haven't had a storm there in a while. Unless I don't think we've got a wake low coming through here. But definitely something to watch as we get behind all this. Tense lightning continues here. Moving towards Coleman right now, we've got very intense lightning. That storm may be on the verge of becoming severe. I don't see anything tornadic with that storm right now, but the prolific lightning continues from Gunnersville to the east. This is moving towards Geraldine, in and around Crossville. Be on the lookout for that. Fife and Rainsville. Again, Rainsville, the storm's coming towards you. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Still some rotation in and around Albertville. It's kind of all over the place, to be honest with you, as we take a look moving towards Geraldine. And then the other intense lightning here now right over Valley Head. So again, stay in your shelter in Valley Head, anywhere around Valley Head, Mentone, as the lightning is very intense in this area, and that's usually indicative of where the possible tornado is, since we don't really have a good radar vantage point of this area at all. This is moving towards the Georgia state line. We continue with possible tornado in eastern, probably northeast of Gunnersville, east of Grant now, as this storm is moving towards Fife and Rainsville and Geraldine. We'll continue to monitor this storm here. A lot of our information, the most important information, is going to be coming from the EMA offices as they relay 911 reports and other reports of damage from storm spotters across the area. Langston, you've been hit hard over the last hour. Still intense lightning going on with that storm. Again, this is the storm moving towards Langston and eventually Rainsville, moving through Langston, I should say. You can start to see a little bit more of the scud here and the low clouds here on the Gunnersville camera as it gets illuminated from time to time with the lightning strikes. I don't see anything really rotating quickly. I don't see any transformers blowing, anything like that. That's what we would look for. And again, the transformer blowing is going to be a blue turquoise light that you'll see flash across the sky, and you probably hear a boom with that when it happens. But again, Langston, Dutton, Sylvania, Henniger, Valley Head. The worst storm is in Valley Head, moving east. That's the one with a history of some potentially significant damage in Sylvania. And the lightning continues to be intense south of Scottsboro. I don't think you have much of a threat for severe weather in Scottsboro now. Pretty much all clear west side of Huntsville, all clear Madison, all clear Harvest, Monrovia, Priceville, Hartselle, Decatur. Go to bed if you need to. This is all east of you, and it should clear Huntsville within the next 30 minutes. We should be able to give the all clear in Huntsville. And even Coleman, it's intense right now, but it's going to be gone in about 45 minutes or so as this continues to move to the east as we expand the view here. New severe thunderstorm warning down here. I believe that's going to be down into Walker County. And if you got loved ones down here in Tuscaloosa, just a quick update. Not much has happened at all down here farther to the south. They could see an increase in thunderstorms later this evening as the front starts moving in, but so far so good here with that area out west. Once again, turn the radar back on. So again, that has yet to really fill in. The hot spot has been right here in North Alabama, and it's been that way since about 4:30 this afternoon as the storms really started to develop the supercell characteristics as they came out of Mississippi. We continue to watch Rainsville, north of Fort Payne. Very intense lightning. Fort Payne, we haven't talked about you much, but overall what we're seeing is the storm still just to the west of you in Fort Payne. The tornado warning kind of surrounds you just to the north and just to your west, and it's all going to depend on what happens with this line of storms as it comes in. It continues to move towards Rainsville, Fort Payne, Henniger. Again, there's not much more I can tell you. You need to be in that shelter in Valley Head, in here in eastern parts of Marshall County. As you climb up Sand Mountain, that's where the problems are happening within this storm. We haven't had any late reports here of what's going on with the storm, but we'll continue to monitor that. I'm going to look at High Top. I wish we could. We'll go to Birmingham.
Still down, unfortunately.
Yeah, still go to Birmingham. Velocity. Seeing a little bit more wind, perhaps twisting wind down here. This is going to be southwest of Crossville. The lightning's starting to pick up a little bit here too, so we'll have to watch this a little bit closer. Once again, that's that southern storm. Get ready, Crossville. You're under tornado warning now, but that's for a previous storm out to the west, and I think most of that spin has gone to the north, and this is headed towards Rainsville. So Rainsville, it's coming in, high winds moving in, possibility of a tornado as well with this. Latest from Jackson County. I got confirmed tree on a home in Scottsboro. That's probably from earlier, and even on the south side, Scottsboro addresses you get on the south side of Scottsboro, it's still considered Scottsboro. I think we found that out with the last tornado report we had over there. But again, we got a tree on a house reported with that previous storm. A lot of lightning clustered right here, and this is moving across the same areas. And this is the other problem here. Is you've got all this lightning, you got first responders likely out there in Sylvania and other parts of DeKalb and Jackson County trying to assess damage and help people, but you've got more intense lightning coming in from the west.
And going with a new tornado warning there for that same area, including Valley Head. Based on what we're looking at and what the Weather Service is looking at on the radar, nothing indicating that a tornado is happening actively, but we're not getting the best look at that. So just out of safety, they are continuing that tornado warning now for you in Valley Head there in Dicab County. If you even look parts of Cherokee County there, they've been put under that tornado warning too, just for the uncertainty involving this area. Marshall County Emergency Management reporting trees down in the area of Union Grove from Highway 231 all the way up to the Tennessee River, including Midway Road and Brooks Chapel Road. Some roads now being reported covered in water, and this is what you're going to see is the wave after wave effect of rainfall. We've mentioned these towns time and time again. Right over Valley Head, though, this is going to be that area potentially any tornado that we have is right in that area. They've also trimmed the back of that warning a little bit too. So the warning that was for Jackson County, tornado warning, including you in section Scottsboro, that is no longer. Looks like your severe weather threat going down substantially. We've got a ton of lightning still with that storm coming out of Marshall County, and they've put a new tornado warning there, including you in Crossville and Geraldine in that area that we're looking at too. That lightning counter going up a bit. That was the part of the storm that Brad was mentioning north and east of you in Boaz, where the lightning was going up just subtly, but sometimes that's all it takes, just that brief indication that we do have a storm that's maybe strengthening. So if you're in southern Dicab County right now, Geraldine, Crossville, even including you in Collinsville, this will include portions of Interstate 59 in northeast Alabama, getting into a lot of ups and downs here, and just using the Birmingham radar. We're using the tools that we have right now. So lightning now being concentrated more just northeast of Boaz there, Sardis City. This is heading toward you in Collinsville. And then you go up into parts of northern, northwest DeKalb County, Fife, Geraldine, including you in Sylvania, again, just where we're seeing more lightning. And that was where we're tracking that potential calm ahead, where there could be an area of rotation. But reports are coming in slowly here. And obviously it's dark. Any hope we were getting from our storm spotters, northeast Alabama, as you know, the Sand Mountain area, not the most forgiving when it comes to driving on those roads when you're tracking storms in the dark, the road network itself, plus the topography all coming into play here. So we have 2 active tornado warnings. Both right now are in DeKalb County. The Marshall County, you are no longer under a tornado warning, but if you are in Albertville and you're in your shelter, I would say just sit tight. Why not? It's 9:30 on a Tuesday evening here. Just hang out for a little bit, or at least be interior part of your home away from windows with this. Big lightning right now moving into the Fife area and toward you again in Rainsville too.
Yeah, we've got that Boeing segment here moving into Rainsville. So we definitely have high winds we're concerned about, probably enough to create damage from Rainsville to Fife and even north of Geraldine. And this is moving towards Fort Payne, so be ready for that. And as we mentioned earlier, Valley Head, you need to still be in your shelter. A long evening up there in Valley Head over the last hour or so. But the significant storm moving into Rainsville as we get closer from Fife to Shiloh. The most intense part of the wind is about to come into town here. It's on the west side of town, and as you go up towards Powell, you continue to see intense lightning here. Velocity is not going to really give us a good indicator of what this storm's capable of, just due to the fact that we're looking at this second trip echo here too, is what we call that. Again, it's blocking the good view from it. But the lightning's kind of showing us the path here for the 2 most intense storms capable of a tornado. Valley Head quickly moving into Georgia, but even in Valley Head, this other storm's coming in from the west as well. So you may get damage from this storm, and then the second storm coming in may actually produce more damage as well. This is going to be from Fife, Shiloh, Rainsville, Dutton, and even as far north as Henniger, perhaps. But things are quieting down in New Hope and Grant, Owens Crossroads, again, all clear Huntsville, just about all clear in Gurley. Lacey's Spring, you're all clear. There's still some lightning, and you can hear the rumbles. Falkville is all clear. Down in towards Holly Pond and Baileyton, we don't really see any significant rotation going on down here, but just a big thunderstorm. I'm going to turn the lightning off again real quick. We're going to go over to Liz Hurley in just a few minutes. She's going to kind of summarize and kind of what's been going on, some of the power outages, things like that we've been dealing with elsewhere, and kind of give you a summary of what's been happening here over the last couple of hours. There's a little bit of circulation down here south of Good Hope towards Hanceville, and that is moving more east, probably going to be a little bit of circulation here in Holly Pond. All these areas here, again, there's no warning out for this storm, but it's probably producing some isolated wind damage just southwest of Arab, Baileyton, Holly Pond down to Hanceville, and continuing on to the east. Storm relative velocity may shed a little bit more light on that. Yeah, I think Hanceville, we've got a little bit of circulation going on there. There's also a lot of lightning down here with this storm as well. So very frequent lightning. Going to have to watch that storm again as that moves east towards Holly Pond and Bluntsville. And this could end up in southern Marshall County before it's all said and done and threaten Boaz here in the next 45 minutes or so. But overall, let's get a pick of this lightning. Tornado warnings continue up here towards Crossville.
I was going to say there's some
south of Geraldine.
decent rotation there now. Lightning, we started with 2 strikes. Now we're up to that handful there right over the Crossville area. So this would include you eventually in Collinsville. Both of you safe spot, and then weaker, broader area of rotation over Geraldine. But really the cell right now that Brad's about to focus on.
And get in your shelter here, Crossville. It's moving in. The lightning's, I like the way you described that, a handful. Now we've got bolts. Really continuous lightning now in Crossville with that storm as it's moving east and a bit northeast. This is going to be close to Fort Payne over time as well. Shear rate kind of peaked out a little bit as well. You notice that quick jump there. Take a look at the debris signature. Nothing really showing up of interest right there. But again, this is the area we're watching for the possibility we get a tornado that's forming south of Crossville, close to Geraldine, a secondary circulation. And it's been a really strange day as far as some of these storms. We've had multiple circulations within them, beginning with Madison County. That's when we kind of started seeing all this change. But be in your shelter in Fort Payne, Fife, Rainsville, Geraldine, Crossville. This storm here is going to be close to Fort Payne in time. Take a look at the radar. It's tracking east and a bit northeast, so we're probably seeing the hail size pick up in Crossville as this is now going to approach the north side of Weiss Lake. Going to summarize here real quick, and then we'll get it over to Liz. Just update you on the lightning. Still a lot of lightning to come from this Coleman County storm. Probably going to track just to the south of Arab and maybe closer to Douglas and Albertville and Boaz over time. Fort Payne, again, severe thunderstorm in progress there. Possible tornado northeast of there. So all these areas in Dicab County, when the lightning starts picking up in your area, you need to be seeking shelter. Let's go over to Liz Hurley with more information on today's storms and what's going on right now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brad and Eric. Right now, I do want to share from Huntsville Utilities. 17,000 customers right now in the Huntsville-Madison County area are without power. Huntsville utility crews are out into the field trying to restore the power, but because of the current weather conditions, it being stormy and it being nighttime, that is very difficult. It's going to be a slow process. So they do recommend that the restoration times are going to be varied. They've got a high call time. Go ahead and make one phone call to Huntsville Utilities if you're without power, or go, if you have an opportunity to go on to the outage website, then you'll already know that your outage has already been reported, and that will prevent duplication. Also, we do want to remind you, school is in session for at least a day or two more where you are. So go ahead and please check with your local school system. We understand there have been various delays due to today's storm, so you might want to go ahead and check with your school system to check on the delay where you are. Now, let's get to show what is going on out there tonight. Many of us have been insulated. This is doorbell camera, ring doorbell from Owens Crossroads. This is from Justin Clark. Let's watch for just a minute and see as the storms come rolling in. We heard from Brad and from Eric today about sighted tornadoes there. And we know there is damage in the southeastern part of the county. This is the Powell Road area of Madison. This is a tornado. I guess it was Doppler warned at 6:20 tonight. This is near Seegers Road. Again, this is in the Madison area. And this is what Catherine Gobble witnessed. This is our own Claudia Peppenhorst from outside her home today. Funnel cloud. She lives in Madison, and this is what she witnessed coming down from the sky. Michael Daniel sent this to us from his front yard. It is from Madison. Tornado filmed in Nature's Trails subdivision there. Then we have a funnel cloud in Millstone. That is a subdivision in Madison. Stacy Kunkling took this video at Mill Road and Balch Road in Madison. And even more video of a funnel cloud. Look at this. This is shot by Sean Walton driving along I-65 at the Buc-ee's, and look what he saw through his dashboard. Again, that is the Buc-ee's right there on I-65. We also understand Florence has damage, a tree on a house, tree on Wilson Park. Also reports of trees on a house in Sheffield on Annapolis Avenue. Trees are down in so many places, not only on homes and on roads. It is truly a mess out there. So if you do not have to get out, remember it is dark. You might not see what is in front of you. The utility crews, first responders are recommending stay at home, especially in Killingsworth Cove, because I don't know that emergency responders have been able to get out to that area to do any kind of assessment. That's at least my latest word from the county commissioner there. Brad?
Liz, a lot of these power outages most likely due to the lightning out there. And we continue to watch the lightning be very impressive here. The storms are accelerating a little bit more to the east. We've got these bowing segments, possible tornadoes as you get north of Fort Payne into northern Dicab County, and that secondary area down here just to the east of Albertville. Tornado warnings dropped for Marshall County. You're currently not under any warning at all, but I have a feeling we probably have severe weather associated with this storm east of Coleman. We'll likely hear from there. Let's see. County Road 6 in Jackson County impassable due to flooding. That's in the Woodville area. So that's the other aspect. We're starting to see more flooding reports here coming in. I'd say all clear again for Huntsville, northern Morgan County. You're all clear. The concern is clearly right here from Sylvania to Fife, Bowing segment. We've got damaging winds, possible tornado in Rainsville, moving towards Pine Ridge, moving towards Fort Payne, Henniger. Again, you've been under the gun for the last 2 hours or so here. Scottsboro, I think you're all clear. Just some heavy rainfall, the severe threats shifting to the east. So Valley Head right now, the main threat has moved east across the Georgia state line. However, we do have a new possible tornado with this storm in Sylvania that's going to be tracking through Rainsville as we speak and moving. It's actually along I-59 in the Fort Payne area. If you happen to be traveling, listen to us on our radio partners over here in Dicab County. What we're likely going to see is an increase in the wind here from Valley Head, the exit Valley Head, down to Fort Payne. So if you're farther north here, if you're up in Georgia and you're hearing our radio broadcast here, probably you just want to pull over for the next hour and wait for all this to move by, because the storms are still very, very intense and capable of producing tornadoes, damaging straight line winds, and even some large hail. As we get down here near Crossville, I'm going to turn the lightning off and we kind of zoom back in and show you the velocity. It's this area in and around Crossville, east of Crossville now, right on I-59, possible tornado near Crossville in southern Dicab County. As we kind of expand back up to the north, you can clearly see the Summerville area over in Georgia, where we likely have a tornado in progress with that storm as well. Tornado warnings continue on here into northwest Georgia as these storms move out of North Alabama. Again, still probably 30 more minutes till we start clearing some of these areas in eastern Jackson County, DeKalb County as well. Again, significant weather going on from Crossville, just on the north side of Weiss Lake. Severe thunderstorm warnings extended to Weiss Lake. I'm going to kind of get over here, take another sip of water.
Yeah, just want to talk about that area based on the lightning that we're seeing. Not getting the best look at this, but Crossville areas to the east. So this would be Alabama 68 there, including Dawson and you in Collinsville. You really need to be in your safe space. Out to Portersville eventually. You've got Loveless, Sand Rock, and also the Leonard area. This would be north of you in Flanders. But this is the area based on the lightning that we're seeing. The rotation potentially now just east of you in Crossville. Interstate 59 here. And there's Collinsville, and then you've got Dawson here with 68. So that is the area I think right now, and based on the uptick in lightning, that we're potentially seeing the most intense part of the storm. It is on the southern end there. And now the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they just initially had a severe thunderstorm warning out for this, but now they are going with this tornado warning, and it's all for that area, Alabama 227, and there's Alabama 68 moving right toward you in Collinsville. So these are the areas that need to be sheltering for sure. You've got Portersville, Loveless, and then eventually You start to get into parts of, I believe, the Cherokee County there, including Galesville too. But including Center, that should be north of there. But that shows you that the Weather Service in Birmingham now going with a tornado warning instead of the severe thunderstorm warning. Tons of lightning out there with this. Reports of and now more heavy rainfall. We actually have a flash flood warning. I know that's not the most impactful thing, but there are flooded roads here. And this got messy quickly. It started with one supercell that started our coverage, and then it just kind of blew up after that. And now the storm mode is not as clean as it was, and we're working here. Looks like they just dropped the tornado warning potentially for Dicab County, southern Dicab County. Again, Collinsville, even though they might have dropped that warning, I'd sit tight for a little bit here before that finally moves over the county line.
Yeah, getting some reports of very heavy rain in Rainsville and possibly the sound of what they said, the sound of a train. So that can be an indicative of a possible tornado. But again, that warning has been dropped, but very heavy rain, strong gusty winds, possible tornado from Fort Payne now moving to the east. And there's that storm in Rainsville. Notice how it just continues to bow out, and that's where we're looking at the most concern. Fort Payne, you're not under any warning. Rainsville, that warning has been dropped now to your east, and we continue to see this moving quickly out of the area. One last tornado warning continues up here near Henniger, Sylvania, and Valley Head. And looking at the latest velocity, not a whole lot of support for that, but there is just a little bit of rotation aloft here northeast of Sylvania, moving towards Valley Head again. So I'd be staying in that shelter in Valley Head. But we are starting to see a lot of this move to the east and finally moving out of our viewing areas. So again, I think we will be starting our 10 o'clock newscast tonight. Just a heads up for you in the back, and we'll just kind of give you updates here on these storms over to the east, as this is going to be getting out of the viewing area here within the next 15 to 20 minutes, but it's not out yet. Again, a lot of lightning continues here. Let's take you down this line. So Henniger, Sylvania, we've got a bowing segment here, a big bow echo moving towards Fort Payne. It looks like they may have just reissued a tornado warning there.
They did. That will include you in Fort Payne, kind of a broader polygon with that too.
Much larger area. So we've got Fort Payne covered for a possible tornado moving into Fort Payne now. This is now east of Rainsville, and then this area here east of Crossville. I got to take the lightning off here. You can quickly see it. Large hail possible here too, in and around Crossville. This is all along I-59 now, in and around Collinsville. So again, tornado precautions here in Collinsville for at least the next 10 minutes as the storm's moving towards Sandrock and on the north side of Weiss Lake, north of Cedar Bluff. Let's take a look and see if we get any debris signature here at all. But again, we're still really far away from this radar. I don't see anything here, but again, I don't expect to really see that. If we did, it would be a fairly significant, large tornado, or more violent in nature tornado. Velocity continues to indicate that possibility from Fort Payne and then again near Crossville. I think some of that's actually moved east here of I-59, but again, Crossville to I-59 into DeKalb County. Geraldine, this is east of you. I think your sirens may sound again, but most of this is going to be east of you there for Geraldine as you kind of focus right on I-59. I think that's where the boundary is now with this tornado threat. It's pretty much I-59 as you get up here towards Fort Payne. It's still on the northern edge of this bow echo heading towards Valley Head. So again, dangerous storm just continues to rage here in DeKalb County, but it is moving out. It should be out of the entire county within the next 30 to 35 minutes. Scottsboro, again, you're all clear. All this is south of you. Gunnersville, I think you're going to be all right. There's still a lot of lightning coming in from the west in around Arab and Bluntsville. Coleman, lightning is going to start settling down there quite a bit. And we kind of expand the view here, and you can see what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the storms finally winding down, but we're going to continue, stay on here for you, because it's not over yet. In Fort Payne, we're still likely possibly looking at more damage from these storms. Again, likely clipped at least a portion of Fort Payne. So again, still looking at Fort Payne. Rainsville, I think this storm has passed you, but It's still very electrical out there. May have some damage in that area. We haven't had any reports yet. But again, some of these reports do get delayed from time to time, especially considering it's almost 10 o'clock at night and this has been going on for a while. So there will be several damage assessments most likely out there. And those videos you saw earlier, a lot of those were from the same supercell as it moved from Limestone County into Madison County. It looks like we probably had at least EF1, maybe EF2 type damage with that storm from what I've seen. But definitely tornado damage there in Madison County and even in parts of the city of Madison, it looks like. ARAB, very intense lightning. And we may get a little circulation here as well. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think we probably have some damaging winds here from Gunnersville moving towards Albertville. Excuse me on that.
And regarding the tornado watch for Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb County has been extended to midnight. Only those 3 counties still under that tornado watch. Everyone else now out of the watch. So good news that severe weather threat winding down. I think will be out of the watch even before midnight, but it went through 10 o'clock, has been extended now to midnight for Northeast Alabama.
Yeah, so again, I don't think it's quite going to last all the way through midnight tonight, but we still have more storms coming through, especially the one in ARAB, southwest side of Gunnersville, as that continues to move to the east, kind of seeing this bowing segment here, which indicates high wind. We may see a severe thunderstorm warning needed for this storm in south of Gunnersville right now, moving towards Albertville, and this one's going to move into Geraldine as well. A lot of lightning. Again, three separate areas where we've got the intense lightning. The one here near Fort Payne, south of Fort Payne near Collinsville, and then just to the west side of Gunnersville, moving to the east. Another look at the radar. Just very intense lightning, very heavy rainfall. Again, stay in your shelter there in Fort Payne and areas just to the east of Geraldine. All clear. Hartselle, all of Morgan County now clear. Coleman, you're clear. Not Coleman County, though, still eastern Coleman County. We'll have to watch that. But still looking at very impressive back into Valley Head now. This is probably storm number 3 for you tonight as this continues to move to the east. All right, let's go to meteorologist Eric Burt.
All right, thank you, Brad. Deserving a well-deserved break here, but still, he was talking about the lightning right over you in Fort Payne. That is going to track to the east, at least, that area that would potentially have any rotation. Look at the lightning now we have coming out of DeKalb County. That will move north of the center area. I'm going to stop this and take the lightning off in a second. I do want to go back to that area that Brad was talking about. This is going to be east of you in ARAB, and no warning on this just yet, but maybe some severe wind gusts potentially, and that will continue to track to the east out toward you in Albertville. Again, if just joining us, you've missed a lot, first and foremost, but we've got a ton of lightning here. These storms eventually will move off into Georgia. And we've got areas here that was in Crossville, Collinsville, that's moved east of you. As far as that threat, that's going to be the National Weather Service in Birmingham here going with the tornado warning. Notice there is a little gap there. I think that still is included in the warning. And then finally here, if you're in Valley Head, I know you've been in your safe spot for a long time now, but just give it a little bit. Looking at the velocity, it's just the strongest wind. It's finally moving off to the east, so just give it a little bit here. That will head toward you in Menlo. We've got extended tornado warnings by the National Weather Service in Atlanta as you move into northwest Georgia. You've got the Lyerly community there. And then Interstate 59, I'm guessing that there's some semi-trucks that are probably having a pretty rough time just based on the amount of wind, the heavy rain, poor visibility. We'll get reports probably coming in eventually, probably after our 10 o'clock newscast even wraps up. But notice that cutoff of the tornado warnings if you're west of this. Still watching that wind threat here as we move through parts of Marshall County, Gunnersville included. You've got a little area of rotation here. This is going to be west of Sneed and east of Holly Pond. But that's that area. Probably just some strong winds there, not necessarily even severe. But given the limited radar data, that's basically what we're looking at here. Go to the radar pull back the view, kind of reset everything. Additional storms firing up to the south, but if you notice, it's been a pretty calm day for our neighbors to the south and to parts of central Alabama. There's a little sliver of a severe thunderstorm warning there left over. Areas along and west of this, you guys are all clear for the evening. Go ahead, go to bed if you want. But just tracking this last little gasp of storms here. It started with very large hail. We showed you the video, a lot of funnels, potential tornado touchdowns across the area. I know we had a significant storm move through parts of Limestone County, Athens here. If you're in Fort Payne, I think you guys are okay to come out of your safe space. Still a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this. Pop that back on the screen for you. It's in the vicinity of you, so make sure you're staying away from the windows. But this is that storm that we were tracking all the way from Albertville into parts of southern Dicab County. Still has a lot of lightning on this, and that started north of Boaz, Sardis City. We had 2 lightning strikes, but we said we need to watch that for sure, and that's what it turned into, is that mess of potential rotation that moved from Crossville out to Collinsville. That's going to cross over the county line, so good news for us. Still in portions of Dicab County. Go right here. This is going to be south of Fort Payne. You've got the Dogtown area out to Taft here. Potential for hail, likely not the large hail that we saw earlier, but this is the area that now has seen multiple waves of these storms coming in, and that's going to lead to a threat of flash flooding. We do have a flash flood warning in effect, I believe, for 4 counties, Madison, Marshall, Jackson, and DeKalb too. So watching that, that's all crossing over Interstate 59 now. That's going to move into Cherokee County, and then checking back in on you in Valley Head. You guys are almost done with this, and that should be the last of it. Just looking at the rotation here, the strongest winds right along the state line and moving east of you. So some positive news for you. Mentioned you in Menlo already. Do want to go back and check on the Gunnersville wind that we were showing you, just showing a bit more of a bowing feature and how this evolved from one original supercell to, kind of a cluster of storms that are trekking more of a line, if you will. Again, going toward Albertville, this is all the way down 431, and we're going to have a ton of lightning there, but Gunnersville out to Albertville too. So eventually, once these warnings are dropped, I know we're going to go into our 10 o'clock newscast. Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis, he's been with you since 4:30. He'll still be tracking these storms, and then once the severe threat wraps up, we'll probably have a pretty in-depth recap of everything that has happened so far. And numerous reports across the area. I know we talked about Buc-ee's. That was one of the things Brad really has said. If you're near Buc-ee's, this is coming your way. Out to Madison, up to Harvest, Monrovia. Those are the areas kind of on that Limestone-Madison line there. Had a lot of action earlier too. Not seeing anything new in chat. That is somewhat good news. If we had a whole slew of storm reports coming in, that would be not good, because that means there's extensive damage, which there very well could be. We were mentioning that one area, and then we lost the high top radar. Could have been a lightning strike, or even the damaging winds itself knocking the radar out. And that's happened before. It just doesn't make our job very easy, especially when storm reports are hard enough to get in these areas usually too. But a lot of lightning still heading towards Cedar Bluff. You've got Center there, Weiss Lake area. Lightning counter, that is very pronounced and concentrated lightning there on the northern end of things from Fort Payne to Valley Head. Still a good amount of lightning with this heading toward Menlo, and there is a tornado warning there. Probably just going with the better safe than sorry approach too, based on the limited data here. But Gunnersville, you guys are not done yet in Marshall County. Arab, you'll hear loud thunder, but that's all moving east of you. Just put this in motion really quick, show you that the lightning is in fact moving out of the area too. So this will head down 431 through Gunnersville yet again, including you in Albertville. Boaz, you're all right, at least for a short amount of time. But that's kind of the broad look at things. And we reset the view. Tornado watch for areas west of this. You guys are out of the watch. New tornado watch has been extended, I should say, until midnight.
Yeah, Weather Service says they will be canceling the tornado warnings here shortly as everything's kind of moving to the east. Still a lot of lightning here. watching that in Guntersville, but there's really no signs of circulation here. Just intense lightning, very intense, almost like a summertime thunderstorm here from Guntersville to Arab. And the most intense lightning associated with these storms here are now moving just off to the east of the viewing area. So it looks like they've canceled that tornado warning. We've got tornado warning for southern Dicab County is canceled. The tornado warning for eastern Dicab County is canceled. So right now we do not have any tornado warnings in effect here, the way it looks, and unless they're hanging on to this one up here near Valley Head, and I think that's a possibility. That just disappeared too. So we are no longer under any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. They continued that watch until midnight. I don't know if we're going to see any of this refire here, but we'll continue to monitor the storm in Marshall County. It's probably the strongest storm we have right now because these storms here have all moved east. All clear High Top, all clear Fayetteville, all clear Coleman, Harts, all of Morgan County. You're clear of severe weather for the rest of the night. And the only areas we're really concerned with right now are going to be eastern Marshall County and Dicab County, probably for the next hour, maybe less than that as we continue on. So again, we're just after 10 o'clock. We'll continue to track these storms. We'll have more news for you coming up in our newscast here in about 8 minutes or so. So right now we have a concentration of very intense lightning, possible tornado with the storm near Weiss Lake that continues to move towards Cedar Bluff. Very electrical, very noisy here. Continuing to track to the east. This is going to be along the Georgia state line here in about 20-25 minutes as well. I'm going to take the lightning off. Did that say 500? 500, wow. That's
highest of the day.
This is insane lightning here going on near Cedar Bluff. So we're going to have all sorts of problems with this much lightning. 516 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Here, I'm going to turn the radar off again. This is there's what we call the trip echo here, where you don't get any data at all. This is where the next rad in High Top in Jackson County would fill this void, but they continue the tornado warning just due to the history, and there is some circulation here. Again, this is out of our area now. This is on the west side here of Weiss Lake. So this is moving over Weiss Lake. The most intense lightning we've had all evening, moving east. Take a look here in Albertville. Again, nothing really showing up severe, really strong gusty winds, a lot of lightning there, and that continues to move to the east. I'll turn the lightning back on here as we expand that view out. So overall, the severe weather threats winding down very quickly. We've got one tornado warning just outside our viewing area, a few more up here in North Georgia. You may be watching our coverage here on social media as well. We'll extend that to you. What we're looking at is very intense lightning in Albertville, Boaz, and Guntersville. Could see some isolated damaging wind gusts with that too as that continues to move to the east. Scottsboro, we're looking at clearing you out. Everything's off to your east. Now we had that one last real surge here of wind here with this storm east of Henniger, north of Fort Payne, and that's pretty much it. This lightning is going to come back into Geraldine and Crossville, so you're going to get one last surge of probably some strong gusty winds with this and very intense lightning. May have homes, trees struck by lightning, may get power outages due to lightning strikes. So those are things that we do need to be concerned with over the next probably next 25 minutes or so. I'm going to read over here with the Weather Service to see if they got anything else. Special weather statement. Strong thunderstorms will impact southeast Jackson County, DeKalb County, northeast Coleman County through 10:30 this evening. So that's the storms we're still watching here, moving towards Guntersville, north of Albertville. Again, that climb as you go from Guntersville up the uphill to Albertville is a rough one right now with intense lightning and very heavy rain, but the severe threats getting lower and lower by the minute. We're really choked off here in Jackson County. I don't think we'll see any more severe weather in Jackson County for the rest of the night. Looking down the road, let's see what's going on down. Tuscaloosa's quiet, and the front's going to come in tonight, and they may see an increase in thunderstorm activity. You know, I think we probably could have been under a moderate risk today, the way this has turned out.
The way it panned out
yeah.
with the early storm, too, in Waterloo.
Yeah.
That Jeff was tracking.
Yeah, we started seeing that water. I put out a post around, I think, 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning talking about we have an increase, perhaps earlier arrival time. And the HRRR model, it's been overdoing stuff a lot this year, but it really was spot on. It was very spot on beginning yesterday with those helicity tracks that took the track right through Madison, right through Athens and into Huntsville. So again, I shared some of those graphics on social media as well. Again, that's why we put those on there, to show you kind of the separation. It's not, you know, when we talk about tornadoes, a lot of times everybody thinks everyone's going to be impacted directly with it, but they're spaced out when you get these supercell thunderstorms. And one thing that hasn't really happened is we haven't had the big line of storms with the 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's the other thing we were preparing for. And I think it's possible these supercells kind of took some of the punch out of the atmosphere by the time that energy arrived from the west. Back towards Albertville, very heavy rain, frequent lightning now over the state park at Lake Gunnersville. So that's roughly between Gunnersville and Albertville as we continue to monitor this stuff. Again, no active warnings. The only warnings we have are flash flood warnings, and those will go through probably the next few hours as we'll kind of see some of this flooding, residual flooding, and things are going to kind of calm down as we continue on. Another look over here towards center, back here where we have our tornado warning and our intense lightning. Turn that lightning counter back on here. 366. It's down a little bit, but let me spread this out a little bit. 470. So the lightning's down a little bit here near Cedar Bluff, all over Weiss Lake. Very electrical. It kind of illuminates over the lake there. And as you get over here towards Somerville, northwest corner here of Georgia, those intense thunderstorms. Again, Weather Service out of Peachtree City and Atlanta having the same issues we were having and trying to get those warnings out. A lot of this is going to be based on actual storm reports with those storms moving in and spotter reports. Again, we're coming up here on 10:07. No active warnings. We still have strong thunderstorms here moving towards Geraldine and near Crossville and just to the north of Albertville and Gunnersville. Langston, your severe weather threat's over, it looks like. Definitely over in Scottsboro, definitely over in New Hope. Arab, I think your threat of severe weather is over for the night too. So some good news. We continue to slowly clear out behind all of this. Let's see here. Still got Skywarn still up over there in Jackson County. So again, they usually, Skywarn's been around a long time. It's where we get a lot of these reports get filtered through and continue on here off to the north and east. With those, again, we get a lot of those amateur radio reports. We get a lot of spotter reports out of these areas. Very good information, especially on a night like tonight when we lose that radar here in Jackson County. Lightning kind of shows us what's going on. Let's see here. The lightning shows us kind of what paints the picture here when we can't quite see. When you see that increase in intensity of the lightning, that's when you know the storm's getting a little bit stronger. And you get from Gunnersville to Albertville, and it's a strong thunderstorm. It's not severe, and that'll continue to track to the east. So what we're going to do here is we're going to give you updates throughout the rest of our newscast. We're going to be going through the newscast, our WFF 48 News at 10, and that will begin now.
Today is a 48 First Alert Weather Day, sponsored by Mr. Reuter Plumbing for all your emergency plumbing services.
Of course, as you know, storms have been hitting parts of the Tennessee Valley throughout the day. Several communities are dealing with tornado damage and power outages. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Nolan Crane in tonight for Margot.
And I'm Liz Hurley. We are on your side tonight with teams spread out across North Alabama on the scene of damage and destruction from today's and tonight's storms. Let's begin right now in Madison, where you can see in front of us a massive tornado making its way toward the Nature's Trail area. This video taken by Michael Daniel. This is just one of many examples into our newsroom tonight of storm video, as well as photographs that we have received throughout the day.
And take a look at this funnel cloud that formed in the Capshaw area. This was taken by Alicia Collis. You can see the cloud swirling in the distance. Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis joins us now on this First Alert Weather Day.
Brad, you and Eric have been here all day, all night, monitoring the storms, keeping us safe. Tens of thousands of people right now are without power.
Yes, and it's finally starting to wind down as we kind of I'm trying to get some data over here so I can get your forecast, but I guess we'll be doing that a little bit later. Quick look at the radar, show you that we continue to see thunderstorms. Very intense lightning continues, but these are not severe storms as they continue to track off to the east. They did extend the tornado watch until midnight, but I think they'll probably let that go around 11 o'clock tonight, just based on what we're seeing right now. And as far as your forecast over the next 3 days, tomorrow much quieter. We've got some quiet weather coming. 77 for the high tomorrow, 74 degrees Thursday, slight chance of rain there. And as we go into Memorial Day weekend, I do think we're looking at an increase in those showers and storms. So we'll talk more about that coming up in a few minutes.
And we have crews all across North Alabama for you this evening.
That's right. We're checking damage reports with EMAs, first responders, and you. We are fielding text all night as well as emails, getting you the very latest information after a night full of violent storms. Let's focus on Northeast Madison County right now, where WAFF 48's Faith Delp is in the Killingsworth Cove area, where we have received, quote, significant damage reports. Faith, I've been fielding texts from Madison County Commissioner Craig Hill tonight. Back-to-back tornado warnings really impacted his ability and first responders' ability to actually respond to the situation there. How bad is it?
Well, Liz, just minutes ago, a Killingsworth volunteer firefighter left the scene of a downed power line, and he told me there are several structures damaged over here. Many families have been displaced, but as of right now, he told me no one is injured. He says Killingsworth Cove Drive will not be drivable for at least a couple of days due to all the damaged power lines. They are currently waiting on Huntsville Utilities to give them the all clear to start cleaning up the road. On my drive to Killingsworth Cove, there were many roads blocked off by police officers. There were trees down, there was debris in the road, and many power lines were down. Don Webster with HEMC also told us there have been no reported injuries in Madison County at this time. There's just a lot of damage and power outages right now. The rain has cleared up within the hour over here on Killingsworth Cove Drive. Behind me is the volunteer fire department, where I have seen first responders coming and going frequently. Killingsworth and Gurley Fire Department are out here helping clear up all of this damage, along with HEMC, Huntsville Fire and Rescue, Huntsville Utilities, and many more first responders. I will update you once I have any further information. Reporting live in Gurley, Faith Delp 48 News on your side.
Thank you, Faith. Storm cleanup happening right now in a section of Interstate 65. Southbound lanes on the interstate in Limestone County between mile marker 346 and 347, which is Huntsville Browns Ferry Road, completely shut down. We're told dozens of trees are blocking the interstate. Traffic right now being diverted to Athens. Speaking of Athens, we can tell you multiple roads in Athens closed right now because of downed power lines, as well as trees that were uprooted. City leaders say 13 power poles are broken on Lucas Ferry Road. Levert Avenue south of US 72 closed for flooding. Athens Utilities reporting 15,000 customers right now are without power.
And here's another video from the Athens area. This was taken by viewer Sean Walton driving down I-65 by Buc-ee's. A massive funnel cloud formed and appears to make its way to the gas station. WAFF 48's Callie Neese is in Athens now. Callie, you've been talking to EMA officials. What are you learning this evening?
Nolan, EMA officials are telling me that there are about 15,000 people in Limestone County without power. My drive over here tonight was very, very dark. I could see just every couple miles there was power outages. Crews were here earlier behind me fixing down power lines right off US 72 here in Athens. Limestone County EMA officials say there was not a lot of damage to homes, but there are trees and power lines down all over the county. Officials say, though there is damage all throughout the county, a lot of it is on Highway 72 near Mooresville. Crews just left right behind me, and they were working on fixing some of those down power lines to hopefully restore some of that power here in Limestone County. Reporting live in Athens, Callie Neese, 48 News, on your side.
Tonight's weather really impacting school tomorrow. Athens high school and middle schools will operate on a 3-hour delay. There will also be no school for pre-K through 5th grade students tomorrow. 2 Limestone County schools will not be in session tomorrow because of power outages. Clemens High School and Blue Springs Elementary will also be closed tomorrow. And Lindsay Lane Academy will be closed tomorrow because of damage. And in Jackson County, I just heard from the school superintendent there. Skyline and Woodville schools are on a 2-hour delay, but again, they will reassess in the morning. We also understand that Clemens High School and Blue Springs Elementary School will not be in session tomorrow because of power outages. We probably have missed a few, so please go to our website for additional information. The storms that roared through Athens tonight quickly moved into Madison with a fury. WAFF 48 Savannah Sapp joins us live. Savannah, where are you? I know a tree slammed on top of someone's home in that area.
Well, Liz, I'm standing just off of Waltriana Highway here in Madison, where a tree fell on the home of multiple people here tonight. This is an apartment complex just off of Waltriana, the Sage Trail subdivision, and at least 2 families were living here, and there are multiple units. I think I counted about 4 units inside. I'm going to step aside so just you can see. It is a little bit dark, but you can see the remnants of that tree is the word I was trying to look for. Right there, you can see it snapped at its base and just fell on top of this apartment building here. And now you're going to see more video of the damage that I saw around this area of Waltriana. It appears that some strong winds really impacted multiple apartment subdivisions here, as I found another large tree down in front of a building and a portion of a tree that slammed into a car that was on the property. Now, the power in many areas here on Waltriana, it has been out since I got here at around 8:30 this evening, and when I got out to assess the damage, and it has just been pitch black out here. But the good news is I have not heard any reports of people injured as a result of these trees down. It's just really a lot to clean up at this point. I did see the Madison Fire Department patrolling the area just to make sure everyone was safe as they were assessing the damage at their homes. But again, the best news here is that no one was injured here tonight. Reporting live in Madison, Savannah Sapp, 48 News, on your side.
Lauderdale and Colbert counties were the first to get hit by storms moving in from the west. Tonight, several communities, there's also dealing with damage. WAFF 48's Aria Pons joins us live in the Brickhattan community in Colbert County. Aria, describe the situation where you are.
Well, Nolan, I'm right here at the Colbert County Command Center that they popped up just to deal with the damage that they did see in the Ford City Brickhattan community. They say so far about 20 homes have been damaged, by trees, various objects, and just the wind. They said about 30 structures in total have been damaged. 2 injuries have been reported so far. One was cleared at the scene to go home. The other one, however, had very serious injuries and had to be transported to the hospital. Colbert County EMA Director Jody Hitt says that person was driving down Reservation Road here in Colbert County when a tree fell on their car. Now, here in the Brickhattan community, there were a lot of trees down and a lot of trees blocking roads. All of those roads have been cleared so far. As of right now, they're just trying to get power back to the more than 1,800 residents that are without it currently. I also spoke with the Lauderdale County EMA Director Brad Holmes. He says one of their hardest hit areas was near Rogersville and, around it. He says he believes that the storm that caused all of this damage kind of jumped around to 3 different counties, Colbert, Lauderdale, and Lawrence County, but he says he'll have to assess more damage in the morning before he can really confirm that. Both Holmes and Hitt have said that they will assess their damage in the morning once the sun comes up so they can see more, and they'll be helping all across North Alabama. I will be back out here in the Shoals tomorrow just to show damage that we've seen tonight and damage that nobody even knows is there, that they won't be able to see, until the sun does come up. If you've seen damage and you want to share it, feel free to email me. You can email me photos. You can email me where the damage is. I will be in the Shoals all day tomorrow. Reporting live in Colbert County, Aria Pons, 48 on your side.
Thank you, Aria. Right now, parts of Jackson and Dicab counties dealing with storms that spawned tornado warnings. Brad tracked storms within the last hour that moved right through the areas of Valley Head and Sylvania. This is video from Rainsville. Gage Brown captured these images of the intense lightning. You can see the clouds in the background. We're also tracking damage reports coming in from Marshall County from this line of storms. So a lot going on in Dicab, Jackson, and Marshall counties tonight. As we mentioned, your photographs, your videos do help us tell this story today.
And we received a lot of them showing the severity of today's storms. Let's head over to the Millstone area in Madison, where you can see a massive cloud forming in the distance. This is video from Stacy Conkling, just another example of what we have seen throughout the day.
Here's another video of storms forming this evening, this time in Hartselle. Viewer Elizabeth Friend sent this video to us.
And take a look at this Ring video camera from viewer Justin Clark's home in Owens Crossroads. You can see a funnel cloud in the distance.
And it wasn't just strong wind that caused damage tonight. Cindy Morrison shared this video of large hail coming down in Rogersville. Listen to it hit the ground there. And we're on your side tonight covering tornadoes and storms that hit North Alabama hard tonight. This is a video of hail coming down as one of the storms moved right through Florence.
And you can see it's pea-sized hail that came down outside the police department. We've seen reports of larger hail falling in western Lauderdale County. Today's storms also threw huge trees and knocked down power lines. This was the situation earlier this evening on Lucas Ferry Road between Browns Ferry and 72. You can see power lines down and trees blocking lanes on 31 South.
WAFF 48's Claudia Peppenhorst jumped into action this afternoon to grab this video. You can see a funnel cloud right here from her front yard, and she lives in Madison.
And our 48 First Alert weather team is on your side, looking to keep you prepared during severe weather. Tomorrow, our trio of weather experts, they're going to be out at the Forge and Build Equipment Company programming your weather radios, and it's all for free. That business is located on Highway 31 in Hartselle. It's all happening tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
You can keep track of all the conditions across the valley with the 48 Weather app. You'll find the very latest from our 48 Weather team and everything you need to know to stay safe during severe weather. All you have to do is scan the QR code you see on your screen to download the 48 Weather app. It's free. It's available in every major app store. We'll be right back.
coverage, but we want to highlight some of the day's other top stories. The discovery of human remains led to a Florence man's arrest. Logan Rogers is charged with murder. Police arrested Rogers this morning after searching his home on Northwood Avenue. Police say remains found at the home have been sent to a forensics lab to be analyzed and to confirm the identity. Police went to the home as part of the search for Autumn Strickland, who's been missing since the weekend.
The man facing murder and DUI charges and a Decatur crash that killed a 17-year-old girl will be held without bond. Kevin Panich's bond was revoked this morning by a Morgan County judge following an Aniah's Law hearing. This is the crash from this weekend that resulted in a teen's death after her car was found engulfed in flames. That teenager, Chloe Hastings, will be laid to rest this Thursday at First United Methodist Church. And the Alabama Department of Corrections is looking for a Morgan County inmate who's currently out on the run. They say this man, Stephen Murphy, walked away from his assigned job this morning in Hope Hall. He was last seen wearing white pants, a black and gray shirt, and red and black shoes. He's serving 99 years for robbery. If you know anything about Murphy's whereabouts, contact the Alabama Department of Corrections immediately.
Now, your First Alert weather with Chief Meteorologist Brad Travis.
Still some strong storms in Dicab County, quickly moving to the east. The tornado warnings are all east. We'll likely see the end of the tornado watch here before midnight, as they did extend that. But still some heavy rain in around Fort Payne. Temperatures running in the 70s. Muscle Shoals down since the storm moved through earlier today. Albertville's been down for a few weeks now since that past storm there. So ready to get out of this stormy weather pattern. Let's go hour by hour and take you up to noon tomorrow. These storms will be out of here within the hour. By noon tomorrow, we've got a northwest wind. Temperatures in the upper 70s. A really nice Wednesday. Unfortunately, some of you will be spending it cleaning up out there. Satellite and radar showing all the activity moving east. There is a tornado watch down to the south that does include Tuscaloosa, but the way this looks, I don't think this is going to fill in very quickly. But if it does, it's going to fill in within the next hour and areas back to the west. We'll just continue to watch that. But overall, out farther west, looking at the water vapor satellite, this copper color, that's the dry air. And that dry intrusion that kind of came into the mid-levels is one thing that did help spark these storms as they started to ignite. Main area low pressures up here to the north, but we've got this just negative tilted trough of low pressure that's swinging through, and that's really what caused all the problems today. We really started to see an uptick in the forecast guidance with the threat for severe weather across right here where it ended up. HRRR model, we call it, did a really good job today. Here's your forecast tonight. Storms ending. We still have some in Dicab County, southern Marshall County, but those are on the way out, so that's some good news there. 5:41 sunrise tomorrow. Morning lows around 66, and tomorrow, finally, no rain. A really nice day. Partly sunny, more of a northwest wind early on, gusting to around 10 to 15 miles an hour, a high of 77 degrees. And then as we continue on with the wind forecast tomorrow, again, northwest, a gust to 15, maybe 20 at times, but overall a really nice day coming. Here's your 10-day forecast, 77 tomorrow, and then we're talking about 74 degrees as we get into Thursday. A little bit warmer than what it looked like earlier. Mostly sunny Friday. A break in the weather. Morning lows on the cool side, 56 degrees there. And then over the weekend, it's Memorial Day weekend. You've got rain chances kind of trying to sneak back into the forecast. But overall, temperatures remain a little bit below normal. And what we're going to watch here Sunday into Monday may get stuck in this northwest flow pattern again and continue to track off to the east-southeast. But by Monday, we continue with showers and thunderstorms from Memorial Day, 74 Tuesday with rain chances. But notice the muggy, sticky weather we've had recently is going away for several days. So that's some good news. We don't see any severe weather threat. And today was kind of out of the ordinary. Usually this late in the month of May, the tornado season kind of shifts to the north, but everything pretty much came together at the right time, unfortunately, right all together here in North Alabama. Have another look at your weather coming up.
And we are definitely going to need some of that nice weather, especially tomorrow. So many people assessing damage, even the power crews, utility workers, tens of thousands of people across the Tennessee Valley without power. Just Athens alone, 15,000 people without power, and that was at last check. So we're going to need some nice weather tomorrow to definitely address some of those concerns and
You better
issues.
believe it. Not only power out, but the power lines are down. The power poles are down. You have trees that have also been uprooted all across the valley, not only in Athens, but literally from east to west. So the cleanup crews are going to be out there. Schools are on oftentimes a delay tomorrow if they are not closed at all. We've just learned tonight that Montesano Elementary is going to be closed because of damage atop the mountain there. And now all Huntsville City schools will also be delayed 1 hour. That will be to operate an hour later for students as well as staff. Please check with your local school system as well, because just one never knows in each individual district what school may be closed because of damage or because they simply don't have power.
Definitely some good advice. And Brad, you were on air since what, 4 o'clock this afternoon?
4:30,
yeah. Your day hasn't ended.
And Jeff Denorius was on at noon today with that one supercell that ended up producing a possible tornado near Pulaski earlier today. But I think we're going to find more damage. I've been looking at some of the photos on Facebook, and there's some significant damage in the city of Madison with those storms. So some of the veneer brick has been pulled off of some of the homes. Probably going to find a lot of damage to garage doors. I mentioned that earlier. The garage door is really the first thing that goes because it takes the brunt of it, and that's what leads to the roof flying off of your home. So,
and even in Skyline and Dicab County, those poor folks in Skyline may still be in that storm shelter. They just kept getting hit one after another.
Yeah, that threat is over finally over there in northeast Alabama, but still some heavy rain and lightning in Dicab County.
A lot of assessment going on tomorrow for sure.
Yes.
And we do have a programming note for you. If you were hoping to watch The Voice, the season finale, we have you covered.
It is now available to stream on NBC.com and on Peacock. Thanks for watching. Good night.